All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Global League podcast. I'm your host, William, and with me today is Ryan.
Hello.
And my throat is a little bit sore already, so that's not a good start to the podcast, but we'll make it through, hopefully. If not, Ryan will do all the talking, including the wild card part, which I'm sure he knows tons about.
Yes. I
Yeah.
will judge everything. I'll judge everything entirely based on team names and logos.
Hell yeah, that's the way I started. But let's begin with the LCS, and oh my god, we I was stressed out watching the games today. So I went 7-3, and you also went 7-3. The games went like this. Friday Night League, we had Golden Guardians beating 100 Thieves, a game that I was okay with. C9 beating CLG, expected, very expected. TSM beating Golden Guardians, 100 Thieves beating Dignitas. My first of two flip flops on the podcast where I got it right on like Strafe, but I got it incorrect on the podcast because I flipped, and I'm so disappointed in myself. 2 full wins there, Ryan. I could be tied with you in total. Like, I could be beating you overall if I didn't flip last week.
Mhm.
FlyQuest over.
We should stop doing that.
I should. Apparently, well, sometimes it works, but this time it did not work. FlyQuest beat Evil Geniuses. Team Liquid beat Immortals. So this is where it started getting a little rocky. I was like okay with some of those. Like, I mean, 100 Thieves with Dignitas wasn't great, but like I was just okay with FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses. FlyQuest seemed to clean up well. I'll talk more in detail about Evil Geniuses. And then today happened. C9 versus Dignitas. A little scary at the beginning, but I'm sure all of us knew that Cloud9 were going to pull ahead at the end of the day. Like, it wasn't going to be a situation where, oh, Cloud9, oh, are they actually going to lose? I thought Dignitas played it very well. I thought they had a very good draft, but at the end of the day, it's Cloud9, you know? And then Team Liquid FlyQuest happened, and that was a hell of a bad / stressful game in the sense. Like, as a Team Liquid fan, it was stressful. But we'll go into a little more detail about, like, it was a rough game. And then TSM CLG followed it. Another rough game. And then Evil Geniuses Immortals followed that one for a third very rough game. So
It was like one of those Reddit comment chains where it's just like, oh man, freaking TL versus Fly. That game was a little rough. CLG versus TSM. Hold my beer. Immortals versus EG. Hold my beer.
yeah, just like, oh man, it was. There's a lot of rough games just now. That game just ended about 30 minutes ago. We are somewhat early. Somewhat, as in, this will probably go to 2 a.m. on a work night for me, but you know, life is like that.
Hello, Raptor in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Raptor. How are you doing? Sorry I didn't get to do the EU VOD review yesterday. I was too tired from 4th of July stuff. But there might be a VOD review if I have time tomorrow about some of these games from today in NA. We could honestly do a VOD review on the entire day, Ryan, if we're available. I have to see still, but if you want to do that, I'm down.
I mean, I'd probably be down too. Thankfully, vacation time is up, so my week is actually relatively clear.
Nice. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. But okay, so let's talk about our teams here. So we're not at the halfway point yet. We're not going to do the power rankings until next week because I don't know, for some reason in my head it feels better to have an extra game on top of it instead of a less, like, it's mostly because as well each team gets to play each other once at that point. And there's one team that's on here that doesn't have their automatic loss yet. That's Cloud9. That's TSM. But
not to mention, hey, I mean, to be fair, if TSM pulls one off, then that actually shifts a lot.
Yeah, it really does. You are correct. Like, if TSM right now, I don't know where I'd have them. Maybe like anywhere between second and fourth. You know, definitely between second and fourth, between Team Liquid, TSM, and FlyQuest at the moment for me. But if they beat Cloud9, they're the clear second place. Like clear. We can rant so much about this. How did Team Liquid go 2-0 this week? Oh, we're gonna discuss that a lot here. I'm just as confused as you are. But yeah, so yeah, if they go and upset C9, TSM's definitely gonna be a clear favorite in the second place spot. So we'll find out. So let's do our I mean, I guess we can just talk about all the teams, but what were the two teams to you that had the best week, like the most impressive week? And
If we're
why
gonna
is it
talk about,
not Team Liquid? If we're going to it.
don't worry, we'll get to that. I actually have. This one's actually a little bit hard to tell.
Mm,
Um, I would say I have probably a best team that went 2-0, and I have a best team that went 0-2. As weird as it sounds,
okay.
I would say best team that went 2-0 would be TSM. I
This
think
is
they, I,
obviously excluding Cloud9.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Cloud9 kind of did what was expected. They had a really strong, clean game against CLG. They had a bit of greed and some overly forced plays against Dignitas early, but they rebounded really easily. They ended up playing a lot smarter and more controlled, and they just completely took over the game by like the 15-minute mark as they usually do. Um, Dignitas, they showed a lot. They were really scrappy in this game and even in their first one, even though they looked a little shaky. When it was kind of like the 100 Thieves roster swap, where 100 Thieves looked really shaky in their first game with their roster swap, and then they looked a lot better in their second game.
Hmm.
Dignitas, similar deal. Shaky in their first game, looked a lot better against a much stronger opponent in C9, which
Yeah.
says a lot.
And
But I
to
would
be
say
fair,
of the two,
Phoenix's
yeah.
TF in the first game was, I think someone brought it up on the desk or the casting. That was a terrible TF game. In general, it was a terrible game
Oh
at all
yeah,
for Doom Toss, but that was a really,
yeah,
really
it
bad
was.
TF game.
Yeah, it was really bad. But I mean, Johnson and Aframo have actually been really good for this team. They've
They
been real
have.
solid. Lorlo has been pretty solid for them as well.
I feel bad that
I
Johnson
mean,
and Aftermath are 0-8. They don't deserve
yeah,
0-8.
yeah, that's a real feels bad. But I would say among the teams that went 2-0 on the week, TSM was by far the most convincing and the strongest.
Mm.
They just had two. Well, they really did kind of just out. Once it got down to a certain point, they kind of outclassed them. There's clear weaknesses that they took advantage of, but I mean, the main thing I kind of want to look at, and that was the scariest part with me, and what I think is probably the thing that gives them the biggest advantage going into next week, is Bjergsen.
Yeah, he came
Bjergsen had
back good this week.
Bjergsen what he got player of the game this week, and I would say as much as I would have loved to see C9 player get it, I think Bjergsen was popping off. I think any other mid laner in that TSM roster, I think they go 0-2 potentially. And Bjergsen just kind of hard carried in a lot of moments. His Azir was like almost like a revelation in that second game versus CLG. If he played that even just a little bit worse, CLG probably win that game. They probably don't actually throw several times in a row, but that's beside the point. It has nothing to do with TSM. But I feel like that's the PowerPoint for TSM. If Bjergsen is becoming unlocked and they don't actually have to play towards him and he could just kind of casually scale and carry, then that could be a huge PowerPoint for them going into their upcoming big time match to close out the first round robin versus C9.
I agree.
Because you're talking if you're talking about maybe C9 just Gooba stomp on the bot lane like CLG did today, and Licorice doesn't int 3 times in a row in top lane, and then C9 probably wins. But it's one of the things where even Doublelift after the game, I think he even said straight up that that was probably the worst game he's played so far this split. He wasn't expecting them to be he wasn't expecting them to actually focus him that hard and to be essentially that worthless that game. And he gave all the praise to Soren to Bjergsen for carrying him for basically 1v9 that game. So I feel like that if there's any way to maybe exploit C9, it's to either hard pounce on top lane and to punish some of Licorice's aggressive tendencies in lane, or to just try to hard smash and carry through mid lane to not only keep Niski down, but also in turn like shut down a lot of the support system that Blabber gets to his side lanes.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I think that, like you said, the TSM would be the most impressive 2-0 this week. The other, I'm not counting Cloud9s because we don't count them in any of our impressive or unimpressive because they're just on a different echelon than the rest of the league. But the most disappointing, I would say, 2-0, if we're going to do it this way, would definitely be Team Liquid. Team Liquid's game against Immortals was very stressful and just very awkward in general. I should have brought up that TSM match history, but I'll bring up the Immortals Team Liquid one now, and I'll bring up the FlyQuest Team Liquid one as well. But the first one was Team Liquid versus Immortals here, and we don't get any graph because the game doesn't like us, so that's cool. But the game itself, but man, it's like you mentioned it earlier when we were watching it live today. Team Liquid kind of feels like a slightly better version than Spring Immortals, where they just pulling wins out their ass that they don't really deserve at all. Raptor said that TL could be like a mirror of their current win loss, and it still would be justified. Yeah, kinda. Like absolutely, they've gotten away. They've now beaten two teams with Ocean Soul. That should not happen in both games. Like you should almost never lose with Ocean Soul, but then Immortals immediately threw right after Ocean Soul, and then brought it back because they have Ocean Soul on the team. And then Insanity whiffs the Orianna ult right around here. He just whiffed the ult. I felt bad because Insanity was playing his heart out that game. Like before that, he was literally almost, you could say, like 1v9, but not even to that extent because he was doing really good. But so was Apollo with his arrows. His arrows were constantly on point. Alorum on Malphite, it's just Malphite also. I mean, come on, I play Malphite. I know. Hitting a stun target with Malphite ult isn't the hardest thing in the world to do. but man, it's just like it seemed like I don't know. Jensen did not play well on Azir in this game. Broxa's Lee Sin wasn't anything too special in my opinion. Xmithy did get the Baron steal there, but or the Ocean Soul steal, but wasn't there a Baron steal in this game as well? Or no, they just took the Baron. They took the Baron.
I think that was the second TO game.
Yeah, that was the second TO game.
I think it was Broxa on the Graves this time.
Yeah, it was. We'll talk about that right after this one. There's that one out there.
Yeah, the quote unquote steal on the Baron.
Yeah. Raptor says that Broxa seems like season 9 form from Knack has not gotten better. Maybe even worse. Yeah, kind of. Like I gave Broxa a full pass last split because of just the chaos and the mess that TL was internally. But like as the split has progressed, Team Liquid has been more and more mediocre than like the first game against TSM. I was like, oh man, they're back. Like that was amazing to watch. They just blew them out everywhere, and then they weren't very aggressive anymore, like at all in general, until this FlyQuest game where they did bring some of the aggression. I will say, the first part was a little too much for my taste.
Yeah, we kind of jinxed that just talking about the game, saying like, oh man, this is gonna suck. It's gonna be like two of the teams that love to go slow and kind of out execute you late game. And I was just like, man, I really just hope that it's just become like these teams just come out, break mold, and just be super aggressive and fight. I don't care if it's a fiesta. I just want to see it happen and give me something to be hyped about in a match for second place. And then we get to see a 3v3 fighting over blue buff that lasts for a short eternity.
Yeah,
that ends up going a 3v2 total.
To wrap up the Immortals game, and then we'll get really into that one, is basically Team Liquid got the Baron, they're pushing the end. Insanity teleports into the base to try and backdoor Team Liquid. He didn't buy the Lich Bane, which I can excuse. That's a high pressure moment, you know what I mean? That's really high pressure. So I mean, it would have probably won the game, to be fair, but it's not like, oh, why didn't you think of that? Because he was freaking out, like, oh, I got a back door, you know what I mean? And then his team also didn't really help with all dying to Mr. 200 years here. But that, but
it wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time a team's done that. So you also can't really flame him too much for that because not
even the first time. Not even the first time just for any team. Just the first time this weekend for Immortals.
Yeah, really, you're right. Well, technically, this would have been the first time, and then the next time. Yeah. But yeah, I get you. There's a lot of Mr. 200 years needs his kneecaps broken a little bit. I feel.
If patch 10.13 has anything to go by, apparently Aphelios is not dead, and neither is Yuumi.
Yeah. Well, I feel like Yumi's a little bit more dead than Aphelios. Like she's not picked ban anymore, where Aphelios.
I think something I noticed though with the bans that, or not the bans, but the nerfs to Yuumi was that it does punish a lot of the spamming and like in like in later game team fights. But if you stagger them and you're able to disengage, you get the mana regen you get from your support items actually helps a lot more.
Yeah, yeah.
Because then you just regen right back up, and then you can still do Yumi things.
You pretty much it makes it a little bit more risky for Yumi, but like she still has to like she's still really pretty decent, but she's not as like safe on it.
Not as impressive. It's not going to be like the Olaf Yumi 1v9.
Yeah, yeah. The TSM Stomp seems more like Spica choking as a rookie and being put in a terrible champ rather than Broxa being good. Yeah, that's kind of been Broxa's like best game was game number 1. And then like since then he's been kind of struggling on team. Though I will say he hasn't been my least favorite player. And we'll talk about that within this Flacco's game as one of my least favorite players so far this split for as a Team Liquid fan has been Impact. I personally thought just in the draft itself, Maokai is very, very good into Kennen as well as into Callista on top of that. So I thought the Maokai pick was very smart by FlyQuest. You can just Callista wants to jump around like crazy and slows the factor, but you know if you just flash and then point and click W her and then knock her then slow her with the E and then the ult. Well, she can't do any of her movement based stuff, and then you can just instant blow her up with the Syndra. Or like Ryan, I remember you were saying that why not pick Wukong in this scenario or Orianna and stuff like that, which could have been strong as well. But yeah. Well,
you literally look at the scoreline in this game and you see a 1-1-10 Maokai versus a 5, 6, and 4 Kennen. That at one point was like 2 and 5. Yeah, that's when Impact just types top diff in chat.
Yep. Because I mean, we talked about it earlier. There was a lot of fighting right here. This was all the deaths that happened very early on. As First Blood was a minute 43. I like the idea for the invade from Team Liquid with the with Graves and Kennen. I just thought they kind of took too long with it. Like, you know, you're on a timer at the beginning like levels there because like eventually Power of Evil came over as well on the Orion or on the you're messing me up with your mock draft the Syndra, but also the CC from Maokai and Set, Maokai taking W, I thought was really, really big. Because before that, it was going to be like, if he would have taken E, it would have been terrible, which I never understand Maokai's to take E early on, personally. Because I've never been a fan of that. I will usually take Q unless it's an invade, then I try to take W on that. But this was a defense invade, so it still worked out that he had not already taken his Q. So they got 2 forms of CC. They were able to kill Impact at 143. And then Broxa going back in kind of did make sense because Set is not very strong at level 1 when he only has the Facebreaker to grab for the stun. Like, he doesn't have his shield or anything like that, or his enhanced punching ability from his Q. But so I thought that was fine. But then once it started getting more chaotic, once they came back down here from level 1, like the top laners came down, then you have the mid laners come down, I'm like, oh, this is such a mess. And
Power of Evil is teleporting back in after dying.
Yeah, Power of Evil dies and then teleports immediately back in because there's only like a 1 to 2 second, it feels like, maybe it's less than 5 seconds, it feels like, for your death timer there. You're just back up immediately, so you're just teleporting right back in. It was just such a big mess. And on top of that, I just if Broxus steals the blue buff there, I think this works out a lot better than it did personally, because like then all of a sudden Broxa doesn't die because Set actually kills Broxa with the true damage on his W and gets the shield to survive longer. So like that was a big difference in my opinion. Plus Broxa would have leveled up, I believe, I don't know, I don't play Graves. He could have got his smoke screen though as well for the clear the vision or the dash to even go anywhere. Like, but yeah, I think it would have been a lot better in general. Just that smite would have turned everything around. I don't think Broxa dies there, so I think it turns into a 3 because Maokai would also die at that point. I think it's a 3-for-1, and that turns things around. Though Team Liquid also coming up immediately here and killing Power of Evil again with Tactical and Core JJ on the very early roam, I love that. I was mixed feelings about the initial thing, but the next immediate roam at level 3, that was really, really good. I thought. I was like, okay, they're finally being more and more aggressive. And then the rest of the game happened. If you want to explain the rest of the game, Ryan.
Well, the rest of the game was kind of mostly just everything just kind of being lulled into nothing, essentially. A lot of farming, a lot of nothing, a lot of impact inting in a side lane. And in a way,
yeah. Let's talk real quick before you continue with that.
Yeah. No, I said please go ahead. I basically would have set you up because I know you wanted to talk about it.
Yes. Sorry. So Broxus slays this nice little Rift Herald here. He puts this Rift Herald down. Granted, remember, Impact has died in that first fight. He died to a gank, or he died again, coming back into that fight again. So he was 2 deaths in about the first 2 minutes of the game. Then he got ganked, I believe it was, and he died again. So he was 2 and 3. He did have 2 kills out of it, but he had already had 3 deaths, so he's missing tons of CS. He's pretty far behind by like the 7-minute mark. 3 deaths by 7 minutes is not very good in pro play. Ask Ruin, but he didn't die in 7 minutes, but it was bad. But so Broxa, it being the nice man he is, drops his Rift Herald down, gives all the turret plates over to Kennen for Impact to catch up. And so Kennen, the turret goes down to like 1% HP. It was like so tiny. So 1 auto after the turret smash, or the Rift Herald smash, kills it. Maokai sitting under the turret just fine, like minding his own business as the bulky little tree that he is. And Impact decides to spend the next 10 to 15 seconds. I don't know the exact amount of time. It was at least 10 seconds. Just kind of trying to poke for a little bit extra farm and then poke Maokai out as well. And I think he got excited at one point because Maokai was under about half HP. But he had spent 10 seconds to get Maokai to 10 or 50% HP. That set just walked over here, and I believe they had Ignar also coming down as well, and they just instantly killed Kennen, lost all the pressure on the bot side of the map then. And this is right as Infernal, was it Infernal Drake in this one? I believe it was Infernal Drake was spawning at that point. No, it was Cloud Drake. It was Ocean Drake, because it was the second Drake of the game. And I could have looked at the map right here where it says Ocean Drake, but Ocean Drake had spawned, and it was just completely lost for no reason, and it pushed you 1 soul or 1 what's the word I'm looking for? 1 dragon further away from soul point and 1 more for your opponent because you just sat there poking a Maokai. What do you ever benefit from poking Maokai? And it's not like I could forgive this. Say if Licorice did this or something. He probably wouldn't. But if he did, it's forgivable because, it's so rare. You know what I mean?
I mean...
Okay, well...
it's not that rare.
It's
kind of a meme right now.
Listen. Just go with it. Licorice makes up for it later on.
Yeah, I think the impetus for this is that if the enemy team, it's not so much that a lot of times Licorice can be caught greeting or maybe doing something a little extra aggressive in a side lane, but then the enemy team has to spend resources and time to go do that. Meanwhile, the rest of C9 is either collapsing for the immediate turnaround, or they're just getting something like 2 or 3 other things on the other side of the map.
Mm-hmm.
Team Liquid didn't really do that. And
no,
it was basically complete. It was just a complete turnaround in terms of what Team Liquid was actually trying to do to get the ball rolling in their favor.
Yeah, because Team Liquid was trying to get the dragon. Broxa was, I believe, just starting up the Ocean Dragon because he had this lane. He knew that Kennen would be able to turn around first. I believe they were pushing in mid lane as well. But all of a sudden, once Impact overextends for God knows what reason,
for going in for that kill pressure on Maokai.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden he has to back off the dragon because all of a sudden FlyQuest now owns all of this section of the river here, and then at that point in the game, it's kind of really hard to kill Maokai because Maokai is now fed with the amount of assists that he had. Like he only had one kill, sure, but he had a lot of assists, and he was starting to get really, really bulky. We saw a team fight here where Jensen kind of ended, and Jensen kind of entered, but then like Impact goes in with his ult. Maokai W's him and like knocks him back. And like that's it. Like that's what Kennen does against Maokai. His whole ult did like this much of Maokai's damage, like or HP bar. Like it wasn't much at all. And that's kind of
Like
what happens.
we saw how much work it took for Maokai to get down to like half health, with Kenny just attacking him relentlessly for like 10 or 15 seconds straight.
Mm-hmm.
And then this time now you have a Maokai who's actually fed, who actually has I think had two items at this point, including magic resist.
Yeah.
I think he went like spirit visage and sunfire cape first item. So he was basically unmovable by
Yep.
anybody on Team Liquid side, because you're talking about the 80 damage. You have Graves and Callista. Okay, well, a lot of their damage is pretty bursty, and Maokai can kind of just tank a lot of that. And then you're talking about Azir.
Who needs to get going?
Damage, cannon damage, immediately stuffed by Spirit Visage, bonus health, and bonus regen, which synergizes perfectly with Maokai's kit.
Yep. Yep. And I mean, personally, it was a two factors for me. I hated the Kennen pick. Like I mean, I didn't it got countered really well. No, I hated it at the initially because Set was yeah. Never mind, because we're talking about Maokai stuffing Kennen away. Set just can grab the rat and just chuck him backwards in the middle of his ult.
That's literally something I mentioned in there. It's like, oh, we're talking about, Maokai, he does so well into Callista Cannon. Well, it's like, well, you also know that Set is just like, oh, the Cannon's ulting. I'm just gonna slam him back against his team.
Yeah. So it wasn't even.
Go away.
Yeah, it wasn't even like, oh, they got counterpicked. They did, but it's also not a good pick to begin with into Set.
Yeah. Like, the most you could say is like laning phase. Maybe Cannon is okay into Set.
Yeah.
A lot of times the most he does is like, unless the Set is literally just standing there and letting you auto him for stun procs, is that Set will just kind of get poked down by a range matchup, and then he'll just regen with his passive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it just
It's a feels bad lane phase for Set, but that's the only where you say, well, I'll just play weak side and I'll be fine.
yeah, I just felt like it was just rough all around. And then so let's go a little bit for you can continue now before I lose my voice on one game here.
Yeah, because essentially at this point, this is where we're basically saying that this is the time of the game where everything is now coming up FlyQuest. You're talking about a Maokai who's now fed. You're talking about a Syndra and an Ezreal who are spiking in the mid game, versus an Azir and a Kennen, neither of which have even gotten any sort of magic pen, aside from, I think Kennen had sword boots.
Yeah, the
Let's
void
not go
steps
too
did not.
much.
The void steps were not there yet.
Yeah, so essentially you're talking about this perfect spike for FlyQuest. TL, even though they had advantages early, just kind of gave a lot of the pressure and control of the map up. And now FlyQuest is now taking control. They're spiking properly. There's nothing really any of the carries on TL can do to actually get through the front line or even get around it. They would have had to try to force plays around it, but FlyQuest just played the team comp smart. If anything, everyone tried to engage, they have so many tools to just stuff it or force to engage themselves with Rakan, Set, Maokai. It's also kind of the reason, even Syndra stun. This is kind of the reason why I wanted to see an Orianna this game, maybe, because you have a lot of delivery systems and a lot of ways to just instantly end team fights. Or if there's having these moments where Team Liquid says, okay, we're going to try to go in, or we're going to try to go around with Kennen, Azir, and something like that, and try to burst somebody. Okay, Orianna, Shockwave, now you're all dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So I feel like, but this is again the point where FlyQuest is in full control. They're spiking in terms of their point of power in the game, in terms of team comps and relative strength. They're moving forward. They're taking control. They're moving towards they're moving towards the Baron Pit. They actually get a pretty decent fight off beforehand.
Mm-hmm. They killed both
And
Impact and Tactical in that fight.
yep. So now you're talking about, okay, well, you say, oh, the TL side, if they get rolling early, they could have good objective control with the Callista, Azir, and even to a lesser extent the Cannon. just being able to auto take down and force counter engages if they ever try to go in. But again, FlyQuest had all the control. They had everything in place. You're talking about Kennen doesn't have like his stasis yet. Even if he did, if FlyQuest just staggered their CC, they could just kill Kennen if he ever tries to stasis any one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they have two of them down. You're talking about Graves, Azir. Again, a bit of a scary concept because if they're all poked in the pit, Azir can kind of try to poke over. Graves can maybe try to burst you down and force you off.
But the
That's
issue is
fair
they're
if you
never
wanna
going to be poked in the pit because they have Maokai.
Exactly. Exactly. So they go to move around. They're forced in the pit. Broxah somehow is managing to get above top of the pit, and no one is actually spotting him. No one's checking him. Azir is going in to try to poke, and then it kind of happens. Mash goes forward and tries to poke off. I believe it was Nautilus and Azir.
Yes.
Who are going through. They turn on him. He falls back. Ignar, who is in the pit as Rakan, instead of battle dancing over to Mash, which I don't know if it was on cooldown or not, but instead of battle dancing over to give Mash the shield for Ezreal, and he actually grand entrances nothing. It's like he tried to knock up his own AD carry.
It does. It does look like that.
And Mash, I believe, he either died to, I think, a stray Azir soldier, or he died to his own Death Dance burn.
I think it was I think Jensen got an extra auto in there to end it.
Yeah. And then now you have Nautilus and Azir pinning you down. Ignar now has to go back, and Azir's now pressing into your team in the pit. And now everyone tries to turn and say, "Oh, there's an Azir. Oh, Azir's coming." And then everyone completely forgets that Broxah's on the top side of the pit.
Except for Solo.
Jumps over. Yeah. Solo does try.
He tries his best to try and kill.
It's kind of the name of the game for Solo. He tried, but Broxah does manage to get over the pit, gets the smite down. Azir did get some extra soldier damage on it, like right before it. Then Broxah gets the smite. Now it's Azir damage in a pit with Baron buff and Graves bursts.
Mm-hmm. And they just
like the one thing that you can say about this game is that I don't believe they got Baron buff on everybody, but they got that's a massive team fight win. It was a completely unforced error from FlyQuest, and not just from Mash. Mash was the impetus for that, sure. But pretty much no one except for Solo played that appropriately.
Yeah, and to bring it up is like that was such a throw that FlyQuest was still really difficult for TL to beat. Like TL struggled for the rest of the game all the way through. I want to just break it down real quick, and then I guess we can move on to the next game because we still got rant about CLG
Sure.
TSM. Is that this steal, I think I brought up to you. FlyQuest is up like 2.6k gold. It was roughly a 5k power Baron power play. So it's 5k gold difference for TL. You also got to add into the fact that it would have probably been either between 4 and 5k. You can even make it down to 3k if you want for FlyQuest, most likely, if they get the Baron, if they don't just straight out win within the next 3 minutes after that. Because they would be able to tower dive so easily with Santorin and Solo on Maokai and Set. Like, there's no tank to stop that, really, outside of Core JJ, and we all know that Nautilus isn't super tanky, especially as a support. And,
He's very reliant on hitting his CC to be tank.
Yeah, basically. So if you engage on Team Liquid, they're gonna die, and you have the Baron. So we're just giving it a very, very safe estimate of 4k power lead there. That's a 9k difference between your 4k and their actual 5k. On top of them getting the Infernal Drake there instead of you getting the Infernal Drake right after that, which you have to take the stats away from Team Liquid and take the stats into FlyQuest. This is like a 12,000 gold mistake here by FlyQuest. Like 10 to 12,000 gold mistake on just one Baron. And then the game was still super close back and forth. So like imagine how easy this game would have been for FlyQuest if they didn't give Team Liquid essentially 12k gold right there compared to what it would have been.
As what could have been a potential at least 3,000 gold bonus
Yeah,
at the minimum
at the
for
minimum.
that play, it turns into about about a 5K like a
Yep,
5K
it was a
deficit.
5K deficit, not counting Infernal.
Not counting the Infernal Soul stats
Yep,
or
yeah,
Infernal Drake stats.
yep.
Yeah, and here's the other thing I wanted to mention is that you literally talk about this fight. We're talking about how difficult team fighting is for Team Liquid at this point. I mentioned that either they have to go from different angles to try to burst carries down early, or they have to just sit turtle and scale. Well, now you just got a gold infusion from Baron, a map control infusion from Baron buff, a huge team fight win, and now just like that, we're talking about how difficult these team fights are and how hard it's going to be for them to break through the front line. Then you're talking about, okay, well now here's Azir and Kennen eventually both end up having void staffs.
Yep.
Azir in particular.
Yeah,
So
so now
you're
all of a
talking about
sudden Maokai and Set aren't
now all
as
of a sudden,
scary as
yep,
they were.
yep. The team fight is now infinitely more easy for Team Liquid now.
And just
And
they still struggled in the team fight. The team fight was still so difficult, basically due to draft, like how good of a draft FlyQuest had. But yeah, that's probably enough for Team Liquid FlyQuest. They eventually pulled it up and won. I was a little questioning on that Baron at the end. I thought they could have probably pushed, but they wanted to play it safe and get the Baron to help the push. I personally
at the end
think
of the day, the result was still the same, but yeah, I get what you mean.
I really was like, I mean, Jensen. If we go back and watch it on the VODs, how close Jensen was to dying there. If he dies before getting that last auto off on the Nexus, I think FlyQuest has enough time because it's so late in the game that they can just go and win. Because Maokai can tank forever.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to respond to what Raptor said in the chat, because he says that he despises this Ezreal build. I'll say right now, I'm not the biggest fan of this Ezreal build. I say that against Team Liquid's team comp, I think this build is fine because it gives you it gives you the ability to kite well. They don't really have a tank who can reliably absorb his poke if he hits it, and like they could just bleed out constantly. Again, it relies obviously on hitting skill shots and whatnot. But the other thing I will say to play devil's advocate in that way is that in this lineup, it can be argued that you may not have as much damage as you may need to follow up with your front line.
Yeah,
it's way too skill shot reliant, and I will say pretty much anyone outside of maybe Sven this weekend in A on Ezreal was not the most convincing. I don't think I saw I didn't really see a good Ezreal in North America besides Sven.
It's opposite of LPL where the Ezreal is usually better than the Aphelios at times because LPL.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sven did beat the hell out of the Aphelios.
Yeah. But like the rest of the region is like, ooh, Ezreal doesn't look good at all.
And this does kind of tie back to what I was saying about the team comp, about the draft, is that it feels like there's a lot of mid-game power with FlyQuest's comp here, where you're talking about early power spikes, but again, it's like once you get to late game, sure, Kalista falls off, that's whatever, but then you're trying to fight down a late game Azir, late game Kennen, running through your front line. It can be kind of rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the void staffs, man.
Yeah, even just the AoE ability, the team, like being able to use your ultimate to just completely swing a fight with Orianna on top of the haste and the shields that she provides, as opposed to Syndra, who just has like a stun for an engage, is something that this comp does not need. You basically could just say, I'm going to put a ball on Maokai or Rakan and throw him into the team fight. And while they're all dealing with him, Ezreal's just shooting Qs, and Orianna's just throwing her ball everywhere and killing everybody.
That is true. That is very true.
Again, it's my own preference, and I feel like that again, I feel like
Ryan cut out there. It looks like midway through, so hopefully he gets back. But before he gets back, we will move on from. But basically, what he's just trying to say is that Orianna would have been better in the late game team fights than Syndra was. I think Syndra is a solid power pick, though. But Orianna's Oriana's shielding abilities to keep Santorin and Fly or Solo alive from the Azir poke and Kennen, as well as on top of not having the basically if you just have Maokai or Santorin on set engage, you don't really need the stun from Syndra as badly as you need like a team fight ultimate to keep Impact and Jensen on their toes. Like they don't have a. If that ball goes and ults them, they're instantly dead. Granted, Oriana or Syndra is also really good, as we saw pick up on Jensen there on the stun there towards the end of the game. But at the end of the day,
I realized about halfway through my rant that I was not on this. I was disconnected.
Yeah, yeah. But I tried to wrap it up for you.
Yeah, yeah. I was going off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, all I said was that at the end of the day, even though it started off like a clown fiesta, it basically ended up coming down to exactly what we thought it was going to be. Yeah. Two teams basically jockeying for position of who can out execute each other in the late game.
Mm-hmm. And Team Liquid, for some reason, they pull that off. We gotta give them somewhat credit. They somehow pull off late game execution very well. The first 30 minutes are terrible, but hell, after that they kind of pull that off. Raptor said my point is that if he went Triforce and Bork, third item skipping Death Dance, and then getting even a Leandries or Bloodthirster just makes him deal twice the damage, and they would win front to back so easily with the Mao in front anyway. That's I mean that's fair. That's
yeah. I think it's a fair point too. I think the main issue with that, and kind of going off him, is that Death Dance and Iceborne doesn't do really anything against Team Liquid's comp when the main threats are Azir and Kennen.
Yep.
And to a lesser extent, Graves and Callista.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are, like, the secondary damage dealers. The ones you're afraid of are the Azir and the Kennen.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to... Let's talk... because we could save this one for last.
Oh, Jesus.
We'll save that part for last. So is there anything else you need to talk about before we get into, like, a 30-minute...
We can kind of tie back to what the original conversation was about the teams that impressed and disappointed us.
Yeah, most disappointing teams.
Because we talked about the most impressive 2-0 team and the least impressive 2-0 team. I think the most impressive 0-2 team was Immortals.
Yeah, Immortals, I thought they were so close, man. They should have beat both games. Both games they should have won. We talked about them already with Team Liquid, and then right before this podcast went live, like 30 minutes before, because then we got kind of distracted. But right before that, Immortals versus Evil Geniuses, my God, they almost had that game. And to be fair, like what you said, I kind of agree with a little bit to an extent. Bring back Potluck maybe. Because Smithy was kind of the anchor on Immortals in this game, which
anchor not in the sense of stability, but anchor is the terms of dragging the team backwards into the ocean to drown.
Yep. It was Insanity and Alorum look good. There's no reason to bring Soaz back. There is not even a 1%.
There's negative reason to bring Aika back.
Aika back. Oh my God, man, Aika. Yeah, why was he getting a spot over Insanity?
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man? I'm not even going to try to...
Every game we've seen with him so far.
Point.
Like, it's been 3 games with him so far, or 4 games? I don't remember exactly off the top of my head.
I think it's 3 games with this roster now. I think they're 1 and 2.
Gotcha.
Because it was like C9 Team Liquid, and now...
No,
it's been 4 games.
Yeah, it's been 4 games. It's been 4 games. Yeah, they do have 1 win.
Yeah, they're 1 and 3.
They beat Golden Guardians and they lost to C9. Yeah, so they're 1 and 3. But they look so much more competitive than they did before. This is almost like a DMO type thing where they're still losing a bit and the Immortals still losing. They just look competitive in their games, which is what I desperately needed to see. They roll over and die every single game. Every single game was a joke.
Yeah. And it's one of the things where it's like if you have, fine, whatever. You're 1 in 7 now.
Yeah, they're 1 in 7
with this team. Yeah, so
1 game out of playoffs.
7, why not? What does Potluck look like with the 2 guys he played with at Academy last spring?
Yeah.
What does Potluck look like when he's not playing with Aika?
Yeah. I don't. I wouldn't be upset with Immortals putting Potluck in, because what do you have to lose, really? You're not going to go to Worlds, let's be honest. Neither of these rosters is going to Worlds. And Raptor
said, you might as well take a chance. Why not?
Yeah,
like that. I feel like I'd rather see like the NA talent like Alorum and Potluck and Insanity try to get things done on the top side, have Apollo with Hakuho just be a rock in the bot lane and try to be solid and consistent. Because Insanity and Alorum have been fine.
Yeah.
Like you're talking, like you may want to point at the C9 game where it's like they pitched a massive camp topside for Alorum, but that's like not fair.
Yeah, it's C9. I don't any game against C9. Every single player gets a pass when they have to face against C9.
Exactly. Thank you, Andrew. I mean, to be fair, they are already full NA team because Smithy is a North American jungler, but I mean, we're literally talking about a team that was essentially the entire academy roster of last spring. If you put in Potluck minus Hakuo because he was actually starting.
Yeah. I mean, like young and a talent. Hell yeah.
I'm serious. Like, if anyone didn't see it, just watch Insanity in mid lane when he actually managed to kill onto Jizuke in lane. Because I seriously, man, freaking Alorum's Urgot in this game came at me like a freaking jump scare. I didn't even realize. I thought Insanity was just trying to int to get, because he thought that he just overdid it on the trade. He was just going to give Jizuke the kill to avoid giving assist goal to someone else on EG. I didn't even see Alorum there. He just shuffled Jizuke. The shuffle was so good that Jizuke's flash got canceled and get knocked back anyway, right into Alorum's ultimate, who killed him, which executed him.
Yep.
That was super good for a guy who's only started in 4 games.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, the talent he's going against Damonte, Niski, Jensen, and Jizuke, and he's acquitting himself well.
Yeah, yeah, like Razor said, I'm not trolling. Insanity's decent, right? Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think there is zero. The fact that Zabutin got fired and then we like see Insanity come up instead of Ica, I'm like, what kind of just BS was going on for that? Like, there should be. You cannot tell me at all that Insanity's just struggling in scrims or something like that, and he's just showing up on stage compared to. There's no way. There's no way this guy has been playing so poorly that it's like a shock that when he comes to NA he brings life. Or Ica brought literally nothing to the table. Not to be like mean to Ica, but like seriously, like I don't like the bullying that he gets online from that. Like Broxa brought that up a lot, but like from a business standpoint for Immortals, Insanity had
from a
to be
success
better.
standpoint, from an organization who wants to win and succeed.
Yeah.
You're supposed to put forward the best roster to get you there.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes I'm so upset that I had to deal with a year and a half of Insanity basically.
Here's the crazy thing though. For as good as Insanity has been, he's been probably like maybe the fifth best mid laner in Academy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there are players like a Blaze Olive and Fire and Evolved who are arguably all better than him. Even Palafox on C9 Academy has been pretty damn good. So you're talking about like this guy who's arguably he's like maybe top half of mid laners in Academy is doing this well against this level of mid lane competition in the LCS in his first ever starts as an LCS player. Like I want to see these other teams these other players get a shot, and I feel like there needs to be avenues where they can.
Let's see here. Yeah, I fully agree.
You were quiet. You were quiet. I was worried I disconnected again.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So it's just you rant on the one more thing right before we go to the predictions and stuff, because it's looking kind of rough on my stream at the moment. It's like lagging really hard. There we go. Talk about Golden Glue, like the statement he made the other day, if you will. Do you remember? Did you see that at all?
Yeah, I did see the statement about it. I think that's one of those weird things. I mean, it didn't kind of surprise me. Kind of ties back to my little thing about the idea of the academy player being able to take over. The idea was that he was basically competing with the academy mid laner, and he would have had but their idea was that he was most likely going to be the academy mid laner whereas Golden Guardians is Academy mid. I can't recall who it is offhand right now.
Blaze Olive is
Yeah,
the
that's what I
golden.
thought. Yeah, that's right. He was going with Olive. I'm so used to a Blaze Olive being on TSM Academy,
Yeah,
so it kind of makes sense. But it's like the idea that these two were competing and like they're kind of like going off limited scrim results, but the idea was that a Blaze was going to start, and Golden Glue was going to be the Academy mid, and he was going to like compete for the spot and everything. Okay, that's fine. But then they find out that Demonte was going to come in after all. He had a couple of sets, and then it turns out they're just going to go with a Blaze over in Demonte instead. I don't know. That's and I'm not in management. I didn't see the games. I am not privy to any of that information. I'm literally only going by what Golden Glue has said in his own statement. I'm glad he did come out. He was professional about it at the very least, but you could tell that he felt very upset about it. I am one of the people that did stick up for Golden Glue a lot. I'm sure there were a lot of issues with that Golden Guardians team that wasn't just Golden Glue
mm-hmm.
by far. But it's one of the things where it feels like between like the idea of putting Keith support, role swapping him, switching him like in and out with who he like as soon as like Keith actually looks like he's starting to try to make some strides as support. Like if you're talking about Golden Glue being an issue for the team, like Haunter was just as much an issue. Like FBI was inconsistent, getting traded in and out of support. So in the end, it did feel like almost like a coaching/management issue, even in spring. But I feel like Golden Glue actually did do a good job to actually bring them back. Like he was actually pretty good for them, getting them in their last few games of
Yeah,
the regular season.
right after I called
them
them out.
playoffs.
Right after I called them out for being one of the like
Yeah,
worst mid laners, he pops
he
off like 3 games in a row.
yeah, like sure he didn't look hot in the playoffs. That's fair, but pretty much the entirety of Golden Guardians did look good in playoffs. So I can understand where he's coming from with that. I do feel like it's kind of unfair. Like I'm not going to begrudge Demonte for getting a spot.
Yeah,
I think like, that was fine.
That was my point of
If
view.
anything, I'll say right now, I'll begrudge freaking Dignitas for letting him go.
Yeah,
Dignitas should have held on to him. If you're talking about freaking Demonte and Acadian who were smurfing in Academy in spring, they could have easily just kept him. Put Frog. I mean, you've already felt like you had to put Frog in an Academy. Just put him in there. Like you could keep Phoenix ADC or whatever the hell you were doing, and just put Frog in an Academy. Put Demonte and Acadian on the roster, which is what they should have done. They should have did that in spring split to begin with, instead of forcing Acadian to stick and try to jungle for a Froggen in his play style.
yeah.
So now they're kind of stuck in a rut where you're talking about like Phoenix and Froggen, who are both kind of lackluster maybe, who have very odd styles. And when you could have just had Demonte, then you're talking about having a Blaze Olive and Golden Glue trying to level himself up again. Like that could have been fine.
Yeah, I agree. My worry was that, well, like I also think that Golden Glue could definitely be a decent coach and stuff like that because, like you said, we can't begrudge Demonte for getting a job. Like obviously, Demonte getting a job was totally fine. And then like I understand from Golden Guardians' perspective wanting a Blaze Olive over. Yeah, well, that, and then wanting for Academy purposes a Blaze Olive over Golden Glue, because that's stuff that I've wanted teams to do more often, and we've talked about that actually a little bit, where we have issues with teams having, including Golden Guardians, who I believe Golden Guardians Academy has people like Darshan and stuff still on the Academy roster. Like, I almost want a rule for Academy, like, if you've played in the LCS for like 3+ years, like you can only like maybe you can go down, but like you can't have a spot. Like there needs to be more new talent there than a retirement home talent. You know?
Yeah. But that's one thing I will say too. All I wanted to say too is just that the issue I have with this is the fact that you're talking about a Blazed Olive going from basically giving a shot and possibly having a chance to start for the team. He could have been like Insanity before Insanity is right now, and possibly even better compared to considering what I've seen from him in Academy.
Yeah.
For like the past couple of splits now. but now he's just stuck in academy again. Where I
Yeah.
feel like if you're going to do that, why not get a Blazed over to Dig? Like I understand maybe a competition thing, you don't want to give him over, but it's like why not give him over or get Golden Glue over? Like
Or
get Dig,
Dig. If Dig would have kept
like if
Demonte,
you
then
can,
they could have played.
yeah,
So it's mostly on
exactly.
Dig for the most part.
Yeah, it's like why it's like if you care about actually fostering this talent and believing in this player and wanting to give him a shot, then first of all, why would you just immediately shut it down for getting Demonte over as soon as you get him? And apparently his scrim results weren't necessarily that much better than Golden Glue's, and considering that apparently Demonte was even playing against arguably worse competition as well. And then you have a Blaze who I guess didn't even really get a shot, and again is just stuck on academy, not getting a chance to actually start for himself and actually prove himself on
I
a
do,
stage.
I
So
do want to bring up Raptor did say the 100 Thieves need to stop believing in Ryoma. I kind of disagree a little bit. I think Ryoma's
yeah,
been okay enough. Like I can see if they move on from him, you know. But I think it's in a different ballpark than say Ica or or not Insanity, Froggen or Phoenix and stuff like that. I feel like that has been a little bit worse at the moment for me than Ryoma at the moment. But that could be my bias. I did like him before when he was
yeah.
in the OPL. But yeah, for
I
the
think Ryoma at least has upside. He has been performing relatively well. I want to see what Ryoma looks like when he is has more time to actually gel with this version of the roster. When he's with Poom, when he's with contracts, when they have more than 3 days of scrim time.
yeah,
It'd be nice to see what this team looks like then. Afterwards, I do kind of worry about the team because if it turns out like now it's like, okay, well we fixed jungle and support, but our mid is now in the worst position and it's still not looking good. Then you kind of have an issue because your backup is Soligo, and Soligo has been fine. Like he's actually been doing pretty well. He's been doing some good work in academy, but it's like we've been in this situation before. We were in this situation, I think, just like last year.
yeah. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I don't remember, but it was pretty
Yeah,
close.
because it was one of the points where they had to bring in like they had to have like fake God and everything like that.
Yeah,
It was a very interesting time, but like and again I think like someone mentioned this I believe on the dive about it Soligo not really getting a fair shake these days because they're basing it entirely on what he went through like almost a full 2 years ago. Whereas he's actually doing a lot better now in Academy. I mean, he is. They did win. I believe they won Academy as well. That's when like Sunday was smurfing on everybody. But
yeah.
Soligo was playing super well in that series. Um, so maybe they have a nice fallback plan, and like you're talking about having that synergy between these Academy players like Boom and Contracts. Maybe they go a lot better with Soligo than they do with Ryoma. But again, it just feels like these teams are kind of just banking on certain things they have. I think Dig is the worst offender, where like if worst comes to worst, they have like no one to fall back on, and now they're falling back on stuff, and now they have nothing else to fall back on from their fallback plan.
I mean,
So,
yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but I say
yeah.
let's move on to the predictions.
It's one of the things where I will say one thing I will say I hope for the sake of I will say that I hope for 2021 that if players like Insanity and even players like Poom on 100 Thieves, if they really do start showing up, like even like players like Johnson, Tactical, these academy style, like and even like these players who haven't been LCS ready and that just got their starts this year, if they show up, I really do hope that this is a positive change for North America next year. That people are willing to give these players more shots rather than trying to stick to the quote the more risk adverse plays. Not unlike what we criticize some teams for their play styles, that they get away from that and take some chances and maybe get some more out of it.
Yeah, I again, I think that with 100 Thieves, they do have a lot of the possibilities for it. I want him, but I'd want to see him in Academy to see if he even outperforms them. That's fair. That's fair. Like especially if like you said, if if 100 Thieves no longer, because Ryoma, the big issue is he's also an import. So if 100 Thieves go out and after COVID, like 2021, and they sign a big time mid laner, I don't know any mid laners off the top of my head that are free agents that are like big time. But imagine like a big time.
They go and grab UCal because
Yeah.
it's apparently not even playing for KT anyway.
Yeah, but they grab some type of big time mid laner like UCal or just like any like EU mid laner or something like that. Then yeah,
Faker's retiring.
Faker's retiring the NA. But for the like after the like yeah, I get it then. I absolutely get it at that point.
Yeah.
All right. So they can grab mid plus import support or jungler as well. Yeah, they do have a lot of options. Actually, with your import spot being expendable like that, we could see 100 Thieves really step up to the plate and sign a big name. But with that being said,
did we want to talk about the big one?
The big which one?
The quote match of the week.
Oh, shoot!
That we just
I totally forgot. Yeah, we got to talk about that.
How could you forget, Will?
Listen, I was trying to save my mental for not talking about that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not going to avoid that.
I
That's
totally.
right, Raptor.
Well, I totally forgot because in the meantime I was trying to set up the stream chat properly.
I know.
I was trying to fix that. Because I felt like, Raptor contributes enough. I could put it on the screen. That way it's easier than me describing every word he says.
Because I think Raptor, he actually posted something like in the very beginning of the cast. And I didn't want to read it out because I wanted to specifically save it.
Okay.
For this one.
Yeah.
Because
the copy paste.
The copy pasta. Because it sounded like it was for CLG TSM. This is pretty much epitomizes everything that this copy pasta says. Move aside, LEC. This is peak League of Legends. Not that pussy normal shit LPL, LCK, LEC does. Nothing resembling professional play. Just the raw, guttural actions of the lowest common denominator of the human race. Macro? No. Draft? Fuck it. You lock in your champion, you launch your head at the enemy until they go down. Fuck off, LPL. NA invented the Fiesta. This game was nothing short of a massacre. Not a massacre of any particular team, but the massacre of the collective IQ of both teams. And of myself. I'll add that. Because, oh my god.
Oh, man. This was a disaster of a game. Like, if you thought the FlyQuest Team Liquid game was bad, which it was, like, they don't get a pass on it. Yeah, this was even worse.
Let's talk about some people holding up import positions where academy players could be playing right now that are native talents. Yeah,
Ruin right now is playing. Remember the list I always like to go back to with the Shy and all, like
and natural,
and Hooney, and all those people.
God, someone apparently took up the mantle for Hooney split, and they're trying to make up dividends.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, oh my god, I just don't understand. I don't all.
I don't know. Well, first of all, let's just talk about this draft because I hate it.
You hate it?
I hate both of these drafts. This is literally what I call this oatmeal bland. This is so old. There's no new hotness. There's no spice. There's nothing I can sink my teeth into. You're talking about Orange GP. It's been going on for like almost 3 years.
You have Orange GP. Corky is 3 years old.
Aphelios versus MF and Leona Nautilus is relatively new, but you're still talking about something that was half a year ago.
Yeah, it's not.
The only thing new is Volibear, and it's against the Lee Sin, he's like the oldest jungler in existence.
Ruin not playing at all, like literally not even connected in this game. I haven't seen one barrel combo. Yeah, actually, now that you think about it, did we see a barrel combo?
I did see one. I could say I saw one. It was in laning phase. It was within the first 8 minutes. He had like one combo when Broken Blade was under turret, and he had his barrel prepped right in the minion wave. And then he summoned a barrel and popped it for one bit of poke. That was the only one I saw though. But he did hit one. He did hit
Okay.
one.
He hit
I'm
one.
pretty sure. I mean, I saw more barrels being exploded to blow up the chicken camps than I saw enemy champions.
Yeah, there
Because
was
I saw at least 3 of those. I
there
think.
was one in particular that I want to talk about. The alt at like around dragon. I don't remember which dragon, but it was one of the infernals that eventually TSM got. I believe it might have been first or second one, where initially it was a pole belter goes in, uses the package. He does actually use it. He got Bjergsen to about half HP because Bjergsen was kind of stuck here. Like, and at that point, I believe he was half HP. Double It's was like 25 or 75% HP, and it was someone else was low. I think Biofrost was low as well. And then Ruin ults like right here. Like, we'll talk about this if we do the the VOD. But like, oh my
We
god.
talk. It's like ulting a choke point, but instead of actually like trying to choke somebody, you're just kind of like just gently caressing their cheeks.
Yeah, he hit
And
him
they
like,
just kind of slip away.
oh my god, it's just like he
I
refused.
don't think he hit anybody.
I think he might have hit.
That was just a comedy of errors.
I
Everyone missed their ultimates. Everyone did.
Yeah, it was bad. It was
Six ultimate
so-
was terrible.
Yeah.
Everything about this was terrible. Like the only thing you could remake was that like the bot side focus from CLG was pretty good.
Mhm.
But nothing else.
Yeah, it was just.
Everything else was terrible.
And then we had they misplayed at this infernal. Then they oh man, let's talk about we want to talk about that Baron. So let's talk about that. So okay, hear me out. Look at the where are we? Let's move it here. Was it right here? No, it was right here. It was right here. Where sealed
Right where the graph starts to slip right up.
Yes. So before that was here where CLG killed Ornn, and they had killed Ornn and could have easily gone to start a Baron. They had 5 people down. It wasn't just killing Ornn. This is something the graph won't tell you. Pretty much everyone on TSM had the back. This was a very good team fight. Like, the issue was that Wiggly and Smoothie were both pretty low, so the tanks couldn't tank it too long. Ruin was fully healed at that time, who also has oranges to eat up, and then and once he eats them up, he heals up a little bit. It cure or cleanses CC, but you can also use it just to heal. And I don't know if Ruin knows that or not after that gameplay performance, but I don't know if he knows anything about gameplay. But they just CLG as a team refused to even attempt the Baron. They just ran away and was like, you know what? It was right after this. It was right after this Infernal, because they were just like, well, no, we're not even going to bother with it, you know. We're just going to.
They looked at his general direction and then all just start backing.
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yeah, they
no,
literally
you're
all
not.
they all went right here. They like thought about it for a split second, and they're just like, nah. And that's when the downfall started, because then
Yeah.
they go and it was a 2 for 2. It's a 2 for 2, and then they decide, instead of contesting Infernal Dragon for the second one, we're gonna go ahead. How about we go like just trade it? You know, we're gonna trade the Baron for Infernal, which logically makes sense.
Yep.
But
But let's hear the fine details though.
the fine details are, in that fight, your jungler died. Their jungler did not die. That's detail number
they all-
one.
And they still have Azir.
Yeah, they still.
and they're trying to fight a dragon as opposed to you, who don't have DPS.
It's not like
and
they
no
start.
jungler
It's
trying
not.
to take down a Baron.
It's not like they started the Baron like earlier than the dragon either. It was literally they started the Baron after the dragon had already been started.
Yeah, it was really like
Yeah, so-
we're gonna move down to contest the dragon. Oh no, TSM's gonna get it. Let's go contest the Baron.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, TSM is like a third of the way through the dragon before
Yeah.
they even get to the pit.
And I'm just like, this was honestly one of the top 5 easily worst Baron decisions I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's also like, okay, well, we have 2 ADCs in game. Like, Misfortune doesn't clear Barons very quickly. She's an ADC, sure, but she's one of the much slower ADCs. Corki clears it fine, but I mean, they weren't even half health on it yet. By the time they were done, and TSM just came over, and then they're like, "Oh, we got Leona CC. We're just gonna CC you up there." We got Bjergsen on the Azir, who granted he survived at like 20 HP. He pulled a nice LNG there, but then he died. And then Lee Sin just came up and cleaned it all up. And then we just like reset and just took the Baron normally. I did have an issue that they didn't wait an extra 2 seconds for Bjergsen to come up, but
I saw that too. And then they did kill Smoothie on the backside. I was like, well, that's like the most amount of a freaking silver lining I could get to CLG is that they only got 3 Baron buffs.
Yeah. They killed Biofrost. You mean? But yeah, I
well, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm using TSM Smoothie.
Yes,
Smoothie might as well have been playing for TSM this game.
Yeah. They killed the Biofrost, and then they were just like, I was like, come on, you could have, or Biofrost could have delayed just a little bit, or you could delay that Baron just a tiny bit more. 2 seconds is not a long time to give
especially
to
versus
Azir.
enemy team that literally had their jungler just respawning.
Yeah.
It's not like he could have even threatened a smite.
Yeah. Well, he was in the pit. That's what he was around here actually. But if Biofrost just goes in 2 seconds later than he did, then it's the same result would happen. Either way. It does feel like an eternity in game. You're all right. But
yeah, I'll say that. It's like well, imagine like going back to Impact. Imagine what 15 seconds must feel like. That's him trying to chop down a tree with shuriken.
So if 2 seconds feels bad, that's why we were like, "What are you doing, Impact?"
I just thought that this was actually hilarious because it's literally 2 examples back to back, both around Baron. Well, one I immediately thought that you could have told me that this was Dignitas, and I would have believed you.
Yep.
And 2, just because of the meme. And 2, this is the perfect example of literally a bad no withdraw and just a purely bad call.
Back to back. Yeah, like literally within 5 minutes of each other.
Yeah, no aggressive tendency to try a Baron when you actually kill their jungler and you have a jungler up. And then you make the aggressive call to try to trade for Baron when you don't have a jungler and they have the jungler up. It's like I can't, like I know, like I'm not ranked in the game or whatever, like, and I'm like what you call basically the armchair analyst of this game. But come on, like if I could look at this and be like, no, that's stupid. How dumb are you?
Yeah, and let's not like end it there. It didn't end there with CLG.
No, it didn't. The fact that CLG still had a chance in this game is insane.
This was, I think after that Baron steal, who was it? Was it Kobe that said like a well-deserved like by TSM?
No, it was a well-earned Baron.
Well-earned Baron.
Well-earned.
It was like. What?
Earned. That was my actual response. I screamed at my phone. I was watching on mobile, and I just like, well earned. In what world?
Yeah, I was like, there's no CLG. Literally, I could take that back.
CLG might as well just handed the game. They might as well just ran it down mid and killed themselves under the tower. They might have. Freaking Ruin might as well just picked AP Nunu top and ran it down.
They did enough damage to take.
He might have died less in lane.
Raptor's right. They did do enough damage to take the Baron, so if that's your definition of well-earned. Oh.
I mean, no, that's not well-earned. That's just earned. And that's not even just earned, that's just given.
And then, okay, so even moving on, not ignoring, but that was a terrible Baron. Then we get to number 3, Infernal Drake, where is CLG? They had like 30 seconds here to reset. Like, everyone was down. Like, I believe, no, it was Wiggly was down and Broken Blade was down. Everyone was resetting at the same time. They each had like, at full reset, there was like 25 seconds left. And then CLG, by the time the dragon spawns, is right here in the map. So, they spent 25 seconds to get to here, which usually takes like 5-10 seconds, especially with home guards. Like, what were they doing? They were just busy, like, CSing over here, maybe. They were, oh, shit, we gotta go to Dragon. And then it was gone
Catch
because
and
you
waste.
have
As long as it's not the fourth one, we're fine, right?
Yeah, yeah. And oh wait, and then we move on. Then they lose Infer or Baron because they have to at that point. That one was, well, no, they didn't. No, the Baron. Then Spica. Oh my God, he just ends right here. Like he just is over the wall for no. The rest of his team's right here. He's right here, and Pobelter's right here. I'm like, free kill. Like what in the world? Like why are you even remotely over here? You're trying to get a kick, cool, but on who and to who? If your team is right here, like you're gonna kick to there. Your team's not gonna be able to kill him. Like I guess maybe Bjergsen dashes over with his soldiers, but that's a big wall. I don't think you can dash to that wall. Either way, it was very bad.
Don't worry, Raptor. We're gonna get to that.
Yeah. You're like, I'll tell you something. Yeah. And then Pobelter makes this very bold teleport over here. And I'm assuming he doesn't know that Double Lift is around. That has to be my only defense.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Because the thing is, if Double Lift wasn't there, Pobelter gets fine. So maybe it was just a really smart heads-up play from Double Lift just to be there to cut off his escape.
Yeah.
So benefit of the doubt on that one. It was an ambitious teleport to say the least.
It was already very ambitious.
He was trying to channel that freaking Cinder play from Spring.
Yeah. Oh yeah, against TL.
Killed everyone.
Yeah, he was really going for that. And then so he dies, and because Pobelter was by far the best damage dealer on the team, I'm assuming. 43k most damage in the entire game, almost double the next highest on the team. So definitely just pulling the team together.
I mean, to be fair, it's Corky versus Ornn.
That's true. Let me pull this here. Let me see my if I have my reaction. I thought was pretty funny from our chat.
Oh God. Pop that up on stream.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Here it is. It was just Spica question mark, and then less than a minute later, Pobelter. What are you doing? Oh my God! I'm just like, what? And then, if you notice at the end of that chat, was me in all caps, go to Elder, because right here, if you notice, so TSM gets the Baron off that Corky play, they're pushing in, they're not able to clear too quickly, because Gangplank barrels, doing those barrel combos that we didn't see, only on minions. Misfortune also was able to clear the wave, and then Corky was able to get back up and clear the wave, so they bought enough time, CLG bought themselves enough time, that CLG actually overextended. Even though this was like really weird with Pobelter, I'm like, why aren't you taking the package? Why aren't you taking the package? Why aren't you taking the package? Like the fight is literally happening and you're not taking the package. Eventually he did. And then I thought the package was wasted. Man, I thought he could have gone in so much earlier. We'll talk more detail about, maybe I saw it wrong, but I thought he could have easily gone in so much earlier. But we'll talk about that on VOD review.
I think he was waiting way too long for the perfect angle.
Yeah.
When I feel like when his team was going in, I feel like that was the time they needed to go.
Yeah.
He needed to make a move on the carries, and they didn't. And that ended up biting them on the ass.
Yeah, it shouldn't have, but it did, because then they killed the jungler, the Ornn, so in both tanks. So there's literally 0 frontline and 0 tank. So, and you only lost your Volibear, so you also lost your jungler, to be fair, so there is no smite. But I know what's cool? Like, I don't remember. I know Pobelter didn't have teleport. Did Ruin have teleport? Because if Ruin had teleport, this is even worse of a mistake, in my opinion.
No, I think they mentioned cast that Ruin and Pobelter, neither of them had teleport at the time.
Okay.
Which actually made it even worse because they all stayed in base.
Yeah, they all decided. They decided that, okay, 4 people in base, that should be good enough. It wasn't like it was 3 inhibs down. Like it was 2, but like Misfortune at that point, I would have probably had Misfortune or Gangplank just sit back. Depending on when Gangplank ult was probably down. So I mean,
at the very least, just have Gangplank sit back and just sit in front of the minions.
Yeah.
Just sit there and hold them off.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah.
You don't need to have them out there. Or hell, just keep Corky if you really
No,
really want to just keep
you would have
gameplay
needed
to
Corky.
misfortune
You would have needed
for the
Corky.
for the pirate synergy, then just keep Corky up there just to clear the waves, and then try to roam down quickly. Like that's the most I can say. At the very least, you're still talking about a 4v2.
Yeah.
And granted, it's against a Zir and 200 years of experience.
Yeah, so it was going to be a hard... Those are two very scary... That's why I think you need the Corky, but I think the Corky also brings something that the others don't within, like, heavy poke from a distance. Like, with his ultimate, like, with his rockets. I think that Corky...
Well, I don't think poke is necessary here. They just need to die.
Just poke to stop them from doing Elder at that point. Like, and just anything instead of having all 4 people go to the base to clear 2 waves of minions and then just giving over a free Elder Drake. And you're like, oh, cool, only 2 people have it. Well, it's a Zir and Aphelios at level 18 full build that have it. Leona doesn't need Elder Drake. Ornn, maybe, it is Ornn. Lee Sin doesn't need Elder Drake at level 18. His only purpose at that point is to get kicks.
It'd be funny though, because he could kick with the execute and then Elder the execute.
Yeah, sure.
It's just funny though.
Yeah, but like the others don't need it.
There's a 10.13 objective nerfs on Aphelios. They really shown through in this game.
To be fair, it's full build still.
I know.
It's full build.
What I'm saying is it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. He needs more. But man, oh man, this game was...
This game and both the freaking Immortals games, man, they really need to. They may need to take a harder look at Aphelios.
Yeah, I think his healing, his lifesteal one. I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, it's the Severum. His Severum his innate sustain is insane. The ultimate with sustain, I think, is becoming more and more of a sleeper OP.
Yep. It is absurd the amount of healing he can do. But yeah, overall, this game was so bad. 7 to 8 throws in a row by... It's like the same thing we mentioned with FlyQuest, where TL barely was able to beat FlyQuest within 11 to 12k gold flip, counting the Infernal stuff that we were talking about. And, like, this is the same thing. TSM barely beat CLG after 8 to 9 throws in a row by CLG. Like, it wasn't...
Including 3 in a row from one player.
Yeah.
The lane phase.
It wasn't... Yeah. That was even before the 9 throws. I'm even mentioning. But it's not even like it was one of the games like, oh, I'll throw back. You throw back to me. I'll throw back. It's just like TSM wasn't capitalizing on CLG throwing and throwing and then throwing and then throwing again.
To be fair though, isn't that just classic TSM though?
Yeah, that is true.
Just get to late game and just take advantage of enemy team mistakes and win.
Yeah, what Raptor
it's
said.
like 2016 TSM all over again.
What Raptor said, and here comes my sad part / funny / bad these games were. My region still let me down more. Your region let you down. Yeah, this game. I mean, listen.
I mean, we're gonna be getting to EU in a little bit.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
don't worry.
EU's also, whew, man.
Oh, I know. As people, Raptor says the EU games are rough. I'm like, yes. I'll say right now, as people who are actively trying to make predictions for how the games will go, and we do them before the week starts, going by how the results came back, they did. Yeah, the week was rough. I mean, we at least went freaking 7-3 in North America. The games were just kind of stupid to sit through.
Oh, Ryan got destroyed, Raptor? Ryan won this week.
Yeah, I beat Will. I beat Will in EU. I almost had a 500 win rate. Thanks, Excel, by the way.
Let's go and predict it. We'll talk to you right now.
Shaka and SK, both of you.
Well, let's go with predictions for NA, and then we'll talk about EU right after. All right, let's go. Game number 1.
This week should be interesting, actually.
Number 1. Let me actually pull up my predictions before I do mine.
Before you start cheating and just pick everything.
Listen, it's not cheating.
You cover your bases and pick every team everywhere.
I literally misclick on trade sometimes.
You sit there and you create extra Excel sheets and you just change your predictions on the week.
No, because there's video proof. I never change the predictions.
Just like how you try to edit it out, Toost.
Shut up. All right, game number 1. Immortals versus Dignitas. Both teams
Oh boy.
kind of improving a bit. However, I'm kind of mad that I made this prediction pre-Immortals game against Evil Genius.
Did you pick Dignitas?
I did pick Dignitas, but I'm on strafe, so I don't know if I want to stay with it or not. That's not. I don't hold my strafe to the exact that you do. but this wasn't my one typo. There was one typo further down the line. But
I will say I did have to wait until like right before the cast to make these predictions because the Immortals EG game first of all went super long.
Yeah.
And it was because it was so close. It affected a lot of predictions this upcoming week.
Yeah, I
mostly we changed the Evil Geniuses and Immortals games.
Yeah, and it's tough because I thought both Dignitas and Immortals look so much better with the completely changed roster. They look fantastically different. Competitive is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I will say two questions then. Well, two things, rather. First one's a question. Do you think Dignitas makes any more changes to their roster next week? Or do you think they stick it out with Phoenix Stardust?
I think it's possible that Phoenix gets... I mean, he had a good game against C9, though, like, weirdly enough. But,
like, put him on the support.
Yeah. But, like, it's tough. It's tough for...
I mean, like I said, it could be like the 100 Thieves scenario where they looked really rough in their very first game, but then they looked a lot better in their second.
Mm-hmm. I
will say right now, in order for you, if you want to make up headway, this is definitely a game to do it because I picked Immortals.
Yeah.
And I know that's probably a foolish choice because I mostly picked them because I want them to win. I think they'll win. I think they're a lot better than 1-7. But at the same time, I would not be surprised if they just keep getting heartbroken.
Yeah,
I mean, what better way to get heartbroken than against the team with no wins?
That is true. But I mean, personally, I just have to go Immortals as well, just because like when I made the pick, this was like right after the Dignitas C9 game, pretty much is when I was making all my predictions.
Dignitas.
Yeah, but like Immortals, the more and more I think about it, like Dignitas has been like they looked really bad in the first one. To be fair, like you said, scrims, but like Immortals has a slightly better chance, and the fact that Insanity has we talked about earlier, the mid laners he's had to play against, he's either had to go against Phoenix or Froggen. Both are going to be 5 steps below anything he's played against already, like with the Monte Jensen and Niski.
Got the hard stuff out of the way.
Yeah, you got all the hard games out. So, and Jizuke. Like, Jizuke might be the weakest out of that. Jensen, maybe? Demonte. No, Demonte would definitely be. But, like, Demonte's aggressive. But, like, still. And he's already doing so well in those. I expect him to pop off really big in this game and actually be able to carry more so than get close enough and then falter.
I will say this, kudos to both orgs for actually making me care about this game.
Yes, that is true. I fully agree.
Because I'll say before this past week, or like probably even like even the week before, I would have been like, oh my god, I would have probably just flipped a coin.
Yeah.
Because I probably would not care. But man, kudos to the Immortals, man. They really turned it around on me and bit us, man. I thought they were dead in the water, but I kind of want them to get a win. But I want Immortals to get a win much more, and I think that they just look better. I think they just really need to short things up on the cohesion a little bit more. Maybe Apollo needs to go in the practice tool with Ezreal a little bit so he can actually hit Qs. But other than that, there's not too much to say.
Yeah.
Like I said, I still feel like Dignitas is scary. They're literally. It's like they're still bordering on that back against the wall, animal in a corner. Like they might come out swinging hard, just desperate for a win.
Raptor, American colonies declaring independence from the French 2020.
The Louisiana Purchase is in full effect, boys.
Yeah.
We're taking it back.
All right, let's move. Game number 2, a little bit less. Though 100 Thieves will be coming in with a full week of scrims with this new squad. I think unlike Immortals, which could make a change in the jungle, and Dignitas could make a change back. Honestly, I wouldn't stun me as much because it wasn't like Dardoch was
Knowing
amazing.
knowing Dig, it would not stun
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing how Acadian looks with Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Dig seems like more trouble. That's why I switched over to Immortals. It seems like there's
Yeah,
less upside there than there is on
yeah.
Immortals.
Which is hilarious because it's the exact opposite of what we said in the preseason.
Yep, yep.
We
Outside, you know
literally
what
said,
Dig reminds me
"Oh,
of?
Dignitas ninth place because they
Hey,
feel like they're like a dumpster fire
I
like
I, I
Immortals,
put
but they
Dignitas
have
in
more
10th
upside."
place. I put Dignitas in 10th place in my
I know you
preseason.
put Dignitas in 10th place, but then you said, "Well, if I knew that Immortals was going to bench Smithy,
Yeah,
then
that is true.
I would have put them in 10th
That's
place."
also true. That is also true.
Check the tapes. Check the tapes, loyal fan base.
But Dignitas really reminds me of a worse version of Hanwha Life, which is embarrassing to be a worse version of Hanwha Life, but it kind of feels like it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's
Bot lane desperately trying to 2v8.
yep. Every single game is desperately trying to
Well,
hold
I
on.
mean, to be fair, Lorlo has been okay.
Yeah, Lorlo hasn't been bad.
He's been actively not griefing the team.
Positive.
Actually, he's yeah. I mean, to be fair, compared to what
Yeah,
we're doing before, and compared to what Hanwha Life is doing,
yeah. The whole
that's a
team is griefing.
positive.
That is very positive, especially Hanwha
The
Life
whole
is
team's griefing
whole
now.
team's griefing. Just
Look at that from coming back from retirement just to get his back broken. Yeah,
yeah.
that's accurate. He's like the one guy. He's like, oh my god, all these freaking. Oh man, they're trying to bench all these veterans. I better get to work.
All
They're
right.
coming for me.
Let's move on to FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. FlyQuest should be a pretty easy prediction, though they have struggled a little bit with the Team Liquid game and the Golden Guardians
Yep.
game from last week. So they do have 2 losses now, but at the end of the day, I don't think
3
that's
losses.
enough. Well, 2
Yeah,
losses,
C9.
2.5.
It counts, man.
It counts. It
Everyone
counts.
else has.
Yeah, yeah.
This isn't like my freaking power ranking formula for
Yeah,
Master
yeah,
where I
yeah.
count C9 losses.
But
CLG wins.
I forgot we did the CLG win as well. Did it count? Beating
It's like
CLG.
no, I made it so that they count it, but they're like half score.
Yeah, they were half points.
If you beat CLG, if it was like Immortals beat CLG, you get half a point.
Yeah. um, yeah. I think FlyQuest should be fine. I think it's. I want to see 100 Thieves play better. I hope that they play better. Because if not, then I'm really worried about this lineup. Like, from missing playoffs is what I mean. like, I think right as of this week, Immortals looks better than 100 Thieves.
That's true. I mean, Immortals. I said that. Well, not Immortals. I think Immortals look better than 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves looked a lot better in game 2. To be fair.
That is fair.
So I think they're gonna be hungry for a win, like the same way that Dignitas and Immortals both are. So
that's
it
why
wouldn't
you picked
surprise me
100
if they
Thieves to
tried-
beat
if they tri-
FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's obviously what that means. I still pick because I mean FlyQuest, their entire play style is trying to take advantage of teams in the late game. They pretty much just they barely managed to not do that against Team Liquid, who's like the only other team that does that to anyone.
Yeah, I agree. So you have FlyQuest.
Also over under on Immortals banning Aphelios.
that should be 100%
I mean,
chance.
to be fair, Johnson's Aphelios is pretty good.
It is pretty good. So they definitely should. Like, we definitely should.
Yeah.
Raptor.
I think Fly will be fine. I think 100 Thieves have a chance to come out and try to punch above their weight class, but that's the whole point is that they're out west.
Yeah, Raptor flies better everywhere by miles except ACs. Let's skip to why we think Golden Guardians will beat Evil
Oh,
Geniuses.
really? That's an interesting take.
Ooh.
He said better everywhere by miles. Solo over someday.
That is interesting too. I didn't even think about that part. I was just like, yeah, of course, Cody-san, my boy.
I mean, and I will say, to be fair, Solo has been a guy that's been balling.
Yeah,
split.
he has.
He's been looking really good. So cool.
Oof.
So yeah, that's true. I mean, and plus he's not an import.
Yep.
NA talent, baby.
I right now I'm
Man, Alorum's been stepping up too. Man, these NA top laners.
Impact
Back to the old
technically.
days, man.
Impact's technically a top NA top laner now.
Get the hell out of here.
Impact's
Beerson's an NA. That's like saying Beerson's an NA mid laner, or Jensen's an NA mid laner, or Svenskaren's an NA jungler.
It counts. They don't count as imports. But anyway, let's move on to Evil Geniuses versus Golden Guardian. So now this is where I'm kind of stuck at the moment. Because this is another game that, like, right before, I'm like, yeah, I picked Evil Geniuses on Strafe, but I'm unsure, and it will be after discussing it where I make my prediction. It depends, really. We didn't talk about it too much, but with Jizuke, that Kog'Maw game was bad. That Kog'Maw game was really bad. And it's not just, you found out the key that it's actually all the champions start with K. Now, that may be true. But I think the more realistic thing is it's not being an early playmaker is something that he needs. All those champions that start with K, Kog'Maw, Kassadin, Kale, all require a lot of scaling, and they kind of suck early.
And Karma.
And Karma, sorry.
Bunch of K teams. That's the Golden Guardians. They just need to throw a bunch of K bands just to troll him.
Yeah, so I think
ban Kindred, Kled.
Yeah, like Raptor said, if it's not a signature Jizuke pick, which is like LeBlanc or something like that, I'm totally blanking on the other, even though I know them.
Like LeBlanc.
Echo's another one.
Corky.
Corky, yeah. It's almost a K. There's a K in it. But Rise, we haven't seen Rise in a while.
Well,
Rise was
his classic, but I don't know.
Rise is getting buffed.
I was telling Will that it's like I don't trust Jizuke in all like 80 champions that don't involve him going in and involve him actually having to intelligently space himself.
Yeah, he doesn't do it at all.
I think it's like if you want to talk about, like, if you want to criticize Belter for like holding his package for way too long, Jizuke is like the exact opposite. He will just go, and I feel like that fits more him than anything. And similarly, like I even said, like if they ever decide to go bring out the flex Jace pick and put it mid lane, I think that will actually work a lot more to his wheelhouse as well. Just being able to just jump in on somebody and hit him with a hammer, but then also shoot them in the face.
So speaking of the Golden Guardian side, they have DeMonte as their mid laner. So like that's going to be a very aggressive lane either way in that point. And Raptor brings up a very good question of why do they draft him, Kassadin, Karma, etc. I think it's mostly because you want, as a team, you want. Yes, because they all start with K. But
that's the last part of his name, Jizuke.
They just figured it was a perfect match, and it apparently wasn't. But no, I feel like as a team in general, you want the ability to be able to play different styles and have your players have a wider champion pool, because then you stop target bans. And if you get a really good, like say he's really good on Kassadin, then you might force a target ban on something else and you can get something else out of it. Right now, the way it looks like,
let's say he popped out the Kassadin against a team that wasn't Cloud9.
Yeah.
And he got out of lane phase, he got to level 11, and now he's just going in and killing everybody. He's basically like an aggro Rise at that point, without CC. Like, that's much more his wheelhouse than anything. But against C9 now it's just kind of exposed. It's kind of like the Kale pick that he picked in spring, also against C9, where he just where it's like you imagine like late game where he can just kind of go all out on somebody, that'd be fine. But problem is you picked against C9, who will not let you get there.
No, you'll never get there against C9. But yeah, I think if I have to make a prediction this game, it's gonna be hard. I picked Evil Geniuses earlier. I'm going. What did Jizuke play today against Immortals? I'm already blanking.
Orianna.
I mean, it was okay. He wasn't amazing, but
he was all right.
He was all right. It wasn't pop off level, but
it didn't blow me away. He had a lot of whiffs. He had a lot of sombreros.
There was a lot of sombreros. I do remember that. Now
he had some good ones, but it got to the point where like if he hit you with a shockwave, the fight was pretty much over. But then there's a lot of times where he just didn't hit anybody with the fight, and it was over.
Yeah.
I remember like he was just like I just remember him split pushing against Insanity in side lane and top to get the turret. And then everyone's like, oh man, he's going to drop that shockwave in a minute. I'm like, y'all didn't realize his shockwave's on cooldown. That's the only reason the Insanity is that low, because he tried to shockwave it.
Yeah, I think that it's tough. It's going to, like Raptor said, I think this game is really going to come down to the 2v2 of mid-jungle. Does Evil Geniuses draft correctly for Jizuke, because if they do, I think that Evil Geniuses win this game, because I think that DeMonte is not going to back down from any fight. And I think that if Jizuke's on one of his power picks, like we said, LeBlanc, Echo, stuff like that, I think that Jizuke wins those fights, and then all of a sudden snowballs the lead out of there, and you have someone like DeMonte who would flounder because he'd be going in aggressive on the other side, and he would be start for gold. And then you also have Closer and it looks like Ryan lost connection there again, but that's okay. There he is. He's back. But we have Closer versus Vince Garen, which are two also very aggressive junglers. So it's really going to come down to draft, which makes this pick very tough for me. Like, I don't want to make this pick a week out because I don't know. I'm literally like I'm just gonna pick Evil Geniuses because I picked him on Strafe. Okay, I feel like both sides. Like, if Evil Geniuses,
it's like, why can't I say my prediction till I see the draft?
Exactly what I mean. But that's what I really, really need this game. I think the draft is so important to this game. It doesn't even have to be the entire draft. I just need to see jungle mid on both sides. Give me that, and I would give you easily.
The thing is, you might see the full draft by then because they like to last pick for Jizuke.
Yeah,
they will just randomly put him on stupid stuff.
Yeah, which is kind of dangerous to last pick someone as well who only has a champion of like 4 people. 3.
I will say something that's interesting though is that I'm not sure how it changed after today with the CLG game, but apparently Golden Guardians and TSM were like right up there as like 2 and 3 for best early game teams.
Yep, I saw that.
Yeah, and I think because CLG were actually up early, Golden Guardians might be back in second now for best early game, for second best early game behind C9.
On paper, yeah, Raptor said EG's better, but it's so close.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, if GG are going to do this, the way they do it is with early aggression and actually trying to look to execute later on.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's like they can't just allow, because imagine if they play like an all early game team, and this is the game where Jisuke brings out Kassadin again, and then they don't execute later game, but now Jisuke is a Kassadin.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I also had Evil Geniuses for that reason, because I feel like it's like I can't trust. I haven't built enough, even though Golden Guardians did get that win against FlyQuest before.
You need one more.
It's like I still can't, it's like I still can't trust them. They haven't made it consistent enough.
Yep, that's how I always feel. It's like, we always say like, we need them to win, and then they do, and we're like, hey, you need one more.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, it's like, oh man, they won, and then I'm kind of like on board with them, and then they lose again. So
yeah.
I'm like, well, you just lost the goodwill. Earn it back.
It is hard in best of ones as well.
Immortals is. Yeah, and plus it's not even just like, it's like Immortals has become the team where it's like, man, you could have won that game. You probably should have won that game. You know what? I have faith in you to win this game.
I'll trust them when they win Worlds.
It's like, you should have won that game. It's like, well, you were winning, but then you lost. You were winning, then you lost. You were winning, then you lost. You lost. You lost. You were winning, then you lost. Hey, you won. And then you lost.
Yeah, it makes predicting a nightmare in best of ones.
Yeah. Well, Raptor, just wait till we get to China.
Yeah.
He says I'll trust them when they win Worlds. It's like, yeah, that's how I feel about Sunning. He said I'll never trust them. Even if they win Worlds. I'll just refuse to believe it.
I'll be putting Sunning as my number 1 team. Sadly, like...
If you put him as your number 1 team, dude, I'm leaving the cast.
Well, what if they win Worlds, Ryan? What if they win? What if they go undefeated at Worlds and they go like they win 20-minute games every single game?
They're cheating.
Yeah,
they're cheating. They're elo boosting.
Like, I would have to put them at number 1.
They're gonna put him in the record books with an asterisk.
What if they do what they did to LGD to top, like at Worlds?
They're about like the Houston Astros.
Oh man! All right, let's talk Cloud9 TSM. Not CLG TL yet. And Raptor, that has to be a meme. But I will discuss. Not that I think TL's any good, but I'll discuss why in a second.
I don't think they're any good. I just think that the other team is worse.
Like there are clear strengths and weaknesses on both these teams that really line up with each other. But TSM versus
Dude,
Cloud.
I know. Looking at that game is like I'm looking at
Ah,
TSM
got,
CLG all over again.
gotcha. Raptor here saying TSM takes this easily, so no point in talking about it. Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give
I
me.
mean, we talked about this last spring, and then TSM actually beat them. So
Yeah. So yeah. So
it's
as the
actually a
Cloud
super
Nine.
hype matchup, easily match of the week for today.
So I know we're both pick Cloud Nine. I know that. I'm like,
Yes.
explain to
Yes.
me since you I always like to tease you. Since it is your
No,
team,
please tell me. No, please
you're
tell me.
always the biggest worry war about Cloud9
I'm
games.
worried about everyone.
Yeah.
I'll say up straight before cast. I was complaining that my friggin' armpits are sweaty because I was watching the Dignitas game, and Blabber was inting on the bear.
Yeah. But I'm
I was
just
like, oh my god, no! This is how we lose?
yeah, this is Ryan
We lose our
every
undefeated
C9
streak
game.
to the team with no wins.
Ryan gets stressed at every C9 game. I'm sitting back like I'm just like, actually some good quality League of Legends I get to watch in NA. Even if they're entering, I know they're gonna pull it back up.
Well, it's because the thing is, I've been a C9 fan since freaking essentially 2013 summer. Well, I started watching at Worlds. I started really watching LCS in 2014 spring. So I've been a C9 fan for over almost 6.5 years. So I've been through a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah. So
I've seen them dominate and stuff. So I always know I'm going to get some quality League of Legends.
they'll be fine. They'll be fine
Yeah,
against
I'm no
TSM.
newbie to this.
They'll be
Yeah, I'll save the only thing I'll
Raptor.
say about
Exactly
this
what
game.
Raptor. Read what Raptor. Just
Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh yeah, I figured. Oh yeah. See, the thing is though, I picked C9 to
Yes,
win. I
yes.
expect them to win.
Yes.
The issue I have is that if C9 tries to play too lax or too hyphy, like they have in some of these early games, it could be a problem. And it's the same thing where I said about like what I mentioned earlier about the pressure point mid lane, because if any of that comes from a matter of Bjergsen punishing movements or Bjergsen becoming the beneficiary of trade kills, and they go up like, oh, they have a skirmish early, it's a 3-2 in TSM's favor, and now Bjergsen is 2-0-1 on like Azir. Now we might have a problem. I think that. But I think at the same time, though, I will say I think C9 is probably going to look at this and be like, okay, this is probably our best match. It's versus TSM. It's Sven's old team again. And they're going to recognize, hey, this is the same team that was the only team that beat us in regular season. We got to come out hard and we got to beat these guys. And TSM will probably look to draft around that because I feel like TSM probably has like the best read on how to draft around C9. I think TL is probably a close second in that regard, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do like the global comp stuff versus C9 to try to counter that, like seeing like a Bjergsen TF if it's not banned. But I think that Cloud9 have been probably one of the most cleanest executing teamfight teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've shown a lot of resilience, even if they make boneheaded mistakes, or even if they just are the enemy team just makes good early moves. They've shown like their ability to stabilize really well, to pull it all the way back just on smart map movements and lane assignments, and then they just execute super well in team fights. They know exactly how the positionings. They extend limits on their champions. They can execute a variety of styles. Everyone on their team can play anything. Anyone can step up. We even saw it this week where Sven just like kind of casually flipped a switch to weak side, and they just completely hard focused top side and just smashed the hell out of Ruin with Wukong top.
Yeah.
And then they played into Wukong top, and they single handedly both boosted Wukong to 100% win rate in North America, and then ruined its win rate.
Nope, they played against
it.
Wukong jungle. Thank you, not Wukong top.
Yep.
But yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Wukong pick in general. I mean.
Yes.
So,
But
I think like it's one of the things where I feel like if we see, like I mentioned it, it's like if we see a C9 comp where they just hard focus bot like CLG did, and they just stomp the hell out of double lift, and you just see like Bjergsen mid just trying to farm, maybe trying to come down to answer, but not being too quick, and you see a Licorice who isn't inting 3 times in a row into Broken Blade and Spica. I feel like that's a way that you just roll over this TSM team.
Yeah, which they're
And I
going
think
to.
C9 is basically like C9 can literally look at the CLG game and be like, oh yeah, we could do that, and
Yeah.
they'll just do it and do it like 100 times better
Yeah.
with maybe like 5 less ints.
Yeah, just 5.
Yeah.
Just 5. So you're telling me C9's still gonna end 10 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it'll be early, and it'll probably be Blabber just going in. Like he'll just rush in on Volibear, and then he'll die. And then the rest of the rest of the team will just somehow win a 4v5 because
Why not?
C9.
Yep. Yeah, they'll be fine. So let's move on to the next game.
Because TSM burned all their ultimates just to kill Volibear, and
Yep.
now they have no
Yep,
ultimates.
and then they're
And then
totally.
C9's like, oh, they have no ults and no flashes, kill them all.
Yep, and then it's an ace, and then it's like, well, that game's over. So the next game, TL versus CLG. Raptor, if you weren't memeing, please tell me why you think CLG is going to beat Team Liquid. If you
Because
were,
we don't expect CLG to win.
that is fully true. Actually, that is completely
Because
correct.
we want to deport Ruin, and now he's gonna pop off versus Impact.
But okay, sure, TL will beat CLG because they have bot lane, unlike CLG. Sure, but that's not my main reason. My main reasoning behind picking Team Liquid in this game is that what we've said is Team Liquid has looked really bad in their wins. And I actually liked the interview with Jat. Also seeing Jat on broadcast, so yay. But the interview with Jat, that it almost feels like he and the team knows that. It seemed like, at least he was saying but at the same time, it's good to have the wins while you're sucking instead of sucking and not getting wins, because they're already only 1 win away from Spring Split total. Like at the halfway point, they beat CLG here. They tie at the halfway point. The winner, they would have to lose every single game from here on out to even tie Spring Split, and that would still make the playoffs probably this year. You think Immortals and Dignitas are going to win over 7 games in the second half?
I mean, they might.
They would have to go 6-3 and 7-2.
Dignitas just need to call in a favor from Golden Guardians to get a blaze.
Yeah, well,
And actually have a mid. That's
yeah,
worth
but
it to you.
you have to take out the C9 games, so now you're sitting at a 7-2 or 6-2 for Immortals and a 7-1 for Dignitas in the second half.
We just had to mark this moment in the podcast. We're gonna clip this sound clip.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then send it to a montage of losses.
Yeah, that would be losses for Dignitas. Exactly. That's pretty much the only way you miss playoffs in NA if you're TSM and Team Liquid right now. You need to win like 2 more games in the rest of the year, and you seal the playoff spot. I think actually Cloud9 is going to seal a playoff spot soon. Now that we think about it, because they might
awesome.
They might seal it this
It'd
week.
be hilarious.
Because yeah, if Dignitas loses, or no, if Immortals lose to Dignitas, and then Immortals lose to TSM, they would both, and Dignitas lose to FlyQuest, they would both be 1-9, and Cloud9 would be 10-0, and they could go 10-9, and Dignitas and Immortals could only go 10-9 as well.
You mean 10-8?
10-8, yeah. So it'd be over. Like they would already have sealed the playoff spot.
But why seal a playoff spot when you can seal first place?
That is true. They're also going to do that. But
Why
anyway,
seal first place when you can seal undefeated?
yes, they are possibly going to do that.
That's why you play every game.
Yeah, but at the end of the Team Liquid CLG situation is Team Liquid is decent. Like we said, they suck for the first 30 minutes of the game. CLG is actually pretty good in the first few minutes, which could cause a snowball here. That is a win condition for CLG in this scenario. Hang on, Tactical is Dragon Team Liquid. Seems like an NA version of Jag Teddy, but he has a support at least, and Jensen is not sprinting. But I'm not sure how to do
Tactical, I would say Tactical has been like a revelation.
Yeah, Tactical is so good.
I always thought Tactical was really good, even when he was back on TSM Academy with Treats.
Yeah,
But and a lot of people always equate that to like, oh, Treats, he's super good. But like, it's sad that he's considered an import, so teams can't really try him out. But I feel like Tactical he's been super good. He's been really solid, consistent. And he's actually had a lot of just really good game sense as well. Like you talk about the room today with Core, like maybe that was a Core call, but they both went up to secure that trade kill onto PoE.
Yep.
You're talking about the game versus Immortals where it's like, oh, Insanity teleported into the base. Well, Tactical just decides I'm just going to go in as a Aphelios and kill them all.
I'm a
and then end the
Aphelios.
game.
You don't do this. I do this.
I'm Aphelios.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Aphelios. I
Yeah.
win.
But I think my biggest issue is
Let's see Ezreal do this.
if
Kills the whole
if CLG doesn't have over 3 to 4K gold lead and a snowbally scaling comp, even if they have a scaling comp, let's be honest, against Team Liquid, like
I can see them throwing it away.
Yeah, they're gonna throw it away. They have to have such a massive lead because Team Liquid plays good after 30 minutes. CLG doesn't play good after 30 minutes. CLG doesn't even play the game after 30 minutes. To be honest, I think they turn their monitors off and let's play this blind for the rest of the game. That'll be fun, right, guys? Yeah.
No,
so
they cross their hands across their keyboard and mouse and try to play like that.
yeah. Yeah, they try to play like this the whole time. But I think that there should be no way. The only way possible CLG wins is if they get such a massive snowball that it's almost impossible for Team Liquid to get back in it. Impossible. We're talking CLG's gonna 10 throws doesn't even pull them back.
Yeah, and now that we sit here and we've ragged on CLG this whole time, we all are now going to pick CLG because we've ragged on them and gave them
That's
power.
a good point. I do have Team Liquid.
Yeah, and that is a good point. Raptor did make a good point though. It's like you have 4 players on your team for CLG though, and you only have 3 players
on Team Liquid. That is true. That is true. But would you?
Ruin has to really int to match the levels of Broxa and Impact.
Well, I don't it's really gonna come up to which top laner ends, because if Ruin ends, I feel like Ruin ends harder than Impact.
That'd be hilarious.
I would almost have Impact as the 9th best top laner, and Ruin is 10th right now in NA, and I would have to
that's hilarious, by the way, to think about that, considering where they were just last year.
Yeah. And if Ruin ends, that would insinuate that Impact isn't ending as badly as he has been.
Unless they're ending into each other. They're running past each other and just jumping on a turret and dancing. They're just directly inting. They're not even giving each other kill gold. They're just executing each other.
Yeah.
That's the true end.
Yeah. So then it's gonna.
That's just genuine griefing.
Yeah, I think it's gonna.
I'm actually become more and more excited for this game now because I just want to see Ruin and Impact into each other.
Now I'm thinking about it.
Who's gonna drop the Uno reverse card more?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, it's basically gonna. Will Tactical be able to carry Team Liquid, or will Pole Belter be able to carry Counter Logic?
We just gotta try to do the math. If Ruin is a -1 and Impact is a -1 and Broxa is 0 and Jensen is a 0.5 and Pole Belter is a 0.5 and Wiggly's a 0.5.
No, Pole Belter is definitely a 1.
Well, okay, we'll give him a 1. Well, I don't know. That package made me really concerned.
0.7.
But if we'll give him a 1 for history. So him and Ruin basically cancel each other out. And so you're talking about between the bot lane, which is basically a 0.5 each, and a 0.5 jungle. So that's going to be a 1.5 total for CLG. But then on the other side, you have a Broxa who's kind of just 0.
Yeah, he's kind of just a 0.
He's not going to int you the game, but I haven't seen him really do anything to really get you ahead. And Impact is a -1. Jensen's about I would say he's fine enough. So
0.5.
I give him a 1. I mean, if we're giving Pole Belter a 1, I'm giving Jensen a 1.
Okay, fair.
So him and Impact kind of cancel each other out again. And then you have a bot lane of Tactical, who's a 2, and Core, who's a 1. Yeah. So hey, I guess the math adds up. It's a 3 versus 1.5. Team Liquid is double team of CLG.
There we go. Glad we got around to it. So that's why you have Team Liquid, I'm assuming.
We did it, yeah. And that's why I picked CLG. I picked Team Liquid.
Yeah, okay. Next,
a lot of math to get the same conclusion.
Yeah, next we have
that's North America, right?
Versus FlyQuest. Yeah, seriously. Dignitas versus FlyQuest. I think that FlyQuest, we should, since we're already pushing 2 hours on NA, we should.
I mean, it's like picking FlyQuest to beat 100 Thieves. I think we're picking FlyQuest to beat 100 Thieves. I think FlyQuest could probably also just beat Team
Yeah,
Dignitas.
I would put
Like
Hundred Thieves
they
about the
might have a
same.
puncher's chance of being desperate for a win, but that's about it.
This is really good for FlyQuest for our power rankings, by the way. Such a nice, easy week to shine up that record. You
Yeah.
know, I'm not gonna give him much points for beating Hundred Thieves and for Hundred Thieves and Dignitas, but like I'm gonna give him a.
Yeah, I seen you just saw it.
Yep, yeah. Immortals about to
Raptor in the chat room in all caps. Iron T about to spank Boomer Lift.
Yeah,
Dude, you cannot even believe to understand how much I want that.
that's why you picked it, right?
No. I want
Hey,
it. Features now, old man.
Hey, Ryan. This is trap game.
I know it is.
This is trap game
It's
for
without a
TSM.
doubt a trap game.
Immortals
I
playing a
told you-
lot better.
I told you how freaking TSM. TSM C9 is definitely the game that both of those teams are playing for because we see the next game for C9.
Yep.
It's probably not going to be the game they're going to be too concerned about. So those are probably easily the two trap games for each other.
Disagree with
C9
one.
less concerned?
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think. I think Immortals is at a
as a-
lower level, or Hundred Thieves is at a lower level than Immortals, and C9's at such a higher level than TSM that it can't be a trap game just because of that.
There's like C9 is just too swole that even if they jig a pit trap and C9 falls into it, the broad shoulders just block them from going all the
Yep.
way.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah.
And they just climb out, and they just punch you in the face and beat you with the double.
Yeah. So I mean,
Whereas I think this game is definitely a trap game, but it comes down to a matter of playstyle, like what we talked about with Team Liquid and CLG. Not to say CLG and Immortals are necessarily on the same level right now. I'm definitely much more a fan of Immortals and how they're playing. But
like CLG's
like
getting
the game is
compared
just-
in a negative light to the 1 in 70.
yeah, and who would have thought, right? And it's Immortals of all teams.
Very CLG of them.
Yeah, but it's one of the things where I feel like this is an Immortals team where it's like if they get ahead, maybe they could snowball. But I feel like TSM is also one of those teams that kind of thrives and like let's take it late and just out execute teams or punish mistakes. And Immortals, I mean, say what you want, that's kind of what they've been banking on this past couple of games. They've made maybe a few key mistakes and it ended up costing them total, and people just take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
It's unfortunate. This Immortals schedule has been brutal.
Yep. Imagine if they had this team with them like at the start. They would have
beginning.
so many. They wouldn't. They'd be like sealing their playoffs, but they'd be around like CLG's record probably.
Mm-hmm.
And probably have 4
Probably
wins.
would have beat CLG.
Yeah, so I have TSM as well,
They
but I
actually played each
actually they would have. I do have TSM as well. I do think this game's going to be much closer than people think. We can go back and watch his tapes.
I don't want it to be close. I want it to be a stomp, and I want it to be Immortals stomping them.
The Immortals can't.
But I don't know. Maybe that's just
Immortals
petty.
can't
I just
physically stomp a team. It's too hard for the Revolution never start early enough.
To be fair, though, I keep thinking of that freaking sick Alorum shuffle into the Urgot.
That was good.
That was
Mate,
was so
pick it.
slick.
Pick it.
I was like, I will never not look at this guy in a positive light because that was awesome.
Yeah.
I remember Alorum used to be on Optic and everyone was crapping on him. But like, Alorum was fine.
I liked him better than Dokla. I always said that. I always stated that.
Don't hate on Big Dokes.
I will hate
He's
on
in
Big
TSM
Dokes,
Academy
'cause
now, and he's
literally
popping off.
true, maybe, but you
He's
know,
popping off Big Dokes.
all I remember him is the only champion he could play was Yorick when Yorick was busted, and outside of that, he
was
literally lost every single game.
He like played like no, he did fight. He had good Aatrox games.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, his Aatrox popped off as well. Back when Aatrox was like 7 nerfs ago.
Yeah, Giga busted.
Uh,
Like you talk about like Wukong level, basically.
yeah, pretty much.
No, he wasn't like release rework Aatrox, where like release rework Aatrox after the hotfix was like uber busted. He was way too strong,
Yep.
and he still had the revive.
Yeah, the revive on never getting a kill. It just auto revived you if you popped your ult.
Yep. Didn't need a reset. Didn't need a shutdown. Didn't need a takedown. Just needed to pop it. And you lived.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had GA, and it was great.
Yeah.
Lived twice. Lived 3 times.
All right. 100 Thieves versus Cloud9.
Anyway.
We
Cloud9. Cloud9.
especially
Unless unless 100 Thieves are like a revelation after a week of scrims, I do not see them beating Cloud9.
Damn it, Ryan. We don't have.
And even then, Cloud9 has to.
We don't
They gotta
have.
int like crazy.
We don't have any
They got
differences.
they have to pay it. They have to pay it forward to their buddy contracts.
We don't have any differences yet, Ryan. I need
know.
to gain a game on you.
I had a feel. The thing is, though, this week, like I think Raptor said in the chat, this week is relatively cut and dry. It's just a couple of kind of iffy matchups.
Yeah, and the Evil Geniuses, Golden Guardians, and Immortals versus Dig, I think, are the two.
Like it's one of those things where it's like it could be a cut and dry week, but I'm looking at this week and like, man, this could easily be like a week where we go like 4-6 in North America.
It could. Golden Guardians versus TSM, or Team Liquid, sorry.
Okay, I think we might actually have a difference this time, though.
Oh, really? Because I picked Team Liquid in this game because I think it's similar to what I thought with shoot, what am I thinking? With CLG is that we saw it before with Golden Guardians against Team Liquid initially, that they really struggle to close games outside of FlyQuest, which they closed, but you can't say they didn't struggle.
Which is surprising because FlyQuest is usually the good team about punishing your ability to not close.
Yep, which is why we picked them. We thought it made total sense, but no, I guess not. Whatever.
It almost worked. Hey, it almost worked.
It almost did. It almost did. But
the game was a lot longer than it should have been.
Yeah, I think it's in that scenario that I have to pick Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid needs to come out of this 2-0 this week again for my personal power rankings. If they can go 2-0, even if they don't look great, they're gonna easily probably be a top 3 team in NA. You know, like
I'll say this though. I picked Golden Guardians.
Let's hear it.
I mean, I picked Golden Guardians. I don't know. I think when I looked at this game, I was like, man, my head says Team Liquid, but I feel like Golden Guardians will probably win this game.
Is that your gut?
Because I feel like Team Liquid could punish a team like CLG who make repeated mistakes on mistakes, and that's how they kind of get there to their late game win condition. Whereas I feel like Golden Guardians is it's just like Golden Guardians, funnily enough, despite record, is basically just CLG better. It's like they have good early game, and their inability to close just comes out to like minor mistakes. They don't just randomly int. So it's
we literally have compared CLG, by the way,
to Immortals and Golden Guardians, who are both worse.
CLG
have less combined
4-4
wins than CLG.
4-4. Yeah, Immortals and Golden Guardians are a combined 4-12. So they do have the same amount of wins. However, we said they're worse than Immortals right now. And you said that Golden Guardians, who really suck at closing games, who have one less win, are better at closing games than CLG.
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, man, I told you, freaking CLG is basically the Immortals from Spring.
Yeah, I mean, we have
They're
mentioned
these wins that they probably shouldn't.
we had mentioned for 2 straight weeks when CLG is tied with the rest of these 4 here. Evil Jesus is already really shaky for me as well, personally. But like these 4, when they were tied with them, I'm like, they're not in the same league. I'm sorry. They're just not. And so far it's proven it. They could turn it around. You never know with CLG, but
they are who I thought they were.
Yeah,
I said that in my split power rankings. That's why I put freaking EG at 6th.
Yeah,
I was just wrong about
Raptors thinking. It looks like, unless tactical pops off, Raptors also thinking Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and I will say, to be fair, for Team Liquid, that is probably going to be their biggest power point is bot difference, and that's not just like tactical FBI, but Huhi versus Core JJ.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're talking about straight 2v2 bot lane can be pretty rough for them. But hey, the Team Liquid bot lanes got 2v2'd by Golden Guardians before with the worst support.
Possible.
So I'll say, like, between DeMonte and Closer, I feel like the win condition is actually pretty clear for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, play through
DeMonte
mid.
Closer 4v2 bot lane constantly and never stop. It's basically we're gonna try to outroam you. We're basically gonna do what CLG did to TSM and not throw it away. Haunter.
Yeah. Well, that would also require Broxa to make punishing plays on whatchamacallit, on Haunter. I was like gonna
Exactly.
I was gonna say
That's why I said Haunter.
yeah. So as long as Broxah would have to also play aggressive on that, which we have not seen too much from Broxah at the moment.
And here's the thing: if you're doing that, that means basically says, hey, we're gonna bank on FBI to carry, and you're banking it on Impact to carry.
That's good. I mean, but at the same time, last
But
time
again,
didn't Jensen do good against DeMonte last time?
They come up with.
Isn't Jensen? Didn't he do good against DeMonte last time? Or
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
But I feel like it's the same. I mean, technically, Jensen did okay against Niski.
Yeah,
it didn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter. So I think that I don't know. I think Team Liquid should be okay.
I mean, here's the thing, dude. I will never forget the freaking Golden Guardians versus C9 game, where they popped out the freaking Nocturne TF, and it looked like, and they were giving C9 a really hard time to navigate fights.
Mm-hmm. I think that's.
If they pull that off against Liquid or a similar strat, they're gonna smash them. They're not gonna have a chance.
That is a good point. I mean, it's a fair pick. It's not an easy game by any means for Team Liquid. It's not like they're facing CLG or something.
But I know, like I said before the Cavs, I was saying like I couldn't wait. I basically was wondering when Golden Guardians was going to play today, because it feels like forever since I've seen them play, even though they just played yesterday.
Hang on, Ryan. CLG makes playoffs for you, right?
I mean, that's what I had them on my graph. I had them in 8th place.
Yeah. Okay. just making sure. I'm like,
remember, I had them. Remember, I had them pre-split 8th place. I had them barely above Dig and
I think I had them 8th as well, or I had them 7th or 8th. I don't remember. No, I had them 8th
because I think you had them 8th, and you and I both had Golden Guardians 7th.
Yes, because of DeMonte.
So in a way, we're still talking about that, and in a lot of ways, it's basically exactly what we thought it was.
Yeah. The only team that's a disappointment this year from our power ranking standpoint is 100 Thieves. Again, for like how many splits in a row have I believed in this team? Like 4.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they had a good start in 2018.
Yeah,
finals.
That's when I finally I'm all in, and they bombed every time, and I'm all in every single one. Jensen, to gank TF when Jensen was Cassio, like what universe would that gank work at level? Yeah, that was very, very bad gank.
Yeah. Speaking about Raptor, he was talking about the Trundle game.
Yep.
Where they ganked, I believe, was that against Evil Geniuses?
Yes, it was against Evil Geniuses. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I remember it was Jensen Cassio, and they were trying to gank TF, and he just ghosted away from the gank immediately. And it's like, how does that work? And I'm like, I agree, because the thing is, what I think is that I don't think that was a Broxah call. I think I was telling Will that same day. I said that looked like a Jensen call. It looked like a Jensen of, hey, this guy's up front. Let's come over here. We'll kill him. And it's like, okay, but you're a Cassio, and I'm a level 1 Trundle. I'm not sure what you versus a Ghost TF. I'm not sure exactly what you want me to do.
Yeah.
So I think, and that ended up screwing Broxah over, because then he ended up just getting completely cleared out of his jungle. At that point, he ended up being just way behind the rest of the game. So that feels bad. No idea what the comms are like that game. But as someone who was on C9 and kind of knows Jensen's style, that sounds like a Jensen call. So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B on that play there.
Mm-hmm.
I did not agree with it either, but it sounds like Broxah was trying to be a team player and ended up screwing himself over because of it.
Yeah.
He's just too nice. He's just too nice of a guy.
Damn, I just realized something. For 100 Thieves having to face FlyQuest and C9, that means they're 1 or 2-6 without facing like the two arguably top teams in NA. So damn, they're gonna probably be 2-8.
Well, to be fair, they did play C9 already.
Oh, gotcha.
It's the second round robin.
Yep. You're right. Never mind.
To be fair, at least 100 Thieves is getting C9 out of the way early.
Yeah, that's good. Let's wrap NA up. Final game: CLG versus Evil Geniuses.
Ooh.
Another tough one.
Oh man, here we go.
No, we ragged on CLG a lot, but did you pick them here? You go first on your prediction here. Did you pick them to beat Evil Geniuses?
No.
No, neither did I. Damn it.
No, I did not.
I just.
I mean, do you want me to Do you want me to do the math again?
No.
We already determined that CLG is a 1.5 player team.
Yeah, I just feel
And
like
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I can give Bang and Zazel at least a 1
you're
each.
trusting a
I
team
can
with the
give
ruin.
hell I could give Jizuke a 0 just to split the difference between his Pog games and his low games. I can give Sven a 0.5
My
because sometimes he pops off.
my
Sometimes he's
only
invisible.
win condition.
Kuma's been a 1.
Yeah, my only win condition for CLG would be through Pole Belter and Evil Geniuses drafting Suzuki champion that starts with K. And then once
Kled mid.
Kled mid, I'm like, well, the issue is Kled probably works for Suzuki.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
There we go. We found a K pick that works, and if it doesn't work, it's cursed.
Yeah, it's cursed.
Never speak of it again.
Yeah, but like
Katarina mid.
You're
versus
never gonna
Corky.
see Katarina in pro play.
Oh, just wait for the Probelter Corky, and then just pick Katarina.
Yeah,
into it.
I think Evil Geniuses is in bad shape. I just don't think they're in bad enough shape that they're going to lose to CLG. I think this is the reality check of CLG. Is I think they're going to go 0-2 here. They're going to be 4-6, and they're going to be like you said. They are who we thought they were. They were like what 4-1 or something like that to start the year, 4-2, and like but in reality,
They basically they were beating everyone. I can't remember who they lost to early.
They got perfect game to
lost
Evil
C9.
Geniuses. They did lose to Evil Geniuses. They got perfect game. So that's already in the record. Then they beat
Oh, I thought we
Immortals.
were
So
talking about EG. That's what I was.
oh,
confused
sorry.
about.
Evil Geniuses have.
Because I know how CLG started.
Yeah,
It's pretty obvious.
So Evil Geniuses lost to Cloud9.
Hey man, that could be it. That could be it though. That could be the story behind this game, the revenge for CLG.
No, it's not gonna happen.
They're a perfect game, EG.
Evil Geniuses has lost to C9, TSM, and FlyQuest. They haven't lost to any team below them. So they've lost to.
fair.
Arguably, you can say those are the top
And
three
they
teams
also
in
beat
NA.
TL.
Yeah,
also
and
beat
they
TL,
crushed
for sure.
TL. Yep, we just talked about that one as well. So yeah.
Hey,
Evil
look at
Geniuses.
those power rankings. They're working out very well for us.
They
Except
are.
not really, because then TL be Fly.
Yep. Oh man, it's gonna be hard.
TSM, and then TSM also lost to TL, who
Yeah.
lost to EG, who lost to TSM.
Yep. So that is it for NA. That is our predictions.
Yes.
NA went 2 hours and 15 minutes today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
To be fair, there's a lot of. To be fair, today kind of presented a lot of talking material.
yeah, today was very stressful to watch, which is good for podcast material, not good for my health.
I was like, I love how you thought. I love how you're like, oh, it's stressful. I'm like, man, good thing I got my stress out.
Yeah,
early.
you were stressed on the most
I'm a-
relaxing game.
I know, because I'm a C9 fan, dude. I'm always stressed.
Oh,
That's
man.
my trick. That's why I'm like the whole in North America and why I'm winning. I'm always
you
stressed.
you are winning right now. You are. Yeah, let's bring that up real
Oh
quick.
boy, yeah,
Just-
here
just
we go.
for NA.
boys.
NA,
time
we
has
both went
come.
7-3 for the last 2 weeks. We went 9-1, so we've tied every week. The only difference between me and Ryan is my TSM pick over FlyQuest. I think is that our only
Yeah.
pick that we've had different. No, we had 2 different picks last week. I had Evil Geniuses
Yeah.
to beat FlyQuest, and I had TSM to beat CLG. But we've only had 3 different picks all year, and you're 2-1. You lost all your hair twice over this weekend, dude. I don't have much hair left. That's the reason I wear a hat. But
Yeah, this weekend in LEC is kind of why I look at this conversation about North America trash. Look at these games. I'm like, press X to doubt.
yeah, so we only have 1 game difference. So we only have 4 different games in 5 weeks between us and NA.
Sick.
What the hell? Let's for my region and a funeral as well. All right.
Yeah.
So
here we go. Here we go. Set up the clown music, Will.
I don't have it with me right away, and you gotta ask for that before.
That's okay. It's okay. Just go work and pull it up. Because
No.
don't worry, Fnatic and Shulker was on day 2.
Oh man. So EU this week. If you want, let's go back to my predictions here. Right here. The predictions went awful for this week. Like awful,
Hey man,
awful.
I was almost at 500.
Yeah, you almost made it.
If SK didn't fail me both times,
Mm-hmm.
it would have been fine. I would have called it a wash.
But so I went 3-7. You went 4-6. I started 2-0, so I went 1-7 to end the week in EU. It was literally like watching. I'm like, I'm losing this one. I'm losing like I'm just losing everything. Like, what is going on?
We're losing everything.
Yeah. So I mean, you kind of were too a little bit, but like you said,
Yeah.
Yeah. So Excel versus
Excel
Vitality.
brought it back.
Yeah. Excel beat Vitality. Mad took down SO4, which we expected. Fnatic took down SK, and I'm like, deep down in my gut, I was kind of thinking that one. It was not necessarily.
I know.
I brought it up a lot during the weekend. I brought it up a lot during the last podcast. I was like, is Fnatic really going to lose 5 games in a row? Like the streak
Let it be known that Fnatic doesn't lose 5 games in a row.
Yeah,
but they will lose to us.
Listen, listen. Ignore the next point. But like back on the podcast, I was just assuming they would beat SO4 because we all were. But like really, is this team? This team has so much talent on it. A 5-game losing streak during an 18-game season. They're gonna lose essentially a third of the season in a row. That just seems like not possible. So
not possible. It's Fnatic.
Yeah, but like.
TL's not going to miss playoffs. It's TL.
Exactly. But man.
Yes, I remember, Raptor. Who wins first, Dig or Schalke? Hey man, remember, I was the one who posed the question.
I said Dig.
I was the one who asked. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So if I'm wrong, we're all going down.
Yeah. Well,
we're all going down with this shit, damn it.
Yeah, and
plus we had the benefit of a break in EU, so if Schalke didn't win here, we'd have at least had another week of North America.
That's pretty much why we did it. It was like NA had the worst, like, easier schedule, and they had an extra week. Like, we had 4 games to really pull something up.
Yeah, so let it be proven, North America is not that bad compared to Europe. Their winless team got a win before ours did.
Yeah, sure.
Against the former multi-time champion.
That is true.
How does that happen? In a great league. In a league that's on the verge of winning another world championship. How could that possibly happen when they're so good? They're all so good.
You're going to get us flamed.
Fnatic started their vacation early, apparently, this week. Day early. SK started it 2 days early.
Yeah, they did. Rogue beat Origin to finish up, and G2 beat Misfits. Yeah, you got that one. G2 beat Misfits to take that one. I'm upset because I'm upset about the next one. Rogue then takes down SK, which I got.
How about the next Misfits game? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that one I don't know. Vitality takes down Origin, also doesn't make any sense. SO4 beats Fnatic, doesn't make any sense. Excel beating G2, I had, and then I took it away at the last second. Like, I have it on straight. Like, it gave me 700 some points.
You didn't believe.
I didn't believe in it, man. I just
But you know what else I didn't believe? I didn't believe this next game.
Yeah, and then
this was Misfits beating Mad Lions.
Yeah, this is just like
Mad
Misfits
Lions
beating G2. It's like Misfits beating G2 last split.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
This is Misfits giving Mad Lions their second loss of the entire split, and it wasn't even close. And this is after Misfits just lost to G2, who also beat Mad Lions at the start of the season.
Yep.
And then G2 lost to Excel.
Well, to be fair, I want to pat here. I'm patting myself on the back. You get a pat on the back as well. We both said Excel. There's a possibility this team rises up. We both mentioned that 2 weeks ago.
Literally, as soon as we saw Excel beat SK and the way they did it and the way Patrick did it, it's one of those things where it was like a Golden Guardian scenario where we looked at it and said,
like, they're much better than 1-3.
Yeah, they're better than their record. I think they might be starting to look good, but let's see how they do. And here they are.
Two games
Raptor actually mentioned this in the chat.
They're
4-1 in their last 5 games.
Yep. Yeah, and like he said, Misfits shit on Mad Lions.
And remember, this is an Excel's team that started 0-3.
Yep.
They lost every game in week 1.
Yep.
And these are the teams they lost to: Misfit, they lost to Rogue, Mad, and Fnatic.
So at the
all
time,
in the first week.
It was like, that's kind of a rough schedule to lose. Like, that's a rough first week.
I mean, you're talking about they lost to a Rogue team and a Mad Lions team who ended up being the top 2, and a Fnatic team that was in the middle of them going on their huge start of summer.
Yep.
That's like the worst time for Excel, but in a way, it might have actually been the best time for Excel because they got their funk out of the way early, and they might just be spiking now.
It's tough
young
to say.
Buck, the young buck spike is happening.
Yeah, it's tough to say. EU is quite a mess, and we will actually be doing power rankings for EU today because we don't have any predictions, so we'll just do the power rankings at the end here instead. But
for anyone who's not aware, Europe is actually going to be on a break for this week, and they're going to resume on Friday the 17th.
Yes, and so pretty much, I don't even know, like. I guess we'll do that more with the predictions, but so Mad is 7-2, or not predictions, power rankings. Rogue is 7-2. G2 is 5-4. G2 is still in third place in EU with the way they played. It's kind of weird. Misfits also tied at 5-4 at third place, which also seems weird because Misfits kind of sucked for the first few weeks.
Misfits is actually in third place.
Yeah.
Misfits is in third place though.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Misfits should conceivably be 6-3, because remember there's that Fnatic game they should have won.
Yes.
At the very beginning of the split.
Mm-hmm.
But they still beat G2 this week, so they technically had tiebreaker for third place now.
They do technically have it. Yes, you are
and
correct.
they beat Mad Lions.
They did. But on G2's side, G2's beaten Mad, Rogue, Fnatic, and who else did they beat? They didn't beat Misfits. They beat.
Oh, I'm looking right.
Oh, they beat
Schalke.
Misfits. No, yeah, you're right. They beat Misfits. G2 beat Misfits.
They beat Schalke, Fnatic, Mad Lions, Misfits, and Rogue.
So the two teams
they've lost to Excel, Origin, SK, and Vitality.
Yeah, all the bottom tier teams, which is so weird.
Bottom tier teams and Origin.
Yeah, and Origin. Hey, Origin's a bottom tier team right now. Origin doesn't make playoffs at the moment.
To be fair, literally everyone except for technically G2, Misfits, Mad, and Rogue are all bottom tier teams.
Yeah, you're right.
They're all tied. It's a literal 5-way tie for fifth.
And honestly, you can even it's only a 1-game difference for G2 and Misfits. It's really all besides Mad and Rogue at the moment. And then Schalke's down below the bottom tier.
By the way, Raptor, he did mention, he said, let's look at projection of the teams and make some broad guesses. That's kind of what we're going to be doing, actually.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about power rankings and kind of see where we think each of these teams are. And I know Will likes to do that. He likes to basically his philosophy around power rankings.
It's the funniest thing.
It's basically playoffs start right now. Who do you see as the best team or the team most set up to win? And that's usually his philosophy around the power rankings. But mine's a little bit more immediate because I consider okay, we're at mid-split. We've seen 9 games for each of these teams. Where do they all rank, in my opinion, aside from record? So his is more his is a little bit more projection. Mine's a little bit more mine's a little bit more reflection.
That's actually a really good way to put it. You do your power rankings are reflection, mine are projection. I like that.
Yeah. And to be fair, mine do end up kind of going in retroactively going into a projection sort of thing because a lot of it ends up basically skewing my view of how I think that games are going to go from the future onward. Because, this is kind of where I see the teams and where I think they're going to be standing in the future. But it is obviously more immediate. There are times where I'm I think Immortals is arguably as strong, if not better, than CLG, but it doesn't mean I'll necessarily pick them to beat CLG.
Yeah.
I probably will, but that's beside the point.
Even in the EU cast, the CLG can't get away from us right now.
No,
We've been very rude to CLG. CLG, well, that's their punishment for what they put us through today.
Yeah, that's what they get.
All right, so I guess let's go right into it since we stuff.
Here's one thing I will mention though about G2 since it is kind of a big story coming out of this week. Well, I guess the two big stories, obviously Mad Lions dropping another game to Misfits of all teams. I feel like people kind of just chalk that up to the craziness that was this week in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is obviously G2 not having Perks as their AD carry. They did have a pretty strong pop-off game in their very first day with Pinoy as the ADC. Day two, not so much though.
No, not really.
So, any opinions on Pinoy as a player or how G2 looked in their two games?
It's tough for me because it's not
Mm-hmm.
like it was almost like I wasn't necessarily looking for anything because it wasn't a scenario like necessarily
Yeah,
with like
expectations,
with double
basically.
lift getting benched or like Meteos getting benched and stuff like that where I'm like, oh, this could be a permanent change. I know, and everyone knows this is only a 1 week thing. Like Perks is gonna be back totally fine, like by next week. Like you know what I mean. So it wasn't like I wasn't looking to see like, oh, are they better here? Could there be competition? We all know Perks is coming back. So like I guess I didn't look hard enough at it, but like I mean, like you said, they looked good in the first game, and then against Misfits who beat Mad Lions, and then they looked terrible against Excel. Like, oh, I don't know. For me, it was the loss was Janko's missing some of the, yeah, missing some of the mega tilting. That was the biggest issue, to be fair. You're correct. Right before we do the power rankings, I just want to say Ryan is also beating me in EU because he now has he's actually beating me in EU by more than an A. Ryan just left, so he can't even brag about it. Haha. But in week 1, Ryan had an 8-7 to my 7-8, so he was up 1. Then we went 6-4. We had 2 different picks. We had 2 different picks. No, we had 1 different pick in the first week out of 15 games, and he won that one. We had 2 different in week 2, and we tied. We had 2 different in week 3, and we tied. And then we had, I believe, 3 different in week 4, and you went 2-1. So now you are 2 games ahead of me in EU, 1 game ahead in NA. So you have a 3-game lead at the moment. but it doesn't stay like that. But you still do have a lead. But with that being said, let's go over our power rankings for midseason. So how have they changed since preseason, which we're just
I
going
would
to
say
take...
significantly, considering that we both had Schalke ranked relatively high.
Yes. So first, let's get the first one out of the way. We both have SO4 in 10th. I'm assuming you have SO4 in 10th.
No, they're clearly better than Fnatic. What are you talking about? I have Schalke as I should have Schalke in my 10th place spot.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
they have been unequivocally bad.
Yeah.
They look like Dignitas on steroids in terms of how lost they are.
Yep.
It looked like someone took their map and just ripped it into shreds, then taped it back together randomly.
And then they
That's how
still
lost
beat. And
they
then
are.
they still beat Fnatic somehow.
They still beat Fnatic because I don't know what the hell is happening to Fnatic. Fnatic are just like a hot mess. They're like EG on steroids, where they started off strong, and then they just look like they fell off a damn cliff.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, what Raptor said, SO4 looks better in the last 2 games, which is
I would hope so.
because I mean,
I have watched them. I mean, like, I would hope they look better because they look like garbage.
they're in the game until
I can only imagine there's only one way to go.
Yeah.
When you're this far down.
That is true. It's also like DMO. Like I'm like, wow, DMO looks like a competitive team for one. Or like Immortals and Dignitas. We're happy that they're competitive. You know, like that's all.
We're happy that they're not trash, so I know that I'm not going to look at this game and hate myself.
Yeah, pretty much. That's like pretty much how we look at it completely. And yeah, but SO4 has dropped. I had him 7th. You had him 6th. You had SO4 as a playoff team. By far, so far, our worst prediction of summer.
The way they started, the way they ended in spring, with how once they switched over to.
I agree.
Once they set it up to NX, they just look so much better.
Yeah, we were both on the hype train.
That's all we had we go by because you didn't get to see them in playoffs.
Yep.
Because they were just so far behind with Forgiven. So turns out now they benched NX. They have Neon in. Gilius is the jungler now. I'm waiting for Kikis to jump in. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's rough. All right, let me actually. I gotta pull up my list here. I don't have. It's so complicated. I don't even remember who I
I love how
had.
it's just like SO4. Oh crap! I forgot my list.
Yeah, I forgot my list. I know. I know my. I
Like
know.
you knew where Shulka, know where Shulka No Fair was, but
Yes.
you
Yeah.
didn't know where you don't know about anyone else.
Pretty much. Like outside of
All right. Yeah.
SO4, it's kind of tough. All right, so number 9. I'll go
I
first.
mean, well, here. Do you want to get the other obvious one out of the
Yeah,
way?
we'll get
'Cause
the other one out of
I'm
the
gonna
way.
take a wild guess of who you have as your number one.
Yeah, we both let's get it out of the way. We both have Mad at number 1. I'm assuming you have Mad.
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
Okay. Yeah. So Mad has
I
looked
think
phenomenal.
the loss to Misfits was definitely a rough one, and I think like that's where they kind of take a hit, just in general in terms of maybe like they're standing entirely in Europe as opposed to just being dominating, and maybe they're standing in terms of the world competition. But it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, I agree. It was one of those scenarios where it's really tough for EU and NA. It's a best of one. So if something goes wrong, it snowballs, and then all of a sudden you just lose a game that you should not be losing. Like you could recover in a best of 3.
Matt is definitely the type of team that where if something goes wrong, they're going to try to overcorrect.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of what
It just
happened.
hasn't happened yet.
Yep. Yep. All right. So let's go. I'll do number 9. We'll do the same thing we always do. I'll do number 9, then
Sure.
where you put them there. All right.
I mean, do you want me to do number 9 since you technically started with Schalke first?
I mean, does that count?
I mean, well, I guess it's true because then I brought up Mad, so I guess it's your turn.
Either way.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm interested.
Schalke's gonna. This was tough. Outside of this part, there is one more easy
yeah.
one. There is one more easy one. We'll save it, but I'm sure you know.
I'll say that too.
But
we'll work our way up.
yeah.
They deserve that much.
Yeah, Schalke. Yeah. But 3 through 9, super difficult for me. So it could be. We could be completely different here, and I mean, it's just tough to explain.
I think we'll probably line up on a couple.
You think so?
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have at number 9. I have Vitality at number 9.
Oh, interesting.
And I think it's
I have Vitality at number 8.
okay. That's close. That's close. I just think so. They've actually gone up in both our power rankings. Number 9 is an improvement.
Yeah. I had them 10th.
Yeah.
So 2 spots, pretty good.
Yeah, I think that it's like good job by Vitality. I think they pulled off who the hell I'm trying to remember who they beat. They beat was it Origin? Yeah, they beat Origin. They beat Origin. Origin is really struggled.
Don't worry, Will. I got you. This is part of my homework trying to get these rankings.
Yes. Who has beaten who?
I literally pulled up the table of everyone's win-loss record against each other.
Yeah.
So Vitality has beaten Schalke, G2, Origin, and SK.
Okay.
But they lost to XL, Fnatic, Mad Lions, Misfits, and Rogue.
Yeah, I mean it's so difficult when they're all tied now. Because like before, you're like, oh, that Excel loss is terrible. But is it now? Because Excel's looking better.
Yeah.
But like,
and the G2 loss looks better. The G2 win looks good. The Origin win, the G2 win both look good. The Fnatic loss is a little iffy. The Misfits, Rogue, and Mad Lions loss look acceptable. The Schalke win looks pretty good.
I mean,
that's kind of what I went by when I kind of went over these teams. It's kind of why I could put Vitality. I gave them the nod to number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Is that I think like some of their losses to some of these teams were a little kind of but I feel like that some of the quality of their wins were pretty good as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, like I think it's Vitality to me is like the most inconsistent team, which sounds weird because it's like every team in EU is inconsistent, but
consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, it's the team that's like I have the least amount of trust out of the teams that are all tied to do this in the second half as well, if that makes sense.
I mean, look at the teams they beat.
Yeah,
I mean you have a mismatch of they beat Schalke, but then they also beat G2, but then they lost to Excel,
but then they beat Origin.
Fnatic. But then they beat Origin and SK.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I mean, to be fair, every EU team is like that. but I think it's to me, I just don't see like with the way I do my power ranking and stuff. I don't see Vitality replicating that as easily as some of the other teams. Not that I see a lot of teams. It's going to be so hard to predict. But
Yep. All right. So I guess I can do my number 9.
yeah,
next.
yeah. And Raptor said Cabo's really bad compared to himself, and their jungler is not playing. Melissa's solid,
Yeah.
but mid is of the pack, middle of the pack probably. Yeah, and mid and EU is a tough competition.
Yeah, dude.
I like Comp.
Comp has actually been doing really well.
I do like Comp.
And I was on board. I was on board with this guy even like last
year,
even last split. Yeah, well, I mean even last split. I feel like he should have He should have been on full time with Vitality with a better support from the beginning.
That wasn't Jack Troll. Just any support that wasn't Jack Troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the difference. I feel like with EU is like I guess I feel more confident in some of the teams to play good at sometimes. Like with NA, like Vitality has what the same amount of wins as CLG. I would put Vitality over CLG.
Somewhat. I mean, obviously they have one. They have one more loss because they played one more game.
Yeah, but CLG is going to get a loss next week in the first game anyway. So.
But are they though? Will
they better? But that's
the thing is, CLG could win, and then they'll be tied with G2.
That's just the way I look at it. Is I look at it like Vitality is a better 9th than where CLG is, even though CLG is higher ranked. Yeah. But like, yeah, I get it.
That's fair.
I get it.
Well, anyway, I guess I'll move on to my number 9.
Yeah, your number 9 team.
And I'm getting ready to dodge the pitchforks.
It's the F team.
My number 9 is Fnatic. And I would have said from the beginning, if we did week to week stuff, Fnatic would have probably been number 1 for like the first probably couple of weeks at least.
Yeah, they looked really good in the first 2 weeks.
But I don't know what the hell. This is kind of like the reflection sort of thing where I've seen, okay, well, this team looks pretty good. But how much of this was just them getting off to like a freaking good start like Dignitas in spring in North America and then just falling off a cliff?
Yeah.
Because they just looked like they were exposed for the past couple of weeks. They just looked like they're completely completely off kilter with each other and how to play the game. They're like Whippo is trying sometimes, Reckless is trying sometimes. I feel like Selfmade is sometimes there, sometimes not. I feel like Nemesis and Hylissang are like jumping back and forth between inting and actually being decent. Because and it's one of the things where it's like the decision putting them 9th after they beat SK was tough because I'm like, oh man, okay, maybe they'll turn it around, and then they lost to Schalke.
Yep, I distinctly remember last podcast where I said as long as you beat Schalke, I'm giving you guys a week to regroup your head. Like, where are you guys right now? Yep. Like the Schalke thing, I don't know. Like, they are destroyed. I think I want to. Okay, so in my
first of all, where do you have them right now?
Okay, so I have
Go ahead.
I have Fnatic in my power rankings right now in 7th because but to me that's still big because that means for the way I do power rankings, I have Fnatic missing playoffs in EU. like
I mean, to be fair, with the way they're playing right now,
they deserve it. Yes,
don't deserve to go.
They deserve to miss playoffs. The way I want to put them there, but I'm just like I'm so worried about this team because I think one of my ideas, I don't know, like obviously I'm not in the room with them. I'm kind of concerned that they possibly spent a little too much time on cheese. And to be fair, I love cheese. Real cheese or League of Legends cheese, I love it. but I think potentially what I think I saw from just watching the games is week 1 they dominated. Then they got really spicy with the Soraka ADC and stuff like that, which is fine. But I think they lost track of the meta and other teams caught up to them and surpassed them in just playing normal style League of Legends. So when they went back to it after Soraka cost them 2 games, they went 0-2 with that. I mean, not necessarily the Soraka wasn't the one that cost them the games, but the team comp
Reckless was
around it.
fine.
The team comp around
Yeah,
it
Reckless
lost
was
the game.
Reckless was fine, but nothing else really kind of worked. And it's one of those games they arguably should have won. Like it was the Mad Lions game.
Yes, but
they
they
could have
also
won that game.
yeah they should definitely won
Yeah.
that game. Which they win that game,
I
it's a
mean, to be fair,
completely
they also should have lost the Misfits game. But
yeah
whatever.
yeah. So it evens out. It evens out. But
Yeah.
my issue is, I think they fell behind. And Raptors over here saying that they're going to do... He thinks there's going to be roster moves in this week off. He doesn't think that... He thinks they're mental booming at each other. I fully agree with that. I think Fnatic... I've always compared Fnatic to like a TSM-style mentality where it's like all super serious. So like when things go bad, it gets really bad in the room. Do you think they'll have Hilly, Nemesis, Whippo, or even two of them benched? I don't think there'll be two benched. Who are the backups on Fnatic? Magic Felix?
Yeah, I feel like that's the issue with me is that I'm not sure who they have on reserve.
Isn't it?
I think
Magic Felix?
Selfmade, and if it's Magic Felix, they might give him a shot.
That's what I'm thinking.
I wouldn't be opposed to that because Magic Felix is good.
Yeah, I think that, in my opinion, is
he might give them that infusion of something of that little chutzpah to actually get them going in this. But I feel like Whippo has been. He hasn't. It's like you would think that if this team was like was inting out of their minds, Whippo is like the first one that comes to mind for a lot of people. But he's been fine. It really has been really hit or miss.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how that's going to work. And I feel like if you break him and Reckless up, it might cause issues. And then you talk about trying to build synergy. I feel like the easiest fix is trying to do something like just putting in Magic Felix temporarily and trying to work with him and Selfmade to see what that gets you.
And they do have Dan as the backup jungler, if you remember him playing at
Oh, that's
Progress.
right. It's Dan. Dan and Dan.
Yeah. And they have Bravado as their backup support, who I do not know. Where did he played? He's never come out of EU Masters, it looks like. He's always just in the CEU Master League, so he could be good though. Like I mean,
to be fair, we've talked about players like Comp who are in EU Masters for the longest time too.
He's only 18,
they're
so
legitimately good.
Pretty young.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hilly is more like he really missed, but support is a role where if you are behind, you are just one shot anyway. That is true, and that's the issue for that is with Hilly especially. He's like, oh, I'm gonna go in, like because that's what Hilly does. He doesn't have a.
To be fair, we also don't know the intangibles that Hilly brings.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, and that's the thing. That could be good or bad depending on if he's like one of the main shot callers. Maybe he's the one doing their good calls, but maybe he's the one doing a lot of their iffy calls. Yeah. And maybe that's the reason why. So
the way I just see Nemesis playing like the AD Twisted Fate, like it's just I hate that build because it was so good last split. It was so good last split. And Nemesis was probably the best AD Twisted Fate.
Not even last split. It was last year.
Last year. Sorry. Last year. It was so good last year.
But that's the thing. It was last year.
It was last year. And Nemesis was...
the AP now.
And Nemesis was the best AD Twisted Fate player in the world. However, they buffed the AP on the blue card so much that it's like a, 1.1 or 1.0 AP ratio?
It's 1. I think it's 1.0 now.
Yeah, 1.0.
I think it actually had his base damage was increased too.
Yes, it was. So... AP Twisted Fate just does split push AD Twisted Fate better.
Yeah, I think Niski had like the best version of that hybrid Twisted Fate that I've seen, where he goes Roa, Lichbane, Rapid Fire Cannon.
Yep, you can still pull out the Rapid Fire Cannon.
He literally just does the AD Twisted Fate, but as an AP.
Yeah. The Rapid Fire Cannon was the crucial part of the Twisted Fate scenario because the stun card giving that extra difference is so good. It's so good. Stun
and then long range split push.
And unfortunately, like Nemesis has been very slow on that adaptation, and then like we said before with all the I don't know, man. Nemesis has been playing really bad, I think. So I think Magic Felix...
I don't know what's happening with him right now.
Give me Magic Felix over him.
He's actually kind of fine. But...
Yeah, he was...
I mean, at this point, if you're Fnatic and your aspirations are not just to...
It's to win Worlds.
EU, but to win and go to Worlds and do well in Worlds and possibly win Worlds. Yeah. And you're going 4-5. And here's a quick stat, by the way. Because we're talking about the team. Because again, talking about the teams who each of these teams have beat. Fnatic has beaten Excel, Misfits. Again, that game they arguably should have lost because it was just a throw for Misfits, but it is a Misfits win. SK and Vitality. They've lost to Schalke, G2, Mad Lions, Origin, and Rogue. And here's the kicker though. Since week 1, Fnatic has only won one game.
That is true.
And that was against SK. Their only wins besides the SK win this past week was in week 1, where they beat Misfits, they beat Vitality, and they beat Excel.
And I think that
They haven't won a game since.
that somewhat plays to my point is like in week 2 was the week 2 where they lost with the Soraka stuff, so they might have been spending all of their practice on the cheese like Soraka picks. So then week 3 they had to like try and scramble to equal out with the other teams, and they lost there. And then week 4 they came out and they beat SK at least, but then maybe they put so much prep into SK that they totally forgot about SO4 being a team. Which, to be fair, I understand that. I understand, but then SO4 actually became a team.
This is Fnatic.
Yeah.
This is Fnatic.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even have to worry about prepping for SO4 to beat them.
I mean,
They shouldn't have to prep for SO4. They haven't won a single game. And half the games they don't even look competitive or good or even decent or passable.
yeah. I mean, that's fair. They aren't looking good right now. And it's because self-made is actually a win con. One thing is almost for if they do nothing, they don't, like I'm assuming you're going to say they don't win. But yeah, I think that that's a good point. If Magic Felix comes in and plays more aggressive, I think that fits for self-made's game style more. And I mean, we can throw it back to throw a little bit of shade, but that's not too nice to do. But like all the way back to Worlds 2019, where Ryan left. But Ryan's phone disconnects sometimes. But all the way back to Worlds 2019 when Nemesis and LS were saying how Doinby is the worst mid laner in Worlds because of his playstyle. The game has adapted that Doinby's playstyle is the superior playstyle instead of the very slow passive Frog. I believe Raptor compared him to Froggen. That style of mid laner is not the way to play mid lane anymore to win games. So, like, sure, you could say...
And even then, he doesn't even play it well.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not like Nemesis is winning the lane.
He farms and then does nothing with it. At
Yeah.
least Froggen can sometimes carry.
That's very questionable for the last
Also,
split.
I think it's hilarious that he calls him EU Froggen when Froggen is EU.
Yeah. But
I knew what he means, but I thought it was hilarious.
but
He's been playing in NA too long.
It's a scenario for me at least where it's like that is my understanding of, even if they do well in that lane, they're not helping anyone but themselves. And like League of Legends in general has become a lot more team oriented. Even in solo queue, it is so much harder to 1v9 unless you're playing Aphelios as a like one single person. Like really, name outside of Aphelios another champion that just easily 1v9s like they used to back in the day, like Kassadin back in the day and stuff like that. To be fair, late game Kassadin's still a little scary. Kale, sorta. I don't see
late game Kale is
1v9able. I think she gets CC'd and she dies.
If she gets to a point, it's rough.
She's tough, but she's not like. It's tough in general to win games by yourself now. You need the whole team around you, and you need to play around your whole team.
I agree with that. It's a lot. I would say your point is definitely valid. It's much more difficult and borderline impossible for some.
And it's like, except for
some people to just carry
outside of
on
Aphelios
as like a 1v9. Yeah, well, Aphelios has 200 years of game design behind him.
Yeah, so we can. It's just not fair.
I do think it's kind of ironic, by the way, that conversation started, that
about
whole
Wukong?
phrase started because of Wukong.
Yeah.
Wukong is strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I will say, because I think my thing disconnected. I think Discord hates me when I go on rants because that's like the third time.
Yeah.
They have gone off
I
on this.
really,
On this.
before we move on from Fnatic, I just want to point out Raptor's statement about Hilly is going to go in and sure he's Giga Enting. But yeah, that you look bad when your team doesn't follow you up on the play, or if you're so far behind and you get killed. If you're playing super aggressive and Hilly goes in with Selfmade and with Magic Felix instead of Nemesis maybe playing back, Hilly might look a little better. Because right now he does look pretty bad.
And again, that comes down to stuff that we don't know about. We're not privy to. What do comms sound like? Who is making these calls? Who is being a discordant voice that's going against comms?
Yeah.
So and that comes down to team synergy, team cohesion, and that's not working right now. But I don't know. Did you catch the last thing I said, Will? Before I guess I disconnected. About trying to convince you to drop Fnatic a little lower in your rankings.
Oh no! I didn't hear that.
It's because I just wanted to remind you of who played AP Cho'Gath top lane with Glacial.
All right, Fnatic is going down to 10th in the but Shulka's going to 11th. I can't put him.
Well, hey man, remember I have Fnatic and Schalke right next to each other. Even though Schalke technically beat Fnatic.
Yeah, but you can't.
It's a similar thing. It's like literally if we talk about this, Fnatic beating Excel, beating SK, beating Vitality. I mean, spoilers. All of them are going to be above Fnatic. You see that part of my power rankings.
Yeah,
they're all above Fnatic. Fnatic technically beat them, but I mean, aside from SK, which was this past week, all of them those losses came in week 1, and which were all in the same weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So and Fnatic has not looked that good since then.
Yep.
And so but they did at least look good. So in those times, so that gives them the bump above Schalke, but then not having those wins since week 1, and then also losing to Schalke this week, kind of devalues a lot of those wins that Fnatic had.
Yeah.
In my eyes, at least.
I like what Raptor says as well, where he said, you can win EU with Hilly. You in no universe will do it with Nemesis. That's a good point, because the point he mentioned...
I'm pretty sure they have one with Hilly, so yeah.
Yeah, and the point that he makes is about, like... I make this point constantly. I've even made this on the stream when I've started the stream a little bit of games. And it was when I was doing that Morgana versus Zed with that set in the jungle. I believe you were here for that, right, Ryan? Where I got completely
I was casting.
Yep. I didn't know if it was day 1 or day 2.
Casting.
I didn't know if it was day 1 or day 2 of me streaming League.
Well, I remember we had the one where you were getting freaking camped mid against the Zed.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Yeah, so the Zed is this is just a stupid tangent, but like I went to help my set with the scuttle, but then he kept asking for help and it completely fucked me in lane. Like I had the burn flash and that ended up getting me killed from set at level 6 or Zed at level 6.
So you were the reverse Jensen.
Yeah, kind of.
You went to go help your jungler too much.
But the point I'm trying to make is that in solo queue, at least in my experience, is if you know it's probably not the best call, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes and most of the time, it's always better to just go through it, because as a team, you have better success if you all commit to a call, even if it's the wrong call. You still have a chance to maybe outplay it. Where Raptor's saying sometimes. But
I could just say CLG and move on.
Listen, CLG doesn't count as a team either.
I mean, they're basically on par with a solo queue team.
Yeah, right now. But like, yeah, if you all make the call to go back, I'm not referring to that. That's what Raptor's saying with Nemesis and Whipple are always telling to go in. Nemesis is staying back. You've automatically lost because you have two conflicting things going on at the same time. So your people that went in look bad.
Raptor never.
Your people that go in look bad because they look like they entered because your mid laner didn't go in. But in the team comms, your mid laner also looks bad because he didn't help you go in too. So he has a fine score, but he's also not helping you in the team fight, and you're ultimately losing the game. That's all I want to say. Let's move on.
That does come down to everything.
Yeah,
it's the idea of playing together and having that cohesion. And clearly, something on Fnatic is not gelling.
Yeah, they're that clearly right now. They are clearly having one major issue.
But here we go. Well, now you have your number 8.
Yeah, my number 8. Now this is where we get spicy, Ryan. I don't not spicy, but I feel like our predictions are going to be different.
It'll be interesting. We'll see.
I actually have Excel at number 8.
Oh, you suck. You're terrible. You're wrong.
You're wrong. Where do you have Excel?
I'll tell you where I have Excel, dude.
Okay.
I have Excel number 5.
Damn. That's bold. That's why I figured it
You
was going to be
fool.
different.
You
Excel
fool.
actually it did not go down. They actually stayed the same.
Patrick
Oops.
is 1v9, but Patrick is a monster. So
Patrick
I'll give
is
him
a
that.
monster on the 1v.
Also special flash the C9 emote when they won.
Oh,
So
is that why they bumped him up to the number
well, I
5?
mean clearly he's a man of taste. So.
He's expected. Well,
But here
I was
yeah,
gonna
'cause
explain
here's
my
okay, yeah, you
reasoning.
go ahead, please explain, and I will tell you why you're wrong.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So I'm looking.
Because I'll say right now, this was the majority of my homework prepping my power rankings.
Okay, that's
Was
fair.
coming up with my argument for Excel.
My issue with Excel is that they lost to Rogue, they lost to Mad, they lost to Fnatic game 1 or week 1. Okay, fine. They've been good since then, but who have they played? They lost to Origin. They beat SK, who is very flippy floppy, just like all the others. They take down SO4, which doesn't necessarily count. It's SO4.
I mean, it counts if you're Fnatic.
Very true. Which is why I have Excel below Fnatic. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. I have more faith in. That was actually really tough. I was really debating between M and Fnatic between 8th and 7th there. I'm hoping that maybe they can change a little bit. I have more faith.
Nah, dude, you just gotta flip them.
I could.
already told you about AP Choke. I told you about AP Cho'Gath, and they lost to Shaka.
AP Cho'Gath.
That should be enough. That should be enough of an argument.
EP Cho'Gath
It's
really
not even
makes
AP,
me
not
want
even
to
my,
change it.
and that's not even my AP Cho'Gath. My AP Cho'Gath where you pull up freaking Rabadons and Protobelt and you go ham. And Leandries.
But they lost to Misfits. They beat Vitality, who on my list I have as very, very like scared, what's the word I'm looking for? Flip flop, like almost like you never know which team Vitality you're gonna get. And then they beat a G2 team without perks, which to be fair, congrats to them because that team did beat Misfits. So, and I think that Yanko, but it was more Yanko's messing up the soul point thing that I felt like tilted him and made him lose. I don't know. Like to me, the win against Vitality and Shulka are the main two because in my power rankings, I'm like looking ahead. G2 is not going to have Pinoy.
You mean Vitality and SK?
Vitality.
You said Vitality and Shulk.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
The Shulk win should not count that much.
Well. Oh yeah. Vitality and SK. Yeah. Shulk win doesn't count that much, but the win against G2, like looking forward, like G2 is not gonna have Pinoy on the team next time these two teams face. So I feel like that's gonna be a loss. And then,
I mean, to be fair, the team was 3-4 without Pinoy.
that is true. Well,
Or sorry,
they were
4 and 3 with 4 and 3 without
yeah,
Pinoy.
they had positive.
Sorry.
But I just feel like Raptor said at the beginning, Patrick and Torre, solid. Special, okay, like he's decent, but he's like below average for EU. Like, you know? So like the top side of the map for Excel is kind of below average for me.
Hey now. Hey.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
Don't talk no mess about Cries. Cries has been good.
Yes, he has.
And he killed it for being fantasy this week too. Man. He was smurfing.
So why? Yeah, like explain for you. So mine is that I feel like Patrick and Tori are in a similar. This is another to me, a better version of Homo Life and Dignitas. This is the better team of those two. Like where it's mostly the bot lane is really trying hard to carry, while the rest of the lanes kind of lose some. Not all the time, like Homo Life and Dignitas case, but most of the time.
Well, here's my thing. This is probably the closest pick that I have that is a combination of not just like reflection on how they've been doing, but also projection for how the team is going to go.
Oh, so you're
again,
really thinking Excel's going to make playoffs as well.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing, and again, this could blow up in my face just like Schalke did at the beginning of the split, but at least I actually have some degree of a sample size and recency with them. Because in a way, Excel are like the reverse trajectory of Fnatic. Fnatic started out strong and then just fell off a cliff.
Okay.
Whereas Excel kind of started from the bottom and have been clawing their way back up. and now they've and I feel like now they've finally just sort of crossed paths, and Excel's actually starting to ascend into being a good team. Because like most of their wins were in that first week, like you said, as opposed to Fnatic, who were like most of their wins were in the first week, and Excel's most of their losses were in the first week.
Yes.
Excel lost to Rogue, and they lost to Fnatic, and they lost to Mad in that first week, and then the next week they also lost to Origin. They basically had to face a bunch of the toughest teams for them in the very beginning of the split.
Yeah. I think that was one of my points as well, is that Fnatic beat
Yep.
Excel. I think that was they're so close to me. Though at 7-8, which is terrifying for Fnatic.
Yeah, and then they beat SK, which was a rough game because SK was doing well, but then the KL got to 1v9.
True.
So, by the way, but here's the thing. This is kind of what I'm talking about with trajectory. Is that from the eye test though, Excel have just looked like a completely different team than how they looked in the very beginning. They've looked a lot stronger, and comparatively to a lot of these other teams who are kind of just scraping and win trading with each other, Excel has at least had a positive trajectory and not looking like a freaking echocardiogram, where they're just up and down, up and down, up and down. Excel kind of started low, and now they're kind of at least going somewhat upwards in a stable direction. And I think this team is actually sort of finding their identity. They're finding their comfort on the stage and with each other as a team. So I think right now they just look better than a lot of these other teams that are scrapping it out and tied for fifth. And they obviously look better than Schalke consistently. And frankly, Excel they beat those teams since they started popping off. They beat the teams like SK and Vitality recently. Okay. So they've at least earned their spot upwards, and they do have the saving grace of having only a lot of their losses being in the very beginning, and they've pretty much done nothing but win since.
Okay.
Like I said, they're 4-1 in their last 5, whereas we just talked about Fnatic having 3 of their 4 wins in the first week.
That is true in your sense. And like that also is a very good. I mean, to be fair, I could easily put Fnatic as 8th. Yeah. Brian, please don't remind me of Excel.
You should.
But it's like, I think that's a very good, like, how I'm looking. I'm trying to do a lot more projection for mine, but at the same time, I mean, I guess if I were to flip Fnatic and Excel, which could very likely happen in my opinion, they're so close to each other. Like, that puts Fnatic 8th to your 9th and Excel 7th to your 5th, which is a lot closer. So I think that's the closest thing to it, where I'm giving Fnatic that last shot, that this full week. To the way I see it is, this week off is a mental reset for them and possibly a cooldown period for Excel. Yeah. Excel might be hot now and then like that, but
see, I'm thinking the opposite. I think Fnatic are coming out of this week. They lost to Schalke, and now they're going to be in the middle of scrambling. Yeah, and I think that's like they're like, think about where Fnatic are versus where Excel are. This is why I think about them reaching the crossroads of Fnatic falling down the mountain and Excel climbing back up. Is Fnatic is crawling down and they just lost to Schalke. Excel is on the way up. They just beat G2.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
And so you're talking about like a Fnatic team that may be scrambling to either figure something out and get their act together, whereas Excel is like, we just beat G2. We have a win over G2 in the first round robin, and we actually look okay. So we have a way to, and they can kind of build on that as opposed to Fnatic who have to rebuild.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, like I said, this is by far the most hyphy
of your
prediction power ranking for mine, and I fully expect it to blow up, much like Schalke did. But honestly, I've been kind of a fan of how Excel's looked. I think like they're trying to find themselves. They're actually doing a better job of finding themselves, where a lot of these teams are either inconsistent or they just really kind of haven't found what they need to do for themselves in this meta.
Yeah. And I'm kind of digging what Raptor says. Well, I like it. I hate it for predictions because we talked about this in week 1. He said that he likes that we have a week off so teams have a mental reset and either learn from 4 weeks or they just start crashing. I like it from a viewer standpoint. Hate it from prediction standpoint because week 1 you don't know. Everyone's a question mark. And week 9, which is where the next 3 games are. Sometimes week 9 already the playoffs are decided. So then when you make predictions,
so people don't care.
Yeah, people don't care. Timo comes out like it did last spring for EU. If I would have won, I believe it was one more game in EU, I would have had like an 80% pick rate in EU or 75% pick rate. I believe it was in EU. For like I would have had 3 out of every 4 correct last split. Not this split. I think I'm already can't get 75% because it's been so random.
67 is looking pretty good right now.
I want 66% at the moment. So let's move on. What's your 7th one?
My 7th one. Well, obviously it's not gonna be the same as yours, but my 7th one is SK.
SK, okay. So yeah, you have SK as 7. We're pretty close on this one. I have SK as 6. SJ.
SJ.
No, Fnatic, you can't cheat like that. they moved up. But yeah, so we both had them at 9th. I think this is one of the big surprises as well for this split for me is that SK, I didn't really expect much, but their coach from the EU Masters League, I think he's really stepped it up for this team a lot.
Mm-hmm. I feel like SK to me is like the worst version of G2 right now.
Yeah.
In terms of how the meta is working. Because they're like, even if you just look at who they beat,
SK is not a 3-game losing streak.
Yeah, well, they beat Schalke. No, they also beat G2.
Yeah, they beat G2 and they haven't won since.
It's like they beat G2, they beat Misfits, they beat Origin, but then they lost to Vitality, they lost to Fnatic, they lost to XL. But then they also lost to Rogue, so that's like the only other like top team that's technically that they haven't beaten. So in a way, it's very similar to G2, where they've beaten a lot of the quote top teams, but then also randomly lost to SK.
Yes.
Technically,
yes,
kind of is that. So it's one of the things where it's like it feels like SK, and I even mentioned this on predictions last week. I feel like SK for some reason just does a really good job in a lot of cases of prepping for stronger teams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened this week
against Fnatic.
But I guess maybe they foresaw my power rankings and like, oh well, let's not prep for them. Or they just weren't as good to complete. And then Rogue's gatekeeping was just too strong.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why Rogue is so strong right now is because everyone's losing to the bottom tier teams to like even them all out. So then they're just all they're all below Rogue, and Rogue's like that's my strength.
Yes, it's like you activated my trap card. You're all beneath me, and now I can't let you up.
Now you can't. Now we can't lose.
It's like we can't beat Mad Lions, but we'll make sure none of you get up there. Guess, but yeah, I feel SK is just so weird. It's like they randomly spiked, and now they're randomly falling back.
Mm-hmm.
This team is like actually hard to read because it feels like some of their players are actually pretty good. For the most part, like Crownshot was good, but now he's like, then he just had like I don't know if it was just an off week because he has been pretty good for the team.
Yep.
But then he just randomly started inting. It's really unusual. like Genax and Zazie were both pretty good to actually really good, actually decent and serviceable, but then they just were like a non-factor in these games. So again, it's just like I feel like this is a hard team to read. I feel like they're definitely better than what they were in spring and what we expected them to be, but I feel like whereas like XL is kind of like XL beat them, and now they're on the rise. I feel like SK has kind of like almost been like caught up to in a similar way to Fnatic, and now they might be on the verge of dropping. I still have them above them because I feel like just looking at them, I feel like their play is a little bit better, and they have had good wins against good teams.
Yeah, that's why I have.
But it's one of the things where that wouldn't stop me from picking some teams above SA depending on how they look going forward.
Gotcha. So yeah, because according to you, at least with the way I do my power rankings, you wouldn't have SK as a playoff team.
Mm.
Yeah.
I feel like if you asked me last week before this week of games, they
You would have
probably
said
would
yes.
be.
Yes. And then
But
going
the fact,
0-2.
but they couldn't beat Fnatic, who couldn't beat Schalke,
Mhm.
and I won't ding them as hard because they still have good wins from early on. But the fact that they couldn't. But I know it's transit property doesn't always translate properly. But
Yeah, so they
then
need this
then they also
break
got
to like reset almost because they're on a 3-game losing
yeah
streak.
reset
So.
yeah they need to get back to kind of like where they were and reset. They don't even necessarily, and they're not like Fnatic where they just look completely lost and out of sorts. I feel like they just kind of need to just reset and get themselves back focused on how to play the game.
Yeah, Rogue.
Well, yeah,
Rogue.
and yes, Rogue did stop them.
Rogue is
but
invincible if you're below them in the standings. They do not lose.
yeah, that's why it's unfair that they're basically second place right now. And they're actually tied for first, so almost no one could beat them.
Yeah.
They're invincible.
So
They've cracked the code.
everyone just has to beat up on each other, and they'll be great. They just had to start the year strong, and that's all they needed. So oopsies. So you have to go again because you have your sixth place team. I'm assuming I'm gonna take a guess here on what it is. Is it Origin?
It is Origin.
Hell yeah, I got it right. We're pretty close. I have Origin fifth.
I'm sorry, Raptor. We did not have Origin in eighth.
I put IG is actually the fifth best team in EU apparently according to my typing skills.
IG. To be fair, I don't know. IG is kind of weird like that.
IG is very interesting. This is both a drop. This is a drop for both of us. We both had him fourth coming into the split. I think that you can quote me in a month that Origin will be eighth. Okay, I mean, to be fair, Origin's their old style of league. We talk about this all the time. Like, I mean, we've talked about this for what now, a year or more? Like, it's outdated, man. It is outdated style of League of Legends that is just not working. Like, Nuke Ducks look very bad.
Somehow it still does.
It still does.
It still does
because
against some teams.
It's let me explain it better. It works to an extent where if the teams are mediocre enough, you can capitalize on it. It's a style of League of Legends that will never ever win you worlds again until there are changes to Vision score. Again, Vision.
Yep.
You will never see Origin Gen G win worlds. Never.
Yep. Here's a good wording for it. Their style has a very high floor, but also a very low ceiling.
There we go. That's a very good way to, like, it will pick up you. It'll pick you up wins. It will get you the playoffs probably. It might make you get to semifinals.
It's arguably the best gatekeeping style of play.
Yeah, which is why Rogue does it as well, by the way. Rogue has the same style. They're a little bit more aggressive with it, which is why they have a higher win rate, I believe. But actually, Raptor makes a good point. He said it works because they have Upside and Alfari. But when this Nuke Duck, Nuke Duck has been very, very bad this split.
Yeah. He had like 1 or 2 weeks where he was good.
And then it's falling apart.
But he's just way too inconsistent.
Yep.
And Xerxes, I feel like, is just invisible, and Destiny is just like along for the ride.
Yeah.
Him and Xerxes are comparable on this team. Alfari and Upset have been monsters, but they're like legitimately trying to 2v8 this team sometimes.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's tough to say. Like, yeah, I probably would put Nuke Duck in the bottom 4 as well. Now I think about it. Like SF4. Let's see. Nemesis. Nemesis. Would you put Nemesis as well in the bottom 4? Would you have Nuke Duck and Nemesis?
Would you put Melitza over Nuke Duck?
Yes.
Would you put Nemesis over Nuke Duck?
Yes.
Would you put Zazie over Nuke Duck?
Yes.
Would you put Special over Nuke Duck?
That one's hard. I'm gonna say no on that one.
Because I mean, like, the only other choices. I mean, Larson's been good. You're talking about Febby's been good. He's been a little hit or miss, but he's been pretty good most often than not. Like at least 2/3 of the time. He's had some loaded dice.
Yeah.
What about Abadage?
Abadage.
Oh my God, he's a special 10th place over Abe. No
come on, I have Abadage 10th, man. Come on.
Come on.
Special's
dude.
9th.
Special's that bad.
Special's 9th, but Abadage is 10th. You have Nemesis 8, Nuke Duck 7th. I would have Nuke 8, Nemesis 7th. But still, you're talking about Nuke and
I just tie them both at 8.
yeah.
I put special above them. Special has Patrick on bot. I didn't realize that special was a support.
Hoppe has no lanes and
Hoppe has no lanes and Gilius. To be fair, Schalke did actually get a win with Gilius, so and Gilius was actually okay when he played.
Yeah.
He's just waiting, man. He's got to play good for a little bit. He just joined too late. If he joined earlier, he could have played well, then stopped playing well, then Kickers could have joined, and they could have made playoffs. And then me predicting them to actually be 6th place in the pre-split would have been fine.
Gilius is an upgrade over their previous jungler.
I don't have to imagine that it's the truth.
Oh man!
I would kick Abadage. I would kick him every day. Yeah. Abadage made me very upset in spring.
Yeah.
When freaking Odo Omne wasn't inting, and Inax was desperately trying to carry. It was hilarious because Schalke in spring, once they put Inax in, it was almost like freaking Origin.
Yeah.
It was literally the ADC and top laner desperately trying to carry dead weight.
Mm-hmm.
Except it was even worse than this Origin roster by far.
Yeah,
because Abadage was literally like, you want to talk about a freaking disconnect for the rest of your team. Abadage didn't feel like he didn't even know what play he was going to make every second.
Yeah, he was making a new play, and he wasn't telling anyone. His mic was muted. He had a mic issue, and no one told him.
Abadage was the living CLG shot call.
Yeah,
he was embodied in one person. He'll go in when he has no reason not to, and then not go in when he should.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
like this split, he's been whatever because the rest of the team has just been garbage.
Damn, that is so weird. Even just like getting off Apadanga, I even said his name wrong. but just like going back, we literally just confirmed we had 3 people, and we all came to the realization that Nemesis and Nuke are probably bottom 4 mid laners this split.
Yeah. Well, it's mostly because we have these freaking EU Masters players, man. EU mids, man. It's showing up again.
Yep. It's so good. But yeah, I think Origin, like we said before, like I think they can make playoffs with this style. They can, like, mistakes that teams like Vitality are going to make, or teams like Fnatic even right now. Like hell, we have Origin barely making playoffs and Fnatic missing playoffs. like teams like SK makes a lot of mistakes like that as well. Like I feel like that's how Origin just wins their games.
But here's the thing: SK beat Origin.
They did.
So who's to say? Like I say, man, all it takes it's one of the things where I feel like 6th and 7th, just like the actual standings right now, it's super close.
Oh yeah, all these are super close.
These are just 2 guys in NA just grasping at straws at best.
Mm-hmm.
But it's mostly because none of the standings in freaking EU make sense.
Trusting that Origin won't implode. Hey,
except for Mad Lions.
Yeah.
And then Rogue finally decided to show up. But how much of that is Rogue showing up and everyone else is leveling down? So Rogue just looks better.
That could be true.
Who knows?
I'm actually kind of curious because I know.
That's what I'm saying. Like Larson and freaking Finn were like inconsistent as hell.
So I'm curious. I'm assuming you have Rogue number 2 because they're 7 and 2. They're.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So
you want to just knock it out?
Yeah, I want to knock that out because
they're 7 and 2.
Yeah, they're 7 and 2. They're just saying they're tied for first. I had Rogue.
Their only losses were to G2 and Mad Lions.
Yeah, I actually had Rogue 6, and you had them 5th. We had them barely scraping the playoffs, and they look really good. So my question is, knowing you, I'm curious.
Okay.
Do you have Misfits over G2 in your power rankings?
Do I?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Will. Why don't you tell me what your number 4 is?
You are more projection-like, and you put them over G2? Yeah, yes, and I'll explain. For I have G2 number 3 with my prediction. Come on. I have Misfits number 4, which is a boost for Misfits, but a downgrade for G2. What is yours?
I have G2 3 Misfits.
Damn it! I was hoping you'd be. I was hoping for it,
I
but
told I told you he'd probably be the same on some of these.
yeah. I agree. So Misfits looking pretty solid. Mine are more projection, and to be honest, my percentage of shock if G2 wins EU Spring, I would almost have them as
5%. 5% shock.
5% shock if they win Spring. This is like the most I have to punish them somewhat type power ranking. They are 5-4. However, they've beaten literally every top team, and I expect that to probably continue. This was more like give Rogue. Rogue has done so much. They've only lost to G2 and Mad. They've beaten every other team on the course of the way to being 7-2. Or the 7-2, yeah.
And a lot of them were really good.
And they were
smashed
stomps.
them.
Like a lot of them were stomps, and they are 5-4. Yeah, so that is true. But I feel like my worry with G2 is that some of the drafting's been a little shaky throughout the split. Sometimes, like you said, the Wonder has only been playing okay, if not bad, in most of the games. Perks coming back, that will help a lot. I feel like after the week of recovery, Yanko's outside of the soul steal and are just soul fail.
He's been fine, but has he been like MVP Yankos?
No, he hasn't been MVP Yankos, and I think Caps has been fine. He had a few claps game, I believe, or Craps games. I feel like
Craps games.
Yeah, like
I mean,
two,
last week he had a Claps game.
Yeah.
First game.
Yeah. He has Claps
And
games.
with the sub ADC, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean that's just what you expect from.
But it's like right now. But I feel like the issue with this is that right now, like obviously we don't know how much of it was, the team was just completely mental boom from the very beginning. And but it's like even with their mental boom, they still beat Mad in the first game.
Yeah, and I also like Raptor's point in the chat of hashtag don't draft Akali. Akali and Tom Kench, never draft them. Never draft those two champs right now. They have been had their kneecaps
wait till Tom
taken.
Kench just reworked.
Yeah, but that's next year. like this split.
Exactly. So don't draft them.
Do not draft those champs are what Aphelios needs and what Callista got before a few years ago. Like they got their knees cut off, not just like broken. They got the knees cut off from them. Like they got
the ergot treatment. They just got their bottom half just off.
Yeah, exactly.
Replaced with robot crab legs.
I honestly dare I say it's almost 50-50 between me and like my love for Matt and G2 winning. I don't necessarily see Rogue winning EU. I see Rogue definitely going to Worlds if they keep this up, but I don't see them winning EU. It's going to be down between G2 and Mad. I feel like they need to be punished a little bit for losing 4 games. Even if you ignore the one they just lost this week, that's still 3 losses, and Rogue has only lost 2 games, and they've dominated in all their wins, where G2 has kind of struggled a little bit in their wins because of drafting Akali.
So like G2 is basically has had like similar struggles to like what Fnatic has, where they've looked really shaky. They haven't looked like the world beaters that they have been and what we thought they would be.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference is that they at least still won. They still had flashes of brilliance. They beat quality teams and had quality wins. And they've done it consistently throughout the split. It wasn't like they spiked early and they've just fallen off like Fnatic have and looked like a mess. G2 at least had something. And I will correct something because they said that they're 5-4 with a mental boom ADC. That is incorrect. They are 4-3 with a mental boom ADC. But when they're playing a hot mess.
That is true.
Perks did not play this week. They are 1-1 with Pinoy, who is not mental boom. But that's beside the point. Like I said, well, that's true. Well, yeah, it's true. We don't know that. He may have came in and just boomed already. But it's like, man, I'm going to lose my job after this week. This sucks. but yeah, I feel like, yeah, as I was saying, it is a positive win rate, and the wins that they have been against primarily quality opponents. But at the same time, they've lost to opponents where in the past G2 should have just stomped them. Mm-hmm. Strictly on the difference of their talent alone, talent and their team play, which has been a hallmark of this team. And this is a team this is the same lineup that made finals last year. This is the same lineup like won MSI last year. This is the same lineup minus a role swap that won EU last split. This is a lineup that everyone assumes could beat potential world championship finalists and possibly winners,
Yep.
depending on if they show up, and they haven't.
They are still one of
Both
my 3 Western teams
Yeah.
that could win Worlds.
And see, and I'll say right now, like I said, I'm the one who brought up 5% shock if they win EU overall.
Yep.
And here's the thing, the reason why is because that's what I expect. The 5% is literally just because of how they're playing right now.
Yep. I think like I even brought up, even though Rogue I think is a great team and will probably go to Worlds, I don't see Rogue
hit around. Yeah.
I don't see Rogue. Do you see Rogue?
Once the playoffs hit, you don't know if they don't know if they can sustain it. That's fair.
I don't see Rogue winning EU at all. Where I don't see anyone outside of Matter G2 winning EU. And honestly, it's probably going to be G2. But Mad is cool.
I imagine too, but it's like I said, G2 has work to do.
Yeah, they have work.
Because I'll make a comparison to a team. It has a very similar trajectory as G2 is right now. For anyone who's not familiar with it, it was IG last year in summer.
Mm-hmm.
Where you talk about a top laner who was always consistently considered one of the best, if not the best, inting and playing garbage. Wunder and the Shy, same thing. You had personal family tragedies for a player who was, at least in Perks' case, at one point, a mid laner for the team. Rookie and Perks both went through the same thing, even had to take a break partway through the split. And the team, and how much of it was just a matter of them underperforming? How much of them was it the team just being boomed? How much of them was it just other teams catching up? We weren't sure. But IG still ended up making playoffs. They didn't win, but they made Worlds.
And
then they made it to the semifinals. Yep. And we're arguably in the, quote, true championship final.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, this G2 is in a similar point to that IG roster, and it's very possible that they just rebound it, take it back, and they're going to be kings of the world by the time we do these power rankings at the end of the regular season again.
Totally see it too.
But as of right now, we haven't seen that.
Yes.
At least not consistently enough to actually give them that nod.
Yep.
But the fact that they're still number 3. And I'll say right now, I honestly kind of wanted to put G2 above Rogue.
Me too. I really thought about it for a while.
I kind of wanted to, because it's the thing. Rogue's 2 losses are to Mad into G2.
You're just surprised.
That was the only thing. But at the same time, I still say, I was like, well, Rogue has actually done what G2 hasn't in taking care of business against all the other teams. So, and I will say, but it's the same thing, that even though I have ranked G2 lower than Rogue right now for mid-split, I still think that if we get to playoffs, and this is like we're in the similar position, I think G2 has a good chance of beating Rogue. But not if Rogue is playing well. Not if Rogue gets the buff against teams below them.
Yeah, then Rogue wins.
And not if G2 is inting the shit out of them.
Yeah.
So, and which is possible because we've seen it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with that, I would say that's our rankings pretty much rhyme. We have 1 through 4 the same. I have OG5, you have them 6. The only big differences are Excel one, I would say, and Fnatic a little bit, but those are the 2 like big difference. Outside of that, it's pretty equal.
And they're both orange logos that look the same.
But yeah, for the most part, I think that should do it with EU, because we are 3.5 hours into the podcast and we have a lot to discuss with the LPL. Like a lot to discuss. I will just so yeah, that will be all for LPL. I'm gonna actually pull up LPL, so when I go back tomorrow,
you mean LEC?
LEC, sorry. Thank you. Now I'm going to pull up the LPL, and so I can see this here. So when I do my time steps, I'll be fine. And then I will be right back super quick, because I'm going to just grab some more water real quick. We're just dipping. No. And DMO winning Worlds? Hell yeah, that's what I want to hear.
No, Raptor, it's V5. V5's winning Worlds. PP God will not be denied, my friend. So this week was interesting in China. So many games that could have gone my way. So many that didn't. Unfortunate. I could actually be tied with Will right now if just a few games went slightly differently. But, oh well. That's why I don't trust the teams in China, except for Victory 5. That is true. FBX is kind of getting back in form. FBX is actually probably the hardest team to rank right now, both in China and in terms of global positioning, because if you were talking about best of one teams, I think FPX is probably one of the worst, but they seem like they just scale so much better in best of threes. They're probably the best one at that. It's like them and JDG. They'll completely blow a game one. They'll strong arm back a game two, and then just stomp a game three. Though I will say JDG didn't really need to do that against IG when they played against each other, but I guess we'll probably get to that individually a little bit. But I want to say I feel like we are at least getting a better understanding of where everyone stands in China right now. The only issue I think right now, oddly enough, even after we've kind of praised them in the past, is LGD because of a certain series that they lost to a certain team that I don't like. So kind of hard to tell where they stand right now, but I think we're definitely getting.
Water.
Well, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did, Raptor. I'm sure they did. But that's why. That's again. I never trust a series with something. That's part of the reason why.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm back. Welcome back. So, the LPL
We were
version.
actually. Yeah. Yeah. We were just having a nice little. I was having a nice little discussion, talking about FBX
Ooh.
and how some of the teams in China are. I feel like are starting to settle into certain tiers right now.
Okay. I'll be curious because we do have to do power rankings for the LPL as well. It's gonna be a long night, and we even started early. I guess we were supposed to start at 8, but then the game's didn't end until 8:45, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
But oh well. Oh, Korea's gonna get screwed again, 3 weeks in a row. Yeah, I usually like to go to bed around like midnight to 1 on a work night. It's 1, and we still need to do China plus power rankings, Korea and WildCard
Yeah.
and GLP top 10.
Yeah, one thing. You mean GP10, but
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, one thing I will say about China though, it's like we may just have to cut short the some of the in-depth game discussion.
yeah, 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 that's for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll even actually, instead of doing like our two positive and two negative teams for China, we will just like, we'll go straight to the power rankings. How about that?
yeah,
But
because I feel like we end up talking a lot about the teams anyway.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So with the LPL this week,
We'll get to that, Raptor. I called it though.
oh man, LPL started very shaky. You actually had a very shaky week. You went 7-7. I went 9-5. I started the week 2-4, 1-3 to start the first 2 days. A lot of craziness to really start off, but I was able to recover with a 7-1 ending to at least make it to 9-5. You had a few slip ups there at the end, and it's your fault for trusting a few certain teams like E-Star.
Yeah,
But
it wasn't trusted. That was just purely a mistake on my part.
just complete mistake. But
Yeah, that's where I clicked to auto award instead of clicking the lantern.
yep. But so far, so 9-5. That was our worst week outside of the very first week of 3-3 and 2-4. Like before that, we've both been cruising 11-3, 9-5, 11-3, 11-3, 12-2, 12-2. Like it was working really, really well. It already.
Just to respond to Raptor in the chat. Trust me, I've abandoned E-Star the moment they lost to beat to Billy Billy Gaming. I abandoned that a long time ago. I just for some reason just
You
like
jump back
mentally
on.
checked out and for some reason just picked E-Star to beat Peachy, even though I've already admitted on cast that they are dead to me.
But the issue was Vici was dead to you as well.
No, they weren't dead to me. I was just done picking them, but I would have picked them for this game.
Yeah, you just had a.
I just goofed it, and I picked it. But then I was like, well, I've already picked it. I might as well stick with it. That was a
Yeah.
foolish mistake.
So the games went DMO 2-0 against EDG. Like after EDG comes away with a win
Lol.
against Top Esports. Stunning. Like that was a wake up call for day number 1.
Surprise!
This was me going back to work first day, and I'm like, are you serious? DMO? Like, what happened? I'm already back to work. I don't like it. And now DMO's, to be fair, I like DMO a lot, so I was kind of happy about the money.
They were celebrating you. Man.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got his job back. Let's get him a game. Let's get him a win.
DMO's fans, their parents must have had a feel. Hey, I am a DMO fan. I've been a DMO fan for a year and a half.
We got to get you a DMO. We got to get you a DMO hat, Will.
Dude, we do. I actually really like once I like move out and everything. DMO, their parents plus William. But
you don't know. William might be one of their parents.
Maybe. I'm old as shit compared to most of the Chinese legal players. But not that old. I'm only like 8 to 9 years older than like all of them here. Right? 17, 18. But no. Like once I move out and stuff, I've literally debated this. I'm like, I want like a really big hat collection or something. I thought about jersey, then I'm like, dude, you don't have the money for that. But like just some type of big collection to have in the background of like all the teams. I think that'd be really cool. But it's really hard to buy merchandise from Chinese teams. I've looked up for Top Esports already, and I can't find any. So if you find out how to buy Top Esports merch, let me know. Anyway, Fun Plus Phoenix took down Victory 5 in a 2-1. Oh, the newest TSM hat. Oh, I'd have to buy that. This plan is terrible. Fun Plus Phoenix. Victory 5. We'll talk about that one a little bit. Ryan's
that
upset.
Makes me sad.
Billy,
Makes me sad.
2-0's LNG. So that's unfair because they put Meteor in, which we didn't know when we made the prediction. I probably would have changed my prediction if I knew Billy was putting back in Meteor.
Oh my God! They put their best player back in, who should have been playing the whole time, and they win.
Wow, shocking!
Who would have thought?
Shocking. Team WE takes down RNG in a close 2-1, and that's I expected RNG to win 2-1, but like
Suck it, Will.
Yeah, you picked Team WE. You picked them. I'm impressed that you picked them there too.
Baby rage. I lack critical information. To be fair, like. It's Billy Gaming starting Meteor is kind of like knowing if EG is going to draft or not.
Yeah, it really is. It's very important.
It's critical information.
It very much is. IG versus DMO. DMO takes a win off IG. Hell yeah, DMO. Like, they've turned their whole stigma around from being, like, from me literally saying I am better than one of their players as a plat.
What happened to DMO, man?
Like,
they just came out with a vengeance.
Yeah, since June 22nd, even last week, they won their very first game against Sunning, and then they go 2-0 against EDG, and then 2-1 against IG. So in their last 3 series, they're 4-4, where before they were 0-10.
Yeah. I mean, here. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is when people talk about, believing in LGD and whatnot. Well, just keep in mind the team that beat them also gave DMO their first win. So that's kind of what we were going off of.
Yeah. It's tough. And then you had Sunning 2-0 LGD. Did not see that come. That's when I'm like, what is happening this week? Because I've lost one barely. Ryan lost that one, though. I lost this one. Ryan won this one. We won, but barely, and then we lost again. Like, it was like, we don't even have a good win here. We don't have a nice, clean 2-0 for any of us. And then Rogue Warriors takes a win off OMG for their second win. Like, okay, Rogue Warrior, that's not as unexpected, let's be honest, but it is OMG. But OMG goes there. And then JDG takes a 2-1 over Team WE, which you were so upset about.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually a similar case to the FPX V5 game where I was kind of just disappointed with how it went. Mm-hmm. How it ended up, the fact that it went to a game 3, and then how the game 3 went in both games.
Yep.
Very disappointing.
Top just destroyed LNG. I told you guys.
That's what they get for giving Billy a win.
I
Even if it had Meteor.
I told you guys about LNG. Like you have to just essentially take week 2 and pretend it never happened. They have one
Never.
game win outside of that. Like outside of that week where they went 2-0 against RNG and 2-1 against FunPlus Phoenix, they've won literally one game. They got 2-0'd by E-Star, which we show was not that great of a team. 2-0'd by OMG, not that great of a team. 2-1 to Vici Gaming, still not that great of a team. Then 2-0'd by Billy and 2-0'd by Top. Like, they're not even losing to strong teams. It's because they beat the strong teams. Oh, man. VG took E-Star 2-1. That was a close series, to be fair, but it was a stressful series. I was actually really, really annoyed of Billy. They lost the game at level 18 KL, Aphelios, and LeBlanc. Like, how do you lose a game like that when you have those kind of carries on your side? And then EDG 2-0'd Rogue Warriors. They restarted the ship. JDG 2-0'd IG, which was very impressive for JDG. And Victory 5-2-0 E-Star, and then FunPlus Phoenix 2-1 against RNG in a closer battle too. So at the end of all that, we now have we're at the halfway point for most of the teams. Some teams, like you mentioned before, it's the halfway point for the weeks. Some teams like LGD, Vici Gaming have only played 6 series so far, so they have to play a lot more because they're supposed to have played at least 8 by now. So they need to play 10 in the next 5 weeks. So they'll be playing at least 2 series every week from now on. But with that being said, let's just go straight into power rankings and then go straight into predictions after that. I think because I don't want to go to bed at 5 a.m. when I have to wake up at 7. So I'm actually curious because there's
at this point you might as well just stay up.
Not at this point.
Just cast and say, all right, goodbye guys, I'm going to work.
Yeah, at this point, yes, but I also have to drive to pick up my car tomorrow at 4:30. So it's not even like, oh, I can take a nap after. It's I have to go through the whole workday without sleeping and then go drive as well, and that's scary. All right, number 17. So I'm actually really curious. Like at least EU, there's 10 and we're the same. There's 17 teams in the LPL and there's a lot of different tiers. I'm kind of really curious where we each have our teams located. So I will start.
I'm curious as well. I mean, do we want to start at the bottom?
Yeah, we're gonna start at the bottom.
Or actually, do you want to start at the top and get the obvious out of the way?
Yeah, let's get number 1 out of the way. We know number 1. The rest is all question marks. Number 1.
Victory 5.
Victory 5. Top Esports. They've been number 1 in our global power rankings since literally day 1. They have not moved. They have not lost. They've hiccuped a few games, like 2 games, but they've always come back and won the series, and they just look so dominant. So they are still the same from last week or last week, 5 weeks ago. All right, number 17. By the way, notice Victory 5 at 17 on both ours. It's going to be the highest shooting up power ranking of all time. Number 17 for me is Mr. Puzzle Pieces, Rogue Warriors.
I also have them at 17.
They are so sloppy. Like, beyond belief levels of slop. Like, remember how we made fun of...
It's not beyond belief. I've seen them.
Okay, so, like...
There's actual...
Watching Rogue Warriors is watching a team of 5 Ruins on the team, kind of. Like if Ruin played...
It's not as exciting as you it's not as funny and as exciting as you think.
It really isn't, because it gets to a point where it's so sad because they keep dying over and over again. They've had 3 to 4 games where they died 30 to 35 times in a pro game. That's not good. That's not good at all.
Imagine the beginning of Team Liquid versus FlyQuest today, and just do that through the entire
Yeah,
game.
that's a great. If you watch Team Liquid versus FlyQuest and you don't watch LPL, or if like you just only pay attention to this,
Just watch
like,
the beginning. Watch like the first, like watch
yeah,
the level 1.
yeah, that level 1 is Rogue Warriors the entire game.
Extend it for 30 minutes.
Yep, the entire game. That is Rogue Warriors. Sometimes they win, rarely, right now, because they snowball off of that. But I want a Mud Wrestling Best of 5 along Rogue Warriors, DMO, Humble Life, SL4, and Dig. No, you don't. You don't really want that. You say you do, but you don't. Rogue Warriors might win that one, though. Oh, man. That's content. It is. You're right. But yeah, they're always fighting all the time with no regard to anything. And it blows up in their face like 95% of the time. I appreciate the aggression, but it's not working. You have to be smarter about your aggression.
Yeah. When literally probably the rest of China is like, dude, you need to take it back a notch. That means you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah.
With your aggression.
Yeah. It's like 5.
Imagine if you just had like Impact, Hillisang, Ruin, Huni, and then another Ruin, and you just put them all on the same team and gave them CLG macro.
Yeah, that's with
the level 1 of FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. It's literally just everyone die.
That is every single
fight. Everyone fight and die. Teleport back in to die again. Roam everyone up to a lane and kill each other, and then die, and teleport back in because you got to contest.
It's bad.
Oh, it's rough.
All right, my number. So you do number 16 then, since we both have 17. So far, so good.
Okay, here we go. It's gonna be top. There's gonna be top tier power rankings going. I have my number 16. This is actually kind of a tough one for me, but my number 16 is E-Star.
Woo! Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Because they're dead to me, Will.
Wow.
They're not as bad as puzzle pieces, but they suck.
Wow.
It's like they actually are not puzzle pieces. They're finished.
I love that Ryan's Discord is like cutting him off every time he starts making a rant today. He goes on the rant and it cuts him off. They're like, no, no. So that is very surprising to me. I'll wait for Ryan to get back so he can continue that rant. Oh, welcome back, Ryan. You were ranting again.
The Discord cut me off because I started slamming them.
Yeah, because you started ranting. We literally didn't hear anything about E-Star outside of them not being puzzle pieces.
Literally said they're not puzzle pieces. They're actually just a full finished puzzle, unlike Rogue Warriors. Except the picture is just a freaking middle finger.
Oh man, that's rough, man. I was not expecting that at all.
This team is trash, and I hate them.
I have
that's my reasoning. They're trash, and I don't like them.
I have E-Star all the way up at 12. I didn't have them.
You're wrong.
I didn't have them changed at all, in the sense that I just really, I think there are teams that have fallen below them, and a team or two that has gone above them. But like they're below average, but they're not in the bottom tier of LPL in my opinion.
Yes, they are.
They are who I thought they were. They're the same E-Star team. They're pretty aggressive, but they're not good enough without Cryan. Losing Cryan was such a valuable piece that is initially, like, people had E-Star in the playoffs, like, through all their predictions, if you remember in the preseason. I didn't think so at the beginning, and you didn't think so either, because Cryan was such a valuable piece for this team that was irreplaceable. Fen can only do so much. He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been great, and he's definitely been below average compared to Cryan. Yeah, I have him 12. I'm shocked about that 16. I was not expecting that.
Yeah. I bet. I mean, it was tough between that
There's
and
a
my
lot
number
of
15.
There's a lot
I guess
of
we'll get to that.
All right, my number
Your number 16, Nixie.
Yeah, my number 16 team is LNG. Now, that's mostly because... So they've gone down, weirdly enough, in my power rank. I had them 15, but they've gone down, and that's mostly because of... Hang on, my dog's going to want to come in here. Yep, there you you go. Told you. But pretty much.
I was like, why do they go down?
They go. I have to. I don't. It sucks because like I hate like taking away wins from a team that got 2 wins against Plus Phoenix and RNG, but like they have not shown anything since then. And when we talked about the wins before, it was like I've never seen luckier wins in my life. Like think about the CLG throwing Baron. That was like in team fights. It was it was like. I don't even know how to explain it. It was the luckiest game, the guardian angel of all guardian angels. He's the dog. But yeah, I'm sorry, LNG, but like they haven't shown anything to recover, like even show that they learned or improved at all since then. They're still the same team. They just pulled 2 miracles out on the same week. Where do you have LNG?
I have LNG 15th.
Oh, 15. Okay, fair.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it was a tough between them and E-Star. But
Yeah.
it's like, you know what? At least LNG beat good teams.
That is too. Dog
And
champ.
I mean, they're both equally dead to me for losing to Billy Gaming. But you know what? At least when LNG did it, Meteor was there.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. and
So
their jungler,
so respectable.
Their jungler remembered smite on them in those games.
So you know what? No, go ahead, LNG. You do you.
All right. So it's actually.
I remember when you knocked out Invictus. That was funny.
Number 15 for me, which of course I have to go me again because I haven't filled the holes yet. Billy. BLG.
Uh-huh.
I think this team is really bad. I thought, like, literally against E-Star, if their jungler takes Smite, they lose that series. And that means the only series that Billy's won would be against LNG, which I've talked about before is a terrible, terrible team. This team is just... and all the back... ignoring all the back stuff as well.
Yeah. Here's mine. Obviously, I will always color my my thoughts on a team based on certain things. And like I said, I've gone on record talking about how like E-Star is dead to me almost specifically because of Billy. So that said, I have Billy with a qualifier. I have Billy as 13th.
Ooh.
And the reason that they're at 13th is that's only with Meteor.
With Meteor, okay.
Only with Meteor. If Meteor's not on this team, they're 16th.
Interesting.
If Meteor's not on this team, they're 16th. They're below LNG. They're below E-Star.
Okay.
Even though E-Star lost to them, they're below them.
Listen,
they're only above Rogue Warriors because they don't exist. They're just pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I get that because they did beat E-Star, but again, like I said, they lose to E-Star if E-Star brings Smite. Like, they almost lost to E-Star without Smite. That's how bad they are.
Yep. And like I said, hey, Meteor beat them when they had Meteor. They beat LNG with Meteor, so I can't put them below LNG.
All right.
I can't put them above the team that I have at 14th, though.
So number 4.
Which I guess we'll get to that.
Yeah,
since
you picked
I
14. Yeah, you picked 14.
Yeah, because my 14th team is Dominus Gaming.
Hell yeah, me too. Our first team for improvement since our preseason.
My God. Wait, seriously, in 16 out of 17 teams in the league, we actually had one in the same spot that wasn't top esports.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. And I'm actually very surprised about I never feel the 16-team league Rogue Warriors don't exist. But if you...
Don't say that, because last year apparently they existed.
Yeah. Literally last week, before this week, DMO was 17th on my list. Yep. Easily. The 17th. I've made constant.
I would have came on here with the controversial decision to put DMO and Rogue Warriors tied at 17th.
Yeah.
And I would not have changed.
Yeah. That's fair. I would have
skipped 16 and just went to 15.
Yeah. DMO this week. And winning a game against Sunning, sure, But even that didn't excuse enough of their performance. 2-0ing EDG and then taking a game off IG and just looking competitive. Thank you. Like, this is what I've been asking for. I knew this team was going to be bad. I put him 16th, and I wanted to put him 17th, but I didn't know. I was like, Victor 5 was so bad last, but I can't actually put him any higher. Foolish me. Foolish.
I mean, we were all fools. We had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
The coming of the Lord of the bot lane.
Mm-hmm. So like DMO was like my worst team, and all the way until this week is the worst team for me. And now they something clicked, and Twilo looks decent. Like I still don't trust Mizuki in the bot lane whatsoever. I'm gonna rescind my pick or my statement after 4 weeks. Mitsuki is now better than me at support. After 4 weeks it took for a plat support.
But is he better than you at Nautilus?
I'm not going to rescind that one yet. He's had some of the worst Nautilus plays I've ever seen in my life. Infuriating as a plat level player.
I don't know, man. I saw Smoothie freaking use a dredge line to go right over a Rumble equalizer that he walked out of. Dude, I'm pretty sure he was dead no matter what, but I thought that was just funny.
Yeah. Like I said, some of the worst plays with Nautilus I've ever seen in my life. And yeah, he's improved enough to just like, okay, the first 2 weeks I was
you are no longer a plat in a solo queue player.
In the first 2 weeks, I was like, how is this guy on a team? Especially replacing Mark, one of my favorite players on DMO at the time, like back with Sino Dragon. And Gala just not. Gala's on RNG's like LDL team, but like they were so good in replacing both of them.
We'll talk about. I think we'll talk about Gala in a little bit.
Okay. And yeah. So
you must not have watched the RNG game, did you?
I'm totally blanking. Did Gala come in?
Gala played.
Oh shit.
Gala and Cryan both played.
Shit.
For RNG.
I'm totally blank. You know, I watch too much League, Ryan. I need to start taking notes. You watch a lot, Dave.
I work throughout the week. I barely wait to watch these games. How did I see it? You didn't.
I don't know, man. I'm literally don't. How am I not remembering this at all?
Go look up the match history.
No, I can't. It's China. I get a trophy.
I know it's China. Now you can never disprove. You can never disprove me now.
I literally got like back when I was doing the podcast before.
Just pull up the Reddit thread.
Yeah. Well,
pull up the Reddit post-match thread.
Man, I don't know how I missed that. That was against Fun Plus Phoenix, right?
Yes.
Yeah, today.
I want to say so.
Was it today?
Yes.
Yeah, then I watched highlights because I have to watch highlights on Sunday because there's not enough
then
time.
You should have known.
But I wasn't.
You should have known then.
Yeah. See, the issue is I wasn't paying attention.
Oh my god.
Oh,
terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Oh, great analyst here. I think that's the thing. I looked up
the analyst. Lol.
I found out the score before, and so I wasn't paying attention to I found out Funbox Phoenix won, so I wasn't paying as close attention because I had to catch up on all of EU. I didn't watch any EU until today. Like I watched all of EU today.
Yeah, dude. I remember. Yeah, it was this one because it was the last game of the day. I remember I was off. That's why I watched it because I was off today, so I got a chance to see it.
Yeah,
and I remember because they had the TriCast and it was hilarious.
Yeah, you said that too, but that was my.
I would say right now, anyone who hasn't, if you are a fan of if you haven't seen Chinese League of Legends, even if you haven't, I would suggest watching the series. It's actually pretty exciting, pretty back and forth. And by game 3, the shoutcasters, which is a TriCast of Hysterics, Lyric, and Dagda, those two basically just go off the rails and they just go completely insane by game 3. It's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. I had I just realized. So I woke up. I stayed up late last night, because with 4th of July parties and stuff, and then after hanging out with friends, woke up at 1. Watched all 10 EU games because I didn't watch any EU on Friday or Saturday. That was a mistake by me. And then watched the Korea and the LPL highlights real quick, like the last 20 minutes right before NA. Then got so involved in NA I completely forgot. that Gala in the plate. Anyway, moving on. We gotta get through.
Your boys got the guys we were just talking about. Gala on DMO and Crying on E-Star.
Yep. Alrighty. 13. So me for 13. I have OMG as the 13th team here. They're winning, but they're not winning against good teams, to be honest. Like, they started the year 0-4. Where do you have them? I should say before I start.
OMG, I have them at 12.
Okay, yep, you're the same boat as me then. Which is down for both of us. So, man, there's a lot of right at the bottom here. There's a lot of changes. The only one that stayed the same in the 12 through 17 is me at E-Star. So, let's pull up LPL real quick. OMG started the season 0-4, which we had OMG. You had him on the outside looking into the playoffs. You had him at number 10. I had him at number 9, so I also technically had him outside looking in, but they were really close. They could easily make it there.
So I think you dropped them even lower than I did.
Yeah, I dropped them an extra spot than you, and I had him ahead. That's mostly because OMG started the year, got 2-0'd by RNG. That was a big test considering I had RNG 8th and OMG 9th. They got 2-0 stomped. Then they got 2-1 to Victory 5, and this is before Victory 5 really ascended. They had only beaten DMO at that point. So
this is before we fully believed.
Yeah, we believed, but we didn't fully believe. So I'm like, wow, OMG just lost to Victory 5 and RNG. Then they lose to Top. Or no, then they get 2-0'd by EDG, the only team to lose to EDG in a game 2 to date. I think. No, Rogue Warriors.
Oh, Jesus.
Does that count as a team, though? No, they're puzzle pieces.
No, thanks, Raptor. You made our job easier.
You too.
They don't count.
Yeah. EDG versus... no, not EDG. We're talking OMG. Then they pulled the miracle off and won a game against Top. Cool. But then
they legitimately probably almost lost that game.
Yeah.
They almost went full Throne G on them.
Yep.
And just completely gave it up.
Then they beat DMO, who we said this is before DMO's hype from literally 1 week ago, from this last week. So that didn't count. They beat LNG, which I said outside that miracle does not count. And then they've beaten Rogue Warriors. So that's it. Their only wins are against. Let's go back to the thing. Oops, that's not it. I don't even know what that's Rise. They beat Rogue Warriors, LNG, so 17-16, and then DMO, who was 17th before when they beat him. DMO was a clear 17th.
It's Rise again. He's in Shurima.
Yep. But yeah, they were a clear 17th, even below Mr. Puzzle Piece team. DMO was below that. Because at least Puzzle Piece team was getting kills. DMO was doing nothing. It was almost a comparison of the teams that do nothing and the teams that do everything, like too much, like aggression. At least they were doing something. The team was doing literally nothing and rolling over. I had DMO actually as like 47th out of 47 teams at one point. Like worse than bad team Immortals. No, they were never that bad. They were right there, though. They were, like, equal with that team. Oh. But, yeah. Is that why you also have OMG at 12th? That they haven't beaten anyone?
Roughly. They're kind of just in 12th because I think, like, the teams below them are just worse.
Gotcha.
Like, the only team I would say maybe goes above them right now is Billy if they actually improve with Meteor, but that's, like, the only thing.
Yeah.
And I only have one series to go off with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fair. So you pick 11, since I've been doing a lot of the picks, unfortunately, because of your E-Star thing.
Haha. But my 11 is Vici Gaming.
Me too. So
awesome. That's 2. Nice.
Oh, nice. And actually, your Vici has gone down. So still to this date, the bottom 11 through 17, so the bottom 8, we have only had one team that we saw improvement. All these teams down here are teams that we had higher expectations for.
And they just all got worse.
And like we said, DMO was barely like that. That's a fresh improvement. They were who we thought they were before that. Yeah, so I actually have Vici staying the same. They've done about what I expected. I guess they're a little more disappointing, I would say.
They are who you thought they were.
They're 3-3. They're on a they're on a 2-game winning streak, so they're like stepping up. They beat Billy, but that actually proved to not be anywhere near as good because that was before we knew Billy sucked. Then they got 2-0'd by RNG, 2-0'd by Team WE, and 2-0'd by Victory 5. So the losses aren't terrible. They are to playoff teams, asterisk on RNG. But Victory 5 and like Team WE are playoff teams. And then they 2-1 LNG, which is bad. They're the only team that LNG has beaten outside of the Miracle. And then they 2-1 E-Star, which is also bad. So it's not like they're coming together, but it's kind of the same as OMG, where they're facing really low-level competition. Though I think E-Star is a little bit higher competition than Ryan personally does. But yeah. That's why I don't see them as a playoff team still, but I see them at least as a solid below-average team, if that makes sense. Like, I have Vici, E-Star, and OMG is the below-average, and then these 4 is the bad, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant when like talking about how I was talking when you were away, like right at the beginning before we started with the LPL cast. Was I feel like China is actually slowly becoming more and more separated off into tiers in terms of quality and play. And I think Vici is kind of like right at the very tippy top of the bottom tier. And bordering on that mid tier.
Yeah, they're bordering on being average.
Yeah, maybe they could bump it up if they can get some more quality wins. But right now, this is kind of just where they are.
Agreed. Completely. All right, so I'll do number 10 then. At number 10, I have EDG, the first of what I would call average teams.
He's at number 10, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I have them also at number 10.
Man, we are on point, 2 in a row. That is a drop for both of us, as we had high expectations for this EDG team.
Yep.
We had them
thought that they were going to be we thought they were going to be gatekeepers to the top.
So we are now, look at this.
They're gatekeepers to the mid.
Yeah, look at this, man. We have literally all negative. I have 2 like stayed even, but if like outside of DMO, we don't have a single improvement in the bottom 7 teams, 8 teams.
Dude, by the way, I'm not going to lie. I was literally debating whether or not to put them above or below Vici.
Yeah,
just because
I was
of how
too.
They lost the DMO.
They got destroyed to DMO, and I'm like, wow, that was let's be honest, that they took a game off top, but then they got destroyed to DMO, and before that they lost to IG, and like their only wins really are against EDG's only wins are against Sunning, OMG, and Rogue Warriors right now. That's it. They're 3 and 4. Mm-hmm. They're technically below Vici in the standings because Vici's at least 3 and 3. They haven't played another series.
I will say if you look at game record though.
Yeah,
Vici is worse.
Vici is much worse. The Vici has not won a game outside of
not much.
9-9.
Vici's not that much worse.
It's not great though. Like it's 43%.
I think EDG has benefited from playing more games.
Yeah, but I mean OMG has a higher win rate. E-Star almost has a higher win rate than Vici Gaming game wise, and they're 2 and 6. But
yep.
Yeah,
I
think
funny that EDG have ironically become the new Vici.
Yeah, they kind of have.
With the 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, they win game 1 all the time, then they always lose game 2, and then they always game 2 or game 3 is like up in the air, but it's like always game 2 is always a loss.
But then when they lose game 1, it's over.
Yeah, it's GG if they lose game 1. They need that power spike to win. All right, let's keep it rolling, Ryan. Let's see if we're the same all the way through. Your turn.
I guess my next is I'm at number 9.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually curious about where they rank with you, because I have Suning.
Suning at number 9. Interesting. We're different.
I'm sure. Probably have them higher.
Disgusting. I have to. Disgustingly have to have them as number 8 team. I didn't put them that much higher. But
yeah.
Sunning.
I refuse. See, the thing is, I refused. I refused to put them higher.
How do you feel about Sunning and DMO being your only teams to improve that are improving so far?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I had no expectations for DMO, and also also no expectations for Suning.
Yeah,
So,
I
I mean,
guess.
Suning, I'll say right now, DMO has actually improved enough to go up. Suning is more so like they had some okay wins that I expected, and then everyone else around them just got way worse. So
Yep.
they just kind of benefited, just went up as a result.
Yeah, I fully agree with that actually. Like EDG doing bad. So who do I have above Suning?
VG,
So we had
like
E Star,
like yeah,
Vici,
here's
Billy Billy,
here's the thing.
OMG. Yeah.
Yeah, like and that's just on my list alone. I had EDG, VG, OMG, E Star, Billy Billy all above Suning in my pre-split power rankings.
And they've all
So
faltered.
yeah. So that's 5 teams.
Yeah.
Guess and look at them. They're at 13th. Like they're number 9. So they didn't necessarily go up 5 spots, but it's close.
Yeah. It's fair enough. Like they've gone up 4 spots because only one team passed them that were below them. But like, I mean, they've played. They're in the average tier for a reason. They are an average team that you cannot expect to win or lose any series. You know, Sunning is never low nor high. They rank precisely where they want to. That is so eloquently put. That's exactly what I was trying to say. 3-game win streak though for Sunning, by the way, with a win against LGD. The other two are DMO and Rogue.
So that's a quote from something, and I just can't remember what it's from though. It's basically I can't remember what it is. It's that someone is never late nor early. They arrive precisely where they need to.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't remember what it was. Oh, there it is. A wizard. It's from Lord of the Rings. That's why. A wizard is never late nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. There you go. See, I almost had it, Raptor. I just forgot what the noun was.
Yeah, we had pretty much Rogue Warriors and DMO as their only wins in this coming in, so it's not the win against LGG is shocking, but like, will it continue? That's a classic Sunning. Just throw your predictions out the window. Win. They do that.
You mean LGD?
Oh, LGD. Yeah.
You said LNG, and like that's not surprising.
Well, that game sucked. I don't want to talk about that game. That was week 1.
I know. I remember. I hate it.
All right, number 9 for me. Number 9 for me is, I'm assuming your number 8 team, RNG.
Yep.
So you're just hoping.
And I'll say right now, I definitely debated those two as well.
Yep, that I was too. RNG for you is even. So yep, we're still sitting at in the bottom from 8 from the beginning of playoffs down. Our only up improvements are Sunning and DMO. Everyone else down there is a disappointment so far. This is
and most of those are just beneficiaries of everyone else around them being worse.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. A lot of teams flop. I mean, when you have 17 teams, you're gonna have a lot of teams flop. But
or they could all be good, like in Europe.
They're not all good.
They could all be good, Will. They're all good. They're all good, and they're all contenders, and they can all be champions. The league is just so competitive.
It is, but but like I would put RNG as a playoff team in any other region at the moment. but
yeah, see, Raptor knows what's up.
Everyone knows
LNG with 3-0 G2.
Easy. Well, to be fair, they are a Chinese team.
I know, just like Rogue would beat TSM 9 out of 10 times.
Man, that meme is getting worse and worse for TSM as the years go by or the splits go by.
The prophecies become true.
Oh.
I will say one thing about RNG. That's kind of the thing I have above Sunning. I think Sunning is like, as weird as it is, like the ultimate gatekeeper to the top tier, which is odd because they're like right in the middle of the standings. But it's like they're like the litmus test for how good you actually are, how consistent you actually are. Because if you could just beat Sunning and take care of them, then you're probably just good. Whereas a lot of teams, I feel like if you goof around too much, then they take advantage of you and they just win when they arguably shouldn't, just based on pure talent comparison between teams. I think RNG has a lot of talent. I think they've slipped a lot recently, especially with me, because they're kind of now realizing the form that I thought they would be coming into this split. because I wasn't sure how well they would fare compared to some of the other teams and some of the moves they made. And I feel like now, especially recently, because they actually played Cryan in the game versus in the series versus WE, and it was a loss. Then they played Gala, and they played Xiaohu instead in the FPX series, and that was also a loss. And both of those games went to three total. So I know we're really going, man. But it's one of the things where I feel like RNG, it's like they have an idea of how they want to play, but I feel like it's them and Sunny are like weirdly are like odd gatekeepers. Them and my number 7 team are like the biggest, like the trifecta of gatekeepers to the top of the standings. But I think RNG does have upside. I think if they figure out how they want to play, they can be better. But the fact is that they just haven't. When they've been tested against the top teams, they fumble and lose.
Yep, I fully agree. I wanted to believe so much towards the beginning of the split. They were doing so well, especially with Uzi retiring. It was like, wow, like Betty is completely full of shoes, and now they're just like they're struggling over and over. And like
And
apparently they played Gala and Cryan.
They weren't.
I didn't
Well,
realize.
technically, it wasn't the same. Technically, it wasn't in the same set. It wasn't in the WE game. I believe they played Betty and Cryan, and then in the FPX set they played Gala and Zhao.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much of that is just them not knowing what they want to do. Maybe they're trying to just try out different rosters. But it's like the fact that you're trying these against teams that you arguably should be beating in order to, like, either challenge for the top or to prove yourself. Or to get it, like, why are you not trying this out against like LNG or DMO or Rogue Warriors? Like, why not try out the roster swaps there and see how things work? I feel like now it makes me worried that RNG isn't confident in what they're doing. Maybe scrims aren't going well, and that is concerning if they have any sort of title aspirations.
Yeah, and I've actually come to, like, not necessarily a realization, but my hope from earlier this year was that I had 9 teams in LPL that I would love to see at Worlds, and as of right now, RNG and EGG have fallen off on that. You know, now it's down to 7. So which was really funny to think about, because it's like, oh, I would love to see all of these LPL teams at Worlds. One of them's not even going to be a playoff team by the end of this year. Like, there's only 8 playoff spots, and I'd love to see them at Worlds. But now that RNG has struggled a bit recently, EDG has kind of really fallen flat. Like, those teams have fallen off of that, and now we're down to 7. So there's a team in the playoffs that I wouldn't necessarily want to see at Worlds, and that's Sunning, because no one wants to see Sunning at Worlds. But
I don't know, if you're a North American player, you may want to see Sunning.
Yeah, we might actually get out of group. Yeah,
might be a good team that an EU team might be glad to see Sunning.
Yeah, we could actually beat an LPL team. Hell, Korea might want to see Sunning. But okay, with that being said, I will go up with my number 7. So this is kind of. This has been tough. This has been really tough. CLG will be the China
Slayers. There's only one team that could go in this spot, considering who all you have showing. But I'll interested to see if it's not.
I'm kind of interested to see, because I don't know. I have IG as number 7.
Ooh, okay. So it is different.
It is different.
Brian.
CLG
would be the China Slayers. To be fair, they probably will.
Pretend he
they'll
didn't.
Probably come in. They'll probably CLG will roll into Worlds, beat top, but then drop every game to the freaking Turkish team or something. They'll lose to Brazil.
You take that. Anyway, can come for free win, yeah. Youth. All right, so I have IG. They've dropped a little bit in my standings. I had them, like, I believe 4th or 5th. I don't remember off the top of my head from last week. So they've dropped a little bit, and that's mostly just because I've had 2 teams that impressed me enough to move up. But they've dropped overall since preseason. I had them 4th. They haven't changed. Let's just say they look a little better than they did coming out of MSC. But there are still moments where you're like, this IG team, holy shit.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with IG. And it is sad because for like a while IG, by the way, I do actually have them 6th.
Okay, so it's...
Yeah, so it's not too far off. But I actually do... but I feel like it's one of the things where with this IG team, they're like they're really unpredictable to pick. They're like really worse because they're so inconsistent, and it's weird that they like a lot of the games where they win in the exact same ways that they lose.
Yep.
Where like top and jungler are losing, and then rookie has to try to carry. If rookie can carry, it's mostly because bot lane is also not feeding.
And then if he can't carry, it's because bot lane fed as well, and
Yeah.
or top and jungle fed too hard. Like
Yes.
it was too
And it's
much.
literally like bot is like even, rookie is trying, and top is just giga feeding. They're
Yeah.
ruin feeding. The double ruin. But
yeah. Ruin. I feel
so
like Ruin like looked at like we compare him to the Shy in the sense of his like play style. Like Ruin really took that into effect this split. He probably only watched or the Shy at MSC and was like, hell yeah, let's play him like that.
I got this.
I know how to play like this.
I will say the other thing, just kind of commenting on something that Raptor said in the chat too, is like trying to test a specific roster combination versus actual competition instead of bottom feeders. Yeah, I guess saying like testing against Rogue or DMO is probably a little extreme of an example, but even saying like, okay, well, I'm going to test this on, let's see how Cryan and Betty do versus EDG, or let's see how Xiaohu and Gala do against Sunning. I feel like those are like good benchmarks that you can use. Like obviously maybe not using bottom tiers or that, but if you're trying to put your best foot forward against a team that's arguably top of the table, like wouldn't you try to use something that's been giving you the most success up to that point? And if they think that this is the most success, literally swapping rosters within the same week, I think that's what makes me concerned that there's something else going on with RNG that they generally don't think that they could win with the roster that they have been feeling for over half the split now.
Yeah.
So,
I'm actually
said,
pretty curious.
yeah.
Yeah. What's your number 17 then?
I mean, there's a pretty auspicious team that hasn't been put on the list yet, and it's WE.
WE, hell yeah. Okay, that's fair. I have Team WE number. I have Team number 6.
Yeah, I literally just flip flop. That's why I was kind of odd. It's like, but I can see it because IG I actually have as like a borderline team between the top tier and the second tier, which is like the mid tier. And I think WE is kind of like getting to that point where they're almost like gatekeeping both sides. They're almost right there on the line. They, like I said, this is a team that I predicted for like a similar reason. I feel like they are just a little bit of a step above RNG, mostly in the fact that RNG, I feel like, in a similar way to Suning, that in terms of pure talent, I feel like RNG has them. But WE just has this pure identity and knows how they want to play the game, that they can take advantage of RNG, who could be a bit sloppy in their execution.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts them a step above. But then you even saw, like, I even had them get picked against JDG, and they almost won that series for the same reason.
Yep. That's
JDG. If you look at
was the main decider.
You look at roster to roster between JDG and WE and RNG and WE. If you know anything about Chinese talent, is that those teams look like they should just smash WE.
Yeah,
completely.
WE does no super. They're the type of team that has 0 superstars. They just work really well together as a team.
Yeah, they're the pure team. They're the team.
And their team, like team. their competition against beating RNG and then being really close to beating JDG, unlike IG, who did get smashed to JDG. Which, to be fair, is how IG loses. IG does not lose gracefully whatsoever. but like that's what put him over the edge to put them at 6 for me. I'm like, I feel like this team could probably take IG if IG just doesn't have a like they're just off. Like they are off like 60% of the time now. It feels like when they're on, they're on. But it's really tough.
Yeah, and I will say it did take a bit. Again, this is another debating point between IG and WE for me, because it was a matter of I can see IG's highs are high,
really high, world-winning high.
IG's high. Well, I mean they're former world champions. They can challenge. So their highs can be high.
Yeah,
and they were actually on a roll, but really I think what it was is that just how they lost to JDG, and it's more so I feel like JDG is starting to ramp a
Yep.
little bit
Yep.
less than I think that IG is just worse than WE completely. I think WE could take advantage of that, but I feel like WE could take advantage of a team like RNG more than they could take advantage of a team like IG. Because I feel like IG could just skill check WE just way too hard.
That's fair. That is fair.
But again, I feel like those two are like right there
Yep.
with each other.
Yep. They're the
And
two
this kind of
teams.
actually leads.
They're the two teams that I expect they could be Worlds teams, but I don't see them as Worlds contenders. So that's my next section of teams are like so Sunning, RNG, and EDG were the average. IG and WE are the good teams, but they're not Worlds contenders.
Yeah. Yes. And this is actually kind of lead into my number 6. Well, my number 5 then, since we already know we have IG, WE's kind of flip flop.
Mm-hmm.
I have number 5, JDG.
JDG number 5. Ooh, so you've bumped them up a lot recently.
Yep.
But it's technically a down. Since they were third to start.
It's a down from where it was, but actually considering where I had them at 3 in pre-split, it's not that far.
Yeah, it's not too far.
Yeah, I will say I feel like JDG were definitely the beneficiaries of bouncing back better this week. I feel like their WE game again, I feel like it was a bit shaky, could have went to WE and it would have dropped them, but then they came out and just smacked IG.
Mm-hmm.
It both exposed that IG still has work to do and JDG is actually on form to punish them.
Yep, and when JDG's on form, they're really scary.
Yeah, and I
Brian's
feel like
team,
it's a similar thing to yeah, it's a similar thing to what you were saying about WE and IG kind of being those borderline teams. I kind of extended a little bit higher. I think JDG and IG are more borderline teams for me.
Interesting. Okay.
Because JDG still has more, like a bit more proving ground to make for me, considering how kind of shaky they were, especially mid like a couple weeks ago. And IG are just so inconsistent that they just need to prove themselves to get that consistency back and be on more consistent form. But like I feel like JDG has highs enough to be split champions. I feel like IG at their highs could be world champions. But the fact is they just haven't shown either consistency to week, or even just the pure form in JDG's case.
Gotcha. So for me, actually, them beating IG the way that they did actually sold them to me that okay, like our death of JDG, they're back. In my opinion, I'm like okay, this is Zoom.
Really, you were just shitting on IG. You had them 7.
I know, but seeing them,
you put IG 7. It's like they beat IG. Oh, they're world beaters.
Yeah, well, they also beat Team WE, and I would never put them at number first.
Ooh, WE. WE, the game they should have lost.
There's two series in the same week against two teams that could be Worlds teams, and they beat them both. That's what I needed to see from JDG. This team has a ton of talent on it with Zoom and Knave. I put them all the way back up to 3rd.
Oh my god! And here's the thing: I have a feeling I know that I have a feeling I know who your second place team is.
Yeah.
It makes me sad.
So they've moved on, which technically is down from preseason because they were number 2.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you're a fool.
I think that they're the number 3 team.
You didn't watch MSC where they were completely exposed.
I did watch MSC.
JDG are the Gen G of China.
No, they're not. They are. Don't you take that back? They don't play like Gen G at all.
Not in play style. Not in play style. Because I don't think anyone in China is the Gen G of China.
Yeah.
But in terms of
BLG.
relative standing. In terms of relative standing to everyone else. In terms of relative standing to everyone else, this is like one of those teams that will benefit from beating the hell out of teams in regular season. And they just had a good lucky run last split that got them a title. But then as soon as Top got some wins under the belt, they completely exposed them and destroyed them. And it's going to happen this split. It's not going to stop.
I agree with that because Top is so much better than everyone else.
Well, not just that, but then you also saw an extension of that from how they've been playing for the past couple of weeks, not barring this week. They had a shaky, almost loss versus WE, and then had an actually good win against an inting IG.
I just think
they finally got wins back. Before that, they were winning against bottom feeders.
That is true.
They get their record back.
They got the I'm just saying.
They got destroyed by Top and Fun Plus.
Watch, JDG is gonna be top 3 by the end of the split. They've already played Fun Plus and Top. They got those out of the way.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I feel like JDG is ramping up right now, but I just don't think they're there yet.
Okay.
They need to prove that.
We're only 2 positions away, by the way.
I know.
The fact that thank you, Brian.
There are certain teams but it's the fact that there's certain teams in those positions that makes me upset.
I don't know why. Whenever I'm on this, it doesn't do my emotes, even though I have them set. I don't know. That's why I usually don't go to this. But thank you very much for that. All right. So number 5.
That's right, Raptor. Will is running it down on this team list. He's AP Disco Nunoing the mid lane right now.
So the bet so far, Will predicting JD top 3 and me saying OG is out of playoffs. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
This or that.
Can I say top 4? JD. Can I change it to top 4? Because LGD.
No, man. No, that's where you have them. You have them top 3 right now.
Damn it. Well, the issue is
I have them top 5. That's understandable.
Well, the issue is for China, my top 5 teams in China, I have all as world contenders. Like, not just like worlds going to worlds, worlds contend. One of them will not go to worlds. There's not enough spots, and they could win worlds. Like, that's how good China is right now.
JDG's not winning worlds.
It's possible.
JDG's not winning worlds.
All right, so my number 5.
They have competition in their own region that are better than them. There are like at least 3 teams that are better than them right now.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
So does Fun Plus Phoenix.
That's 3 teams that might be better than them. That's 1 team that's definitely better than them.
Yeah, 1 team definitely. It's top esports. Come on, it's not fair to the rest. If JDG Worlds, you have to buy us a JDG skin. I don't want JD. Okay, time out.
If Sunning wins Worlds, I'll agree to this bet, but then I'll deny it, just like I'll deny Sunning winning Worlds.
Yeah, you can't have that validation of buying the skin if you can't admit that Sunning won Worlds. But I don't want JDG to win Worlds. Let's be honest. Yeah, they are out of the 5 teams that I have in top 5, my least favorite. So out of that, I would definitely not want them to win Worlds. But moving on. I'm sorry, Brian. With the segment.
Brian's so bad.
My number 5 team.
Oh, he's gonna unsub.
Resub next on Rip. Oh man.
Rip. Yeah.
My number 5 team.
All right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're up to number 5.
Yeah,
that's
number
right.
5. So, by the way,
I'm not really be upset with you.
We're still all the way here, and I only have 2 teams that have improved, but that changes because number 5 is Victory 5.
I hate you, Will. You're wrong. You're actually just wrong.
No, Victory 5 is... They've moved all the way up from 17th to 5th on the list.
Yeah? They should be number 1.
They shouldn't be number 1. Top is number 1.
That's a 16-team jump. They deserve.
PP
You are not a true believer in the cult of PP.
I am a believer. I'm just...
No, you're not. You are a fraud. You are not a true believer.
I love how Victory 5 has improved so much from last split, but...
You're not a true believer. P-lever.
They've lost to LGD. They've lost to Fun Plus Phoenix. They
should have won versus the Fun Plus Phoenix.
They should have won against
They could have won.
You love the
It's like WE should have won versus JDG.
But they didn't. At the end of the day, they did not. And that's due to inexperience, and that's going to improve over the course of the year. This team easily can win Worlds. Like, I never thought that those words would come out of my mouth with Victory 5. But it's true. Victory 5 can easily win Worlds. They are... I just have the others ahead of them right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where do you have Victory 5?
Where do I have Victory 5?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Will. Where do you have JDG?
Number 3.
You're damn right.
Yeah, Victory 5 all the way up to number 3. Let's go.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Mm-hmm. They are awesome.
They're the best.
It's okay. You've opened mid by now anyways.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though, man. Victory 5 has actually played good teams and has actually played them hard, and has actually beat good teams. Who does JDG beaten?
Team WE and IG.
Uh-huh.
World's contenders.
Who else?
Who has Victory 5 beaten above JDG's teams?
Who actually did better against FunPlus?
Victory 5.
Yeah. JDG hasn't even played them yet.
Yeah. Oh, I thought
JDG hasn't even played LGD. They played top and got destroyed.
They do get destroyed at top. But
yeah. As soon as they played top tier teams, they got smashed. And they took advantage of an IG team that's Invictus Gaming.
It's top though, according to Brian. It is top. Top is so much better than everyone in the world, man.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's not when you have
LGD played top close, and Victory 5 almost beat them.
They did.
And they almost beat FunPlus Phoenix.
I'm not saying Victory 5 is bad. I think they can win worlds. I think JDG can win worlds.
First of all, you're wrong. It's not you think they will win worlds. They will win worlds.
They will win worlds.
This has been agreed upon. It was written in the code of PP. As soon as the split began. You're a charlatan.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Never thought I'd have to apologize. Never thought I'd have to apologize when I put Victory 5 in top 5 teams in the LPL.
See, you're not a real P-lever. You're just a zoomer. That's why you have JDG 3.
Oh man. So I'm assuming our number 4s are the same.
Probably.
LGD.
Yep.
Very solid team. No.
I'll say yeah. The only reason that they're number 4, I actually would have had them ahead of Victory 5 if they didn't lose this week.
Agreed. I mean, I have them ahead of Victory 5. They would have been ahead of JDG for me if they didn't lose this week.
Yeah.
To freaking Sunny.
And I'll say, to be fair to you, I was considering actually dropping LGD below JDG.
But you didn't.
Man, the fact that they, dropping LGD below JDG.
Yeah.
To 5. But the fact that LGD actually put up a fight against top.
Such a good fight too.
Yeah, actually put up a fight against them. Not like JDG, who got just curb stomped.
I'm telling you, man. Well, LGD is also very good, but I'm saying that the loss to Sunning is not great. But
no,
it's actually kind of funny now I think about it, because if you look here, I have them 4th in the LPL. Literally last week in the global top 10, I had them number 3 team in the world. Not only were they number 3 in the world, they've dropped lower in that ranking in the LPL. It doesn't mean they're out of the top 10 in the world, but it's just
same.
LPL's really tough.
I'll say that much. I mean, it's Sunning.
I
can hold it against them, but I won't hold it against them that much because it happens to the best teams.
Yeah, Sunning steals those.
But I will say this though, that loss actually kind of put LGD. Like I said, I was debating kind of switching them and JDG. It's so hard to say them back to back because the similar symbols. but it actually did kind of bump them back to that borderline level, because now it's like LGD, you might have some proving to do too.
Okay, so you have 4 teams that can win worlds on your LPL list.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Are you talking about like? Well, I feel like there's only one that's going to win worlds.
Yeah, there's clearly. But
I actually on my list, I actually have 3. Essentially my top 3 are what I call my world's favorites from China.
Okay.
Right now. Like I said, JDG, LGD, IG are borderline, and they just have proven to do, but they can reach it.
But this is
WE, RNG, and Suning are like the gatekeepers / mid tier, and then you have like EDG downward or like getting to the bottom tier.
I mean, this is the scary thing though. If you go back and watch LGD versus Top from a few weeks ago, that's the team we're saying is in the wildcard region for LPL. That's who they're bringing as their worst team.
Yeah, here it comes.
Here comes the worst team in the LPL.
Here's your wildcard team. It's either going to be Victory 5, LGD, or JDG. Have fun, guys.
Have fun with that one.
Imagine freaking your 4th place team in Europe playing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. The fourth place team in Europe would be like either Misfits or G2 at this rate, at this point.
Yeah.
But who knows by then?
No, I'm saying G2 is gonna move up. Mad, Rogue. Yeah, it'd really be between Misfits, Excel, Fnatic, maybe. Like, Origin,
Oh, so you admit that Excel can be up there
SK.
after you put them like
Because
eighth.
they're all tied. They're all tied there. Between Excel and Fnatic is like that. They're all the same.
Europe is rough. Europe is seriously rough right now.
Yeah, it is so. It's a 1-game difference between 3rd and 9th place. Oh man. Okay, so number 2.
That said, I would say that said, I think we actually had the same number 2. Then.
Yep, number 2, FunPlus Phoenix. You've had them the
FunPlus
same.
Phoenix.
So I had them.
My top 2 have not changed.
Yep, I moved them up from.
I was right.
You were right.
Let it be known that Ryan was big brain at the pre-split. He knew.
I had 4 teams stay the same from mid-split to pre-split. You only have 3, so GG. Yeah. There's a lot of red on the bottom of this list.
Yeah, but what really matters from China? The freaking 12th place team or the 1st and 2nd place team?
That's very true. Very true.
Yeah, so MSC is actually a good litmus test for these teams.
And LGD's been a very nice surprise because we both put them at 7th. They had potential to be up here. We both knew that. It's just that we've seen Misfits, Sunning, 100 Thieves, any like superstar team,
to an extent,
EG to an extent,
If you're talking about beginning of spring,
beginning of the season, superstar team comes together and it blows up. It happens 90% of the time. Like it never works out. But so that's why we were a little hesitant on LGD. They were just like superstar team all put together. Like not a ton of synergy together, a little bit, but not like everyone had always played. But like they've hit the ground running. They've been very good.
Yep. Like I said, just for the other teams, I just want to see LGD if they can pop off some more wins against top tier competition, and they'll have it coming up because they still got some teams to play. Yeah. They got their top game. They got their top series out of the way early on, and they acquitted themselves well. But now they still got some top teams to play.
Yeah, and they beat Victory 5, so they only need their top games that they have to play is like FunPlus Phoenix, JDG, stuff like that. And those are also proving games for JDG as well. I think FunPlus Phoenix is fine. I think they're real. It's weird. They're defending world champions. They're fine, Yeah.
It's really just a feels bad for LGD right now because they were realistically number 3 on my list until they lost the.
No, they were number 2 on my list.
No. Well, I'm talking about LGD.
Yeah. No, LGD would have been number 2.
No, they're like LGD were going to be number 3 on my list right now for LPL, but because they lost to Sunny, because LGD beat Victory 5, I'm like, oh, that's an easy one.
Would you have had LGD below FunPlus Phoenix? Because I think we both had LGD ahead of FunPlus Phoenix.
Yeah. I would have still had FunPlus Phoenix above LGD right now.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, we're talking about teams that can win worlds.
First of all, no head to head. Yeah, first of all, no head to head between those teams. But if LGD did not lose to Sunning, then it would have been like top FPX, LGD, V5, JDG. Okay. For my top 5. But because of that, they dropped him down to JDG. I'm like, I don't know what happens. You kind of failed the litmus test against the litmus test team. But Victory 5, they came out. They were actually smashing kids. So
yeah,
and they actually acquitted themselves well against these other top teams. Like the only time their loss against LGD even then was early in the season. Like before Victory 5 was really showing
ramping
themselves up.
Yeah, until they truly proved themselves.
Yeah. The one thing I will say about FunPlus, and it's something I mentioned when you were actually away, was that FunPlus looks like they're actually ramping. I feel like this is the team that I feel like if there's ever going to be a team that's going to challenge top esports in playoffs, it's going to be FunPlus Phoenix. Yeah, because just looking at the way that they've been playing these best of 3s, especially the past 2 ones, it's been very similar. It's like they go down, they have a bad game early, then they're able to work game 2 around back into a win, and then game 3 they just crush.
Yeah, they're really good in a series.
They figure themselves out in the series, and I'm just imagining if this goes on to a best of 5, I think they just either 3-1 or 3-2 everybody, except maybe top. The only question is top.
Yeah, because top is. I think top is the same thing.
Because
where it's
top
like,
is just
too
so good. But
They're
the
just
top
too
has
good.
been shown that they can drop random games to teams and
Yep,
play
they
badly.
dropped the game to OMG and EDG without hope.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I think that should be all for our power ranking, just
Yep.
to try and move on, because we're almost 5
yeah,
hours in.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's the thing, though, because top still has to play Victory 5 and Fun Plus Phoenix.
That will be very exciting to see on the second half of the games. But
Yeah.
all right, let's move to the predict. That's the wrong tab. Let's move to the predictions.
Let's move on to the. Oh, God, no.
We didn't have LEC predictions, but we have LPL.
They still went off for almost an hour.
Almost 1/4.
Trying to make sense.
On podcast,
It's all
almost
because
a
I put Excel in my top 5 and everything went to hell.
It will be a fourth of my day because this will easily hit 6 hours. We still have LCK, Wildcard, and the global power ranking.
I will say though, the GP10 might actually be easier because we've already did power rankings on 2 regions.
Yep.
So that actually might work out pretty
and
well.
weirdly enough, most of those teams are in the power rankings. With NA being one of the regions we didn't talk about.
and most of them are in the same order that they are in the LPL.
Yeah. Imagine Will running it down and it still takes 50 minutes. Shut up.
Yeah. It takes him a while. He didn't buy boots, so it takes him a while to run it down.
I had a game on stream
good night,
like that.
Brian. Take it easy, bud.
Good night, Brian. All right. So game number 1. Team WE versus DMO. My boys DMO.
Do you believe?
4-4.
Do you believe?
No, I do not. Try to make it a little quicker. I don't want to build it up too much. No, I just feel like Team WE is a team where like their teamwork makes the dream work, and DMO, they've looked much better, much better. But they're not going to be able to beat through that team.
Here's the question though. If DMO 2-0s WE tonight, do you believe?
In what? Like, it's already almost too late to make the play.
Do you believe in DMO to go to Worlds?
No.
But they just beat your number 16.
Yes, but they have too much. They have to make up like 4 games just to make the playoffs.
That's doable.
They're
in China, that's doable.
Is it really?
It's doable in China.
Raptor believes. No, it's
as I said, if they 2-0 WE,
yes,
who just beat RNG and nearly beat JDG.
Okay.
Can DMO challenge for playoffs? Do you believe in them?
Okay, let's see. They beat Team WE.
Here, I'll rephrase. Do you believe in them going forward? Do you actually predict them?
For 2 games? Yeah. Because the next 2 games are against Rogue Warriors and BLG. You think I'm picking them against top? No.
I don't know. Do you?
No.
Do you pick them against Vici?
If they beat Team WE, Rogue Warriors, and Billy, and Vici's got a... Oh, no.
Yeah, Vici's got a lot to do.
Vici's got
Vici low.
got Rogue Warriors.
Vici still has a lot of competition to play.
They get to play with the puzzle pieces for a little bit, and then they have to face Funplus Phoenix, JDG, and Top Esports, and then EDG if EDG recovers. Like EDG could recover and be a good team still.
And Vici does play LGD later.
Yeah, and IG.
after they play the surging DMO.
Oh, Vici, no. Vici's not making playoffs. You heard it here first. Vici's not making playoffs.
Hey man, I told you. But hey man, that's the thing though. DMO, I think they can do it. They don't have to step into competition. Though.
I mean, they beat then they lose the top, then they beat Vici, then they have to beat FunPlus, and they have to beat RNG. They probably realistically.
Hey man, if they beat WE, they could beat RNG because WE beat them.
Yeah, but we're saying realistically, Dominius has 1 series they can lose, and they have to face Top and FunPlus, and they have to win one of those to make playoffs.
Dude, you gotta believe, man.
I don't believe. I'm sorry, I don't believe.
You don't believe. You're not a fan.
I am a fan, but there's something called
get that hat. You're not gonna get that hat now.
There's something called being realistic.
We're gonna put that big stupid goblin logo on your head. Since you love JDG so much.
Mr. Believe, who do you have?
5WE.
Yep.
What are you talking about? I mean, I picked WE to beat freaking JDG
Yeah.
and RNG last week. Of course, I'm gonna pick them to beat DMO.
Yeah, let's speed run exactly, Raptor.
Yeah,
Let's speed run the
that's true.
predictions here.
All right,
All right,
JDG versus EDG. Go.
JDG.
JDG.
All right, Vici
Vici
versus
versus
Rogue.
Rogue Warriors.
Vici.
Vici. They actually have upside.
They actually
Somewhat.
they're not a puzzle.
If they lose the Rogue Warriors, they're doomed.
Sunning versus E-Star.
They're giga doomed.
They're giga doomed.
Sunning. E-Star's dead to me.
Yep. I gotta type them out, and that's why it's going slower.
alright.
Victory 5 versus
Here we go.
LNG.
Victory 5, baby.
Yep, all about Victory 5. IG versus Billy Billy. Billy Billy with Meteor. Assuming.
Meteor's not strong enough to carry them.
Not through IG.
It can't be that bad.
He could get a lot of kills on Ning and maybe go topside and maybe it'll be enough, but Rookie will be way too.
I mean, it's possible, and if it happens, it's more so IG's going down than Billy Billy going up.
That is true. That is true. Vici versus Fun Plus Phoenix.
Hey, if you Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yep, me too. Damn it, Ryan. We're not gonna have any of the different picks.
Oh no, here we go though.
Here we go. LGD versus JDG. Who did I pick in my?
I don't know, Will. Who did you pick? Because I'm looking right at my predictions. I still have them screenshotted. I make it. I'm no changing here.
Here we go. Here's the reveal of who I picked in this
Go ahead.
game.
Go ahead, Will.
I picked
Pick with your power rankings, coward.
I picked LGD.
Oh my God, you're a coward. You're a liar. How could you? You're such. Oh my God. Will, see, this is what I mean. Look at this guy. He's a fraud.
My
Oh,
power.
JDG number 3. Oh, they beat IG. Picks his number 4 team to beat them anyway. What kind of sense does that make?
I'm just saying
That's why you
that
have to believe in me. Believe in the PP God. I also have LGD because they actually fit with my power rankings.
Yes, but I think at the end of the
Because
split,
it's my number 4. It's my number 4 team beating my number 5 team. This is what I mean about his power rankings being more projection and my being more reflection. By the way,
yeah,
it doesn't make it so that my predictions end up making sense.
your
And
predictions.
he just picks against his own power rankings repeatedly. Also, there's a Nautilus.
Yeah, there was. I'm just glad it's not like some like weird thing because there is a lot of weird wallpapers when you download like 2000. I've been pretty clean on my mess up so far, pretty safe. But yeah, LGD on my predictions are. I'm sorry.
With weird fish emoji. Okay.
Oh man.
All right.
Yeah,
so
dude,
next one,
that's my old one. That's my emoji.
Yeah. All right. So we got Friday games.
Okay.
OMG versus Billy Billy, I believe.
That emoji really makes sense because that's about a shark that's really, really dumb. I'll show you it after this. What that shark is related to. It's an inside joke with my friends. Where are we? OMG versus Billy Billy. OMG.
OMG.
Wait.
Billy wins this. It's almost entirely based on Meteor.
Yep. It's the issue of I don't know if Meteor is going to be playing or not. He should be, but you never know with that organization.
Yep.
Rogue Warriors versus DMO. Wait.
Oh wait, no, you forgot about Victus versus E-Star.
I totally, IG versus E-Star. E-Star. Or no, IG, sorry.
No, you got it on camera. You got it on tape. He said E-Star.
I did say E-Star.
He picked E-Star to beat Invictus Gaming. You heard it.
My prediction is IG.
He thinks Invictus is falling off a cliff.
Well, to be fair, if they lose their first game against Billy, then
he thinks
yeah.
E-Star's going to take no smite on their jungler and still win.
Yeah. If they lose to Billy, then maybe. But no. IG. Rogue
Warriors. Here we go.
Warriors.
The match of the week.
Rogue Warriors versus DMO. If DMO go to their old ways after against Team WE, we're gonna have some big problems. Let me you put it recently here. So yeah, Ryan made a nice little little video for this prediction. We get a video prediction. We never had one of these before. Here we go.
Okay, so this week in the LPL we have the match of the week. Dominions Gaming versus Rogue Warriors. and I'm at a complete loss for how to predict this game.
By the way, you get to see my
I decided on
beautiful
the old tried
C9
and
Secret
true.
Labs chair, by the way. I've been sitting in that chair pretty
Tails,
much all night. It's actually
heads.
super comfortable.
Heads for Dominius, and tails for Rogue Warriors. Okay? That's tails. Guess we're picking Rogue Warriors.
Yep, so Ryan has picked Rogue Warriors for his prediction, which is different than mine because I picked DMO over Rogue Warriors. I believe in them to beat the puzzle pieces at least. Oh man, that's funny.
Hey, this thing though, if this happens, you can't blame me. You just blame the U.S. currency.
Next game. So Sunday's games. Nope. Just kidding. We still have Top versus Fun Plus Phoenix. You cannot skip that one at all. Like,
Nope.
you have to watch DMO versus Rogue Warriors to get access to this one, but you do not want to.
It's just it's the wind down game to the match of the week.
Yes, the match of the true match of the week, the match of the week, possibly match of the split if it's as good as the LGD versus Top one. I have Top. I can't pick against Top. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm picking with Top
Yep.
as well. But I can actually really attest to Raptor. This is actually a really tight combo. If Fun Plus Phoenix is going to make a statement, this is the series to do it. Because I feel like, but at the same time, I feel like if Fun Plus come in with the same strategy where they kind of get beat early in game one, and they aren't able to pull it back against Top. Top is like the one team that probably can prevent them from just taking it back in a game two.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it's either going to be a 2-0 Top or it's going to be a 2-1 Fun Plus Phoenix.
Okay. So what if Fun Plus Phoenix wins in game one? Are you saying it's still 2-1 no matter what?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. If Fun Plus Phoenix wins in game one, I think Top can actually. I think the roles will reverse and Top will win it back in game two. But then Fun Plus Phoenix could probably win in game three.
Okay, so it's still 2-1 Fun Plus either way.
In a way, it's a very interesting matchup. But I feel like, but my guess is that it's probably going to be either Top. It's just going to be Top just sweeping the series, or Fun Plus Phoenix keeping it close and winning in the end.
Oh man.
But I'm actually more hyped. Like I said, I'm more hyped about this matchup where they are right now than I was for the Top Esports JDG at the beginning of the split.
Okay.
Because, like I said, those teams were exactly what they thought they were, and I got it exactly right. But I feel like this is also a series. But I feel like this series, just with Fun Plus Phoenix actually coming more into form now, I feel like they can actually contest.
Okay. All right. So next game we have LGD versus OMG. LGD.
I just find it funny that Strafe doesn't call them OMG. They call them Oh My God.
Yeah.
It's just a great describer for this team whenever they play.
Yeah, it really
But
is.
yes, I do have LGD as well.
And finally, RNG versus EDG. This one's also a very good series for. This is the proving ground series. It's a proving ground series. Like,
well, I mean, it's a proving ground series in the sense that it's literally two teams that can't close series.
yes, but like one of them needs to step up and win. One of them has to win. It can't be a tie.
Yes, it can.
You can't. Don't let Ryan fool you. So which one do you have in this one?
RNG wins game one, but then RNG can't win game two because they never can.
I picked RNG.
And then both of all 10 of their laptops explode in game three.
Gotcha. Who do you have?
I have RNG. I think
right.
talent-wise, they're just superior to EDG right now.
All right. So our only difference is our DMO versus Rogue Warriors is a key
Coin
matchup
flip.
for us.
Literally coin flip.
You gotta watch that game because that's the only difference that we have this entire week. And before we move on to LCK, because we really do, because we're already at 5 hours to the podcast.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show. Let me make sure I'm pulling up the right tab here, just to be safe. Yeah. Okay. I knew which one it was. I just wanted to be sure. This is from like 4 years ago. This is what the emote is from. Me and my friends found a random live stream on YouTube of like a bunch of scientists in like a submarine, and they were watching this shark for a long time, and this shark was very special shark. I think we call it special shark and stuff because it just kept running into the ground and hitting its head and looking super confused with its eyes. And they did that like this is just the one we got a loop of it once, but it was like 5 different times that happened. So it's anytime anything was a stupid play or anything like that we made, we always posted that GIF. If someone made it just a stupid comment or stupid anything.
So petition to call that the CLG shark
Yeah, that can now be the CLG shark.
or RW shark.
Rogue Warrior shark. All right. Let's move on to Korea. I'm sorry, Korea fans. This is going to be cut again, probably, because we can't start the podcast because NA takes too long. All the games took so long in NA too. It's NA's fault. It's CLG's fault.
It's a whole bunch of them were like over 40 minutes.
Yeah,
Even the C9 game was over 30.
Yeah, I think it was 1 over 30 and 3 over 40. So the games literally didn't end until 8:30ish. Or no, it was like 8:45.
No, like the cast was still going at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it was like 8:45.
They were just wrapping up.
Yeah.
It was
and
nuts.
For hate against LCK. I do have issues against LCK. People will literally think that.
Cancel Will. He plays police Volibear.
We're not getting into it.
Yeah, he plays Weeboo Mustache Bear.
Oh man. All right. So Korea, we had a good week. You beat me this week. Damn you.
Yeah.
'Cause now you are for LPL, by the way, I have a 3-game lead over Ryan. So he has a 1-game lead in NA, a 2-game lead in LEC. I have a 3-game lead in LPL, and he has a 1-game lead in LCK. So after every prediction for all 4 major reasons, he's currently up 1. So we're pretty damn close. But this week was pretty good. I went 8-2. Ryan went 9-1. I started out really strong with Damwon over T1, but then it went with Genji over Sandbox, Afrika over Halma Life, DRX over Team Dynamic, KT over Prince. Genji lost to T1. Genji, you are lucky. You are lucky, Genji, that we don't have time because you would get an hour of flame just as much as CLG did. Ugh.
Called it.
Damwon over Hanwha. Sandbox over Team Dynamics. That's your other win.
Yeah.
So that one was nice.
Let's go, Yamato Cannon.
I'm happy about that one.
Undefeated in the LCK.
I wanted Yamato Cannon to succeed, so I'm very happy with that. DRX over Prince and Afrika over KT. So KT sucks again.
We suck again.
But yeah, let's go to.
Oh my god.
So that was.
Who would have thought that the jungle sucks on KT?
So quick rundown. Damwon looking damn good right now. They do not look coin flippy as badly as they usually do. Not only do they 2-0 T1, but they 2-0 Hanwha Life. And that sounds stupid to say.
One of those is more impressive than the other.
That sounds stupid to say, but if you watch Damwon over the last two splits or so, they would 2-0 T1 like that, and then they would lose the game to Hanwha Life, They would end their asses off against a team as bad as Hanwha Life and somehow lose. And that's why they were always middle of the pack. But no, they look like a world. Damwon's a world's team. I put you one better. Damwon's a world's contender, in my opinion, right now. They are what IG used to be. I put them ahead of IG on the list of aggressive teams at the moment, like stupid aggressive teams. And
they did lose the Genji though, which is confusing.
They did lose.
They lost the Genji, beat T1, who then beat Genji.
Yeah. Well, again, okay.
It's like
I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it. You said I wasn't going to, but now I have to because you forced me.
No.
You forced me.
No, don't talk about it.
No, I have to talk about
Genji's
it.
just bad.
I have to talk about this.
That's all right. Ryan's just right.
No.
Ryan was right. It's fine.
Look at the...
Ryan called it.
You ain't like, wow, there is no kills here? Yeah, because there is 1 kill for T1, 1 kill for Genji, then nothing. But that's not the important part. The important part is, after right here, T1, there was a little contest at the Earth or Mountain Drake. I'm okay with that. The Earth Drake.
Drake.
No contest
manatee.
at Ocean Drake at number 1. A little weird, but it's still okay. That's only their second Drake. Whatever. No contest at all from T1 at Ocean Drake number 2, which put them at Ocean Soul. Very weird. Very confusing. No contest at Ocean Soul number 3. They decided to go to Baron instead of giving up Ocean Soul for free for a team that just Ocean Soul does wonders for Ezreal and even Kennen, especially with all of his AoE. And just an Echo. That's a good one too. Like, I mean, it's just Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul is good forever. There isn't a champion that would hate Ocean Soul. You know what I mean? So you gave away Ocean Soul for free for no reason. You're at a 4K deficit. You're running Olaf, Silas, 2 champions that kind of fall off. You do have Azir and Aphelios, which is cool, but I mean, you still have a lot of damage here on Genji as well. And then, so you rebalance it, and then Genji are like, we saw Silas steal the Kennen ult. And he's right here. He's around here. What if we all stand right here? Like, what could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong from a 40-minute Silas with 4 items and a Kennen ult it's going to do a lot of damage? Nothing can go wrong, right?
Well, I mean, not just the Silas, but then also an Azir and an Aphelios.
I mean, yeah, it's not. I mean, to be fair, Azir and Aphelios didn't need to do anything by the time Silas had 99% of their health.
But it's just the idea.
Yeah. So instead of peeling off the Elder, because this is as they were doing the Elder Drake, instead of just either bursting Elder Drake or peeling off, they half peeled off, we're still doing it, and then they just all lined up into a big little ball, and they're like, here, this is a perfect ball, especially for Aphelios, like you said, ult, Azir, the Azir shuffle, plus Kana with the Rascal Kennen ult. I mean, there's no point to stay together, right? By the way, how do you guys like Lee and Olaf picks and LZK? I hate them. They do not play those champions correctly at all because they're not aggressive enough. They're too slow. They don't do anything. They run out the timer on their usefulness, and then they just suck. Oh, this game made me so mad.
Either that or they just sit there and they AFK farm a side lane, and they piss me off.
They literally do not. It pissed me off.
I saw that in spring. I saw that week 1 spring LCK. I'm like, this region is not any better than North America because that is ridiculously stupid.
I would argue
there's
there's
literally a fucking Olaf or an Lee Sin in side lanes catching farm when an objective is up.
I would argue that I would say Korea is better than North America, but I do not think they're better here.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like you literally look at these teams, and these are not even like bottom tier teams that like just came out of CK or something like that. These are like the top tier teams doing this.
It is. I mean,
in what reality does that make sense?
Yeah, Korea is rough to watch right now, which is so weird to say.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I love DRX and I love Damwon, and the rest is very, very meh, including T1.
And they have
ESPN putting them at number 3 in the power rankings in the world.
Oh my god! And see, the thing is, I try to shit, and I'll stick up for the ESPN power rankings because their power rankings are based on a vote where they have like the different analysts and writers vote for like the teams that they think are most likely to make it to Worlds. Like, it's not even like win Worlds, just make it.
Okay.
So it's like that, and it's like, okay, well, that makes sense in that context. But then I see, like, they have, like, votes where, like, Victory 5 is, like, 5 spaces below RNG when they just 2-0'd RNG that same week.
Yeah, and they put one LPL team in the top 8 teams. And that makes sense with their... like what you just said, because it is so hard to make Worlds in the LPL, because we just said that at least I had 5 teams that could win Worlds. One of them physically cannot go, and they can win Worlds. So I guess with that logic, sure, but a power ranking should be the best teams, and the best teams are in the LPL.
Yeah, and not even just that, but it's the fact that one of the teams that they have in the top 8 is freaking JDG, who was sucking at that point.
At that point, yeah. That was before their 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, they had like FPX like on the outside looking in and Victory 5 down there. I'm like, are you kidding? And LGD was, I think, was even below Victory 5, which made even less sense.
I agree. Full, because Faker can surely carry stuff. I don't even agree that Faker's a carry on T1. I think it's Teddy. Like, I mean, Faker's good, but like I think Teddy's the best player on T1.
Yeah. It's one of those things where Teddy is kind of like Jin Air 2.0, except he actually has kind of a team now.
That's why he's like
And
going
even that
to
team,
Worlds.
even that team's in the middle of shuffling a whole bunch.
And honestly, I say all this stuff about Korea. It's the exact same scenario as Europe. Like, okay, like T1's probably gonna win LCK. Don't know how. I don't know how at all. But they're probably going to win because that's just what they do. At least in Europe, I can see how G2 wins. Like, I don't know how T1 wins. I didn't know how they won last spring. Last spring, I had them as the 6th place team going into preseason, and they ended up winning. And I don't know how. Because sloppy drafts.
It's funny because I had DRX in spring going into playoffs as a dark horse to make it all the way to finals and win.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I was just a couple of months too early.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll still think that Faker's still 1v9, which is false since like 2017. They can't win the split. I know. I didn't think they could win last split. No. I did not think they were good enough
T1 is like the team in China where I keep looking at this team like you can't keep getting away with this.
Yep, that's exactly how I feel. I've thought about this since I brought it up last week with Kana and Cuz as their top and jungler. I think Cuz gets way more praise than he deserves in my opinion. But yeah. I think
Kana's okay. Kana's okay.
No, sorry. Not Kana. Roach. When it was Roach. It wasn't Kana. Because Roach sucked so much. But when they lost Khan and Clid for Roach and Cuz, I thought that was a massive downgrade to a team that barely scrapped by in spring. Or like in like before. So like in summer. So like yeah. Cuz is overrated for sure. I agree. I hear him talked about as like one of the best junglers in the world, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm watching the same games.
In what world?
Like I've heard this multiple times on Reddit. Like Cuz is so good. Cuz is like #1 jungler in the LCK and possibly #1 in the world. Like top 3 in the world or something like that.
Cuz is probably not the #1 jungler on his own team.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. I've never bought into that.
Elin is new, but he's not like that bad.
Yeah. I would still personally take Cuz over Elam so far, but it's not like.
Oh, I mean, sure, yeah, but I was like, at this point, I'd rather just play Elam and give him time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it worked out well with Kana.
It did. It worked out really well with Connor because Roach was.
It worked out well with Effort.
To be fair, Roach
did the same thing.
Roach was really.
They benched Mana, brought in Effort, and they freaking went better. They actually came out better for it.
I did not realize like people were gonna be hyped about Roach. I'm like, did they watch the same DRX games that I watched with a Roach in the team? Like he was a problem for most of the games. And you're replacing Khan, who does sometimes have problems, but he's definitely stronger.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely, I would say, probably the least good member of that. Like, he had his least good time on that SKT roster.
Yes, that is true.
Which just makes me think that they just had no idea how to integrate him.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Like, FunPlus has done a lot better with it than... I don't know if it's a combination of Khan just doing better in the new environment or FunPlus just doing better with him.
Yeah. Like represent, they are massive. Better. They are massively worse than their 2019 squad, and like I admit I was wrong. I had them missing playoffs in spring, and they ended up winning it all. But they just find out a way to win. That's what good teams do. They find ways to win. So I'm sure this T1 team is gonna go really far, but I really hope they don't because they need a wake up call. I think that's the issue is that they're not getting that wake up call.
But they don't. They don't ever wake up call.
That's what I'm. That's the issue. They keep winning, so they don't have to. Their drafts don't have to be fixed. Their drafts are usually awful.
It's like they didn't make Worlds in 2018, and then they came back in 2019, and then they made semifinals, and now it's like, oh well, everything's fine now.
Yeah,
but it's not.
Yeah, it's not fine. It really is not fine. Teams like DRX and Damwon are so much better.
They won Korea again, and it's like, oh well, it's fine again. It's still not fine.
Yeah. It's
and
almost
we saw it MSC. It's not fun.
It's tough. It's tough to say, like winning a championship is results based analysis, but it feels results based analysis. Like
It sucks. It sucks, but it's true.
It's so hard to say it. Like we feel like the idiot. Like I feel like an idiot when I talk about it like this, but that's just how I feel about it. Like I just like teams like Damwon and DRX have such a better chance to win Worlds than T1 does because of their play
the
style.
thing is, it's upside in its play style.
Yeah.
It's like
upside
it comes down to high floor, low ceiling, like what we just talked about, and it's something I talked about even when we went into like MSC and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
When I talked about like, well, if we get to Worlds, what's going to happen with this Korean roster when it looks like they're top NA teams that can out macro them and know how to play the game better and know how to play aggressively. The only thing they have going for them is skill checking, where they can put someone like Faker
then you're not
or Teddy and say outdo me.
Yeah, and you're not going to do that against any of the LPL teams. You're not going to out skill check an LPL team. You're just flat out not going to. A team going to Worlds, you're going to out skill check DMO or Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, and I mentioned that I kind of go by with what Raptor said in chat is that because this is something I even mentioned. I said like DRX is a dark horse to win finals in spring. And I even said that Gen G has not been looking good. Like unless they really have a good advantage going into finals and prepping for the team that goes to face them, they're probably going to lose. And what ends up happening is that T1 beats DRX, T1 goes to finals and wins.
Yeah, this is what we've talked about.
Just like I said.
This is what we talked about before putting like you had DRX up, but I couldn't because they couldn't beat Gen G and they couldn't beat T1. They just couldn't get over those hurdles.
And then look what happens.
And they finally did, and I'm like, hell yeah! Now this team is really, really, really good. Like
they're set up now.
Mm-hmm.
DRX is the top esports of Korea.
Easily.
And it's just like in spring with Top Esports and JDG, where Top came together, but they didn't have enough time and experience to overcome a team like JDG. It's a similar deal with DRX, where they're still a rough and raw, like they're a diamond in the rough team, and they're starting to shine a little bit, but T1 their floor was a little too high for them to step up. Mm-hmm. Now DRX has leveled up a little bit, even if MSC didn't go exactly as planned, but they showed that they actually have upside to challenge. And now they're going into summer. They look even better.
Mm-hmm. And now, saying all this, I still fully, at the moment, want T1 to make Worlds. However, this is going to be really hard to say. I
want T1 to make Worlds and then go out in groups.
And T1, that's what they will be. But almost if they miss groups that are Worlds, that might be more of a reality check for them. So that might help. But I
don't know if it will be because they missed Worlds in 2018 and still changed nothing.
Yeah, but DRX and Damwon need to make it. DRX and Damwon need to make it. The third team from Korea between Gen G, Afrika, T1. Let's be realistic. No, the other 5 teams even have a chance, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
at the very least, they have a lot of ground to cover.
Yes,
if that's the case, I bank on. As funny as it sounds, of all those other teams that aren't Afrika, Gen G, T1. Of all those teams that I have faith to actually try to do something, it's actually Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like they actually have a new direction and they're focused and they actually want to try.
Yeah, beating Dynamics showed that they could be better.
And they
do
have talent. And they have talent.
It's KT.
They can do it.
You're never gonna trust KT. You're never gonna trust KT. And Prince and Hanwha Life.
You're a fool. And then you have Prince and Dynamics or whatever, Hanwha, who's probably the worst team in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the worst team in China. I almost said the worst team in China, but yeah, they're probably the worst team in China too. I don't know. That'd be an interesting match. How about Rogue Warriors versus Hanwha Life?
You're getting back into Raptor status of his best of 7.
Oh my god. No,
but yeah, no. But so I can still see T1. I do have them as my 3rd best team in China. I have them better in Gen G and I have them better in Afrika. But that's.
Did you say the 3rd best team in China?
Yes, I did. 3rd best team in Korea is what I meant to say.
Well, first of all, you're wrong. Second of all, it's Korea.
Yes. So they do have them as the 3rd best team in Korea.
They're definitely not the 3rd best team in China.
No, they're not even close. That's at the end of the day, that's the issue. Korea wants to be back to number 1. They really need to step up their play style because they are leaps and bounds behind China. And MSC showed that. At the end of the day,
the only teams who were competitive were teams like DRX and
weirdly enough
Damwon to a lesser extent.
No, weirdly enough, Gen G.
Then you had Gen G. Well, yeah, Gen G who barely slipped in. off of a tiebreaker versus its own team, versus a team in its own region.
Yes.
And then they got smashed.
They got
As soon as they got to a knockout round, they got crushed.
No, didn't they? They didn't go through tiebreaker. Oh, they did go through tiebreaker. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They were good enough. They had a very. It sounds like something Gen G would do, but they had a very weird best of one success in the MSC, and then they got smashed.
It wasn't weird because it was similar to how they were in spring in Korea, where they had good regular season, and then they shat the bed in playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
The MSC, they had a good regular season to get to knockouts, and then shat the bed again.
Yep. Man,
So.
and Damwon was worse at that time. I think they've been my very nice surprise to split. They look really strong for what they should.
I don't know what happened, but they actually pulled it together.
Yeah,
they have a direction.
They look competent all the time.
Because I was worried because then they lost their coach, right?
Yes.
And then they lost Fly.
Yes.
Or was it Fly or Kim? I think it was Coach Kim.
Kim, not Fly.
Yeah, Fly someone. Well, no,
Fly,
I mean there is a Coach Fly, but he's somewhere else. There is a Coach Fly, not to be confused with the player Fly.
Raptor's favorite player in Korea, by the way.
Yeah. Well, Raptor's number one player in the world, actually.
Yeah, he's like. Oh man! So all right, let's just go right into predictions because I think that was decent for talking about it. It's 20 plus the second.
We gave them enough. We brought the energy, considering there were almost 5.
We brought the energy, as in. So if you wanted to come watch the LCK, we literally just flamed you for 20 minutes for why you're watching. No, I'm sorry. But it's true. They need a reality check. They really do. They are worse than Europe right now.
Yeah, I will say to comment on what Raptor said. They said second best mid. That's actually probably accurate. Showmaker's been looking.
Yeah, Showmaker.
Canyon's actually been pretty good. Their top side is solid.
I mean they've always been solid. They just
that's always been solid. But I mean their bot side has actually been solid too.
Yeah,
they've actually been performing.
Ghost
but the
there
big thing is that Nuguri is actually remaking his claim to be the best top in Korea again,
which is so nice because I love watching.
And he's not just like he's not randomly inting. He's actually having like this really good controlled aggression and being just a strong.
No, it is Ghost. It's not nuclear. I was right the first time. Damn it.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought it was Ghost and Barrel.
Yeah, it's Ghost and Barrel, but I said Ghost. No, wait, it's nuclear. And then I'm like, no, it's actually. Ghost.
No, I mean it was.
It was
weird. It was like nuclear. It was like nuclear Hoyt. Yeah. And then it was Ghost and Barrel, and I think Joker was in there at some point, but I can't remember.
I love Joker, man. He's like 40.
He makes me feel like I could be a pro.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think
I'm so old.
It's like
I'm almost like Smithy old.
Damwon has always been. They've always had such a solid top side with Nogri, Canyon, Showmaker. That's one of the best top sides in the world. And then they just put some. It's just like IG when the Shy ends, like Nogri ends. Like it's the exact same team basically. But Damwon's put it together. Where I bet your Lee Sin is better than.
Oh my God! Hey man! Hey, I'm a support player for one of the teams in the wildcard region. I'm not a support player. I'm a jungler in one of the wildcard regions. I'm still waiting on my Q to connect so I can Q2.
Hey, but if I remember correctly,
the game's probably over by now. But I'm still
think
waiting.
You won.
The lag is real.
If I remember correctly, I think you guys won a game.
Hell yeah. Yeah, dude.
All right.
It's because they had me jungling.
Yeah. Let's go. Dragon X versus KT.
I'm on my way to Worlds.
3 a.m. I have to get up in 5 hours.
Hell yeah.
I have to work in 5 hours. I have to get up earlier.
I'm not gonna lie, I have freaking screenshots on here from like my predictions just to make sure, but I keep looking at the time. It says 5:19. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, it's 5:19 p.m. That's when I took the screenshot.
Oops, I accidentally opened Firefox.
Yikes.
All right. Since DRX seems unstoppable, KT will
KT will beat them. Yeah.
Fair point.
I mean, that's how it works, right?
That is exactly how it works. That's why I picked KT.
That's how it works, right? I mean, Dragon Age did drop a game to Sandbox before they had Yamada Cannon.
Yeah.
It's conceivable, I guess.
Yeah. I'm picking Dragon X, but please don't. After all this hype I just gave Dragon X, please don't fail me.
Yeah, please, Dragon X. Please just take care of business.
Please.
Speaking of that game, too, after the hype I just gave you, Sandbox, please don't give it to Hanwha.
Oh, God. They play next? Yeah. Oh, God.
Yep.
Sandbox, please. Please, please,
Sandbox,
please.
please. Yamato Cannon, please stay undefeated.
Oh, this is a
You
very...
already have a win against Dragon. You already had a game win against Dragon X without you.
I think
like
this
you got the competition out of the way early.
I think this is a very good game, though, for Sandbox, especially to keep the momentum going. Like,
Yes.
how the momentum... They won the game. It was an upset. Like, it's not like Dynamics is huge, but it's like, it's still an upset.
I mean, Dynamics was up there in the rankings. They were like... They're like 4-2 or whatever.
They were very fake. They were 3-1, but it was a very fake 3-1.
They were a CLG second place.
Yes, exactly. But Sandbox beating them, that's big. I picked. They could have beaten Sandbox. They should have beaten Sandbox. They could have played that level, but they didn't. So now Sandbox can get that rolling with a Hanwha win and possibly a KT win. All of a sudden, you have a lot of momentum on this team.
Yeah, that's momentum. That's, like I said, this is a team that says, hey, like, challenging for a world spot. Let's go, Sandbox. Show you got upside. Use your talent. Don't be like Spring. Don't disappoint me again.
Please.
Oh, I'm a huge believer in momentum, by the way. I've been a believer in momentum since but even before I became a League fan. I think it's a very real thing to go into a series or a set cold. Completely.
Alrighty.
I stand by that. I stand by that as the reason why C9 got beat so badly against Fnatic at Worlds 2013.
Wow, we're going 7 years back on that, River.
Hey, like I said, man, I've been a fan a long time.
Alright. Oh man, I got screwed. I'm not happy with what's its name?
What?
Strafe.
With what's his name?
Strafe.
Why?
It has T1 versus Sandbox instead of KT, so I picked T1. I would have picked.
Is it a T1 versus Sandbox?
Yeah, it has T1 versus Sandbox for this week instead of Sandbox versus KT.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it did that to me too.
Yep. Damn.
I just noticed that.
Yeah, because I'm definitely.
Strafe. Well, actually, I would say just be careful because I think last week I think it did the same thing.
It was the other way. It was the other way.
It was like it said like DRX versus T1, but it was actually DRX versus KT or something.
Yeah. I think you're right.
And we both did DRX because we just assumed.
Yeah.
But actually, I think Strafe did correct it, but it deletes your prediction, so you actually had to go back and re-predict it.
Gotcha. Okay, I don't actually know if I actually re-predicted that. I might have just missed that game.
I think I caught it and I did at the last minute.
Okay, so let's.
Anyway,
T1
next
versus Prince, because I can't say the whole name.
Sohei won.
Sohei won.
It's Sohei won. Yeah, like it's like the capital of Korea is Seoul.
Seoul. Yep. Sohei won Prince.
Sohei won.
T1.
Sohei won Prince.
Enough of
I just
T1.
call him Prince.
I just call him Prince.
Prince. No, I picked T1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Prince is too raw, too new, too rookie. T1 will take advantage.
Afrika
Here we go. This is actually an interesting game.
Good game. Does Damwon keep up the momentum and solidify their for realness, or does Afrika, who has struggled, they beat Sandbox game 1. They beat Dynamics, then they lost to T1, they lost to Dragon X, and they beat Hanwha, and they beat KT. So they've only beaten teams from 7th to 10th. Gatekeepers. Yep, exactly. I think they're gatekeepers.
To be fair, though, both of their series against the top teams were 2-1s. So
they were.
They acquitted themselves.
They didn't play bad in those. And Damwon has beaten Sandbox.
It's like Mystic versus Teddy and Mystic versus Deft.
Damwon, to be fair, has also only beaten the bottom 4 teams, but they've also beaten T1 as well, on top of it.
They beat the bottom 4 teams, including T1.
And T1's only the 5th team on that list. Or 6 teams. Not too much farther up that list, let's be honest. Who was Damwon's lost to? Oh, Genji. Yeah, Genji.
Yep.
Okay, so we got next Dynamics versus Genji. That's just too young.
Oh, wait, did you actually make your prediction, though?
Oh, Damwon.
Well, who did you predict?
Damwon.
Okay, I have Damwon as well.
Yeah. I didn't realize
I think top side difference is gonna be bigger than bot side difference.
Agreed. Damwon versus Genji, I think is too.
You mean Dynamics versus Genji?
Yeah, sorry, Dynamics. Listen, it's 3 a.m.
We're matching already.
Dynamics versus Genji is Genji's just gonna. It's too much. It's too much for the rookies. Like they're suffocating.
Yep. And boring. I mean, it's the same thing for like T1 and Prince.
Yep. Yeah, that's what they get. They get away with
All
it
right.
because they have rookie teams like that.
All right, here we go. This is a mulligan for both of us on Strafe.
Yep, KT versus
I don't know,
Sandbox.
unless you want to go with KT.
Nope, I do not. I believe in Sandbox. I believe in
I
Yamato
want to believe
Cannon.
in Sandbox, which means we've just screwed ourselves.
We've completely screwed ourselves. But we both, if you look up...
Yamato undefeated. That's right. Raptor, let's go.
Ryan had Sandbox
Yamato
at number
Cannon,
6.
Yamato Cannon going to go 3-0
Yamato
as a
undefeated
coach.
week. Woo. Yeah, I think that you had Sandbox at number 6. I had him at number 7 to start the split. We both didn't have him making playoffs, but we had him on the outside looking in, so possibility. And then we didn't realize Yamato wasn't there. We had no idea.
Yep. That was a big whoopsie for me.
Big whoopsies for me as well. So since he's been there, I was really happy. It's only a good time with life, but they just or not a good time with life. It was against Dynamics, but they looked a lot better in general. And like you said, they have the talent on this team still. Like they really do. Like look at this.
It's
team.
just it looked like just in spring. It looked like they had
Summit,
no direction.
on
whatsoever.
fleek, like Dove. They have
Dove / Fate.
They have like 100 players, okay? But like they have some talent. They have more talent than a 1 in 5 team should. Let's just say that. Let's get rid of the LPL. I keep clicking over there.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
They had too much talent to fail, and yet somehow they found
Still
a way.
failed. Yeah. All right. Let's speed up quick. Dragon X versus Damwon. Don't speed up. Slow down.
Oop, hold on a minute.
Yep. Better topside. Oh, Raptor with the Damwon over Dragon X. Don't at me.
I think their mid bot is just too strong though.
Dragon X.
I think Doran can play weak side just too well.
I'm. Let me make sure I made this prediction right. On Strafe.
Here's the thing though, if DRX can beat Gen G and then Gen G beats Damwon, then DRX can beat Damwon. There you go.
I also have. I do have Dragon X.
The math checks out.
I do have Dragon X because while Nogri is freaking awesome in the top lane, I love it. But like Deft is gonna be too much to handle in my opinion. For like where the game's gonna go like 40 minutes, it's gonna be a late game fight, and in the late game you want to have the better ADC to pull you through. And I think that's gonna be.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. They won't turbo in Deft, but I feel like that's the point is that Deft doesn't care. Even if Deft just sort of casually farms himself to a point
At the
of
same
strength,
time, I
he'll
don't think
carry.
Doran's gonna turbo Nogri.
Yep.
So
And then you're talking about a mid difference of Chovy and Showmaker,
now
which is a good matchup, but I still favor Chovy.
I'm gonna. This is how bold I'm gonna be. Okay, this is gonna be very
Go ahead.
bold. There's gonna be a lot of things I need to work for this. But if Damwon destroy 2-0 DRX and top get destroyed top destroy
By
sorry
Fun Pl-
top destroys
or top
Fun Plus
destroys Fun Plus.
2-0 like just blows them out. There's arguments you could say that Damwon might be the second best team in the world
It's possible, yeah.
at that point,
I mean, it's fair. I mean, that'd be fair.
which is awesome
It just
for
depends.
this type of team. Oh, all right.
But what happens if Damwon crushes DRX, and then Fun Plus crushes Top?
Well, top would still probably be number 2. They can't fall too far from me for losing to the number 2 team in the world.
But then does that mean Fun Plus is number 1? And where does DRX and Damwon go? Are they just all top 4 and they're just sharing a spot?
I mean, yeah, the kind of.
And what about Victory? And what about Victory 5, who's the best team?
Yeah, there's so many good teams, man. There's a lot of good teams in the league.
It's true.
All right,
Worlds can't come soon enough.
Afrika versus Prince. Let's just move on.
Afrika.
Afrika. Team dynamics.
I think this is called a wake up call for these for the CK teams.
Yep. T1 versus
Whoops.
Dynamics.
T1.
And Genji versus Hanwha.
What a great game to close off on.
What a great
Genji.
day.
What a great day. Wow.
Wow, so you will be winning Korea after today, or after this week, because we have all the same picks.
Hell yeah.
So far, we've only had...
Unless you want to change your pick to Damwon over DRX.
I don't. I really don't.
Oh, you coward.
But I really think that so far we've only had 2 different picks
See?
In
There you go,
three
Will. Trust
regions.
Raptor. Just trust him.
Trust Raptor? No, I'm not gonna trust Raptor. Raptor's gonna make me lose a game in Korea, where I think that's just totally fine to trust KT or DRX.
See, Will, this is where you're wrong. You have to trust Raptor because you didn't at him in chat like I did.
I didn't at him. You are right.
Yeah.
You need to be ballsy to take
Yeah.
over. I'm one game off. We still have 5
Yeah.
weeks. I have 50 games to make one difference.
But that's the thing, Will. You have a chance to not only break even with me in Korea, but also across the world, and also take the lead.
I've already got that with my one pick in NA, and then we are even if Damwon win. Yeah, but if Damwon loses, then all of a sudden I'm 2 behind Ryan.
And here's the thing. Well, remember, a coin flip gave me Rogue Warriors over DMO.
Yeah.
You could take it over. You could take over the lead across the world.
I know.
Damwon over Dragon X. That's low risk.
I can already take the lead across the world, I believe.
I know, but you can have a commanding lead, and you would have insurance.
But our only 2 differences are Team Liquid versus Golden Guardians and Rogue Warriors versus Damwon. Those are the only 2 games that are Rogue Warriors versus Damwon. Rogue Warriors versus
Rogue Warriors versus Damwon.
DMO.
I totally coin flipped that one.
Yeah, I figured you would. Commanding lead.
Commanding lead.
No, we'll be fine. There's still more than half the seasons left. It's a 1 game difference over all 4 splits for half.
Yeah, but then you could have a 2 game difference with half the season left.
I'm done with you guys. We need to move on. Oh man, those are our predictions.
This is why this guy put JDG number 3 in China.
Those are our predictions for the LCK. Let's move over to my favorite topic, the wildcards. Dude, I love them. I really wish the LJL was on what's it called? The Strafe. It's no Strafe.
Strafe.
It's the only region that's not on Strafe.
That's weird. I thought they were.
No, they're not.
That just seems weird to me.
It's very sad because I love the LJL. I really love them. They're nice people. Wildcard, don't you snooze. Resident sleeper on the
resident sleeper
on the wildcards. They're exciting.
But then you're gonna go. Hold on, I got this. I'm gonna fix it.
Every one of my podcast streams that were wildcard only got like 2 views, 5 for 10 seconds each. Alrighty, let's go to well, I'll wait and Brian's gonna fix it apparently. Emerging regions.
Fixed it.
Yeah, see, they're emerging regions. They're not wildcards. Dude, I will say the one time I watched all the wildcards was probably the best year they ever had. Like the last Worlds.
Yeah, they went to Worlds.
They
and
were good.
Every team, every wildcard team except for Royal Youth was impressive to you.
My favorite. That was
Royal
my
Youth completely dumped all over.
Best
themselves.
wildcard team of all time, Royal Youth, and they bombed out.
Yeah, more like best emergent region of all time. Freaking besides Alpha Stocks Luna, the best wildcard team region of all time. Freaking Mammoth.
Mammoth was so good. They were
Turkish team.
had hey, you're the one that loves Closer so much. They had Closer on that team plus Pilot. That team was so good. That's why I love Closer so much, because he was on that team.
That's why you're a fool. Because I know Closer's true. I know Closer's true form. Inting at Worlds.
Oh man, I'm so mad. I'm so mad that they disappointed me that much. I had Unicorns of Love right under them because Unicorns of Love was also really, really good, and they proved it. But Royal Youth.
Mammoth though, man.
Mammoth.
My boys, my boys Fudge and King, man. They were so friggin' giga carrying.
Dude, I love them.
They're actually smurfing.
Or the OPL, not in the LPL.
The first time the OPL actually didn't shit the bed at Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time Mammoth was relevant.
Yep. Are we doing power rankings for the world? No, because the halfway point for Brazil. LPL 4th seed will have to go through play-in. I don't know. I guess they haven't announced it yet.
I don't even know how they're doing Worlds this year.
Yeah,
like
we
plays
still
or
don't know
anything
play
like that.
Worlds technically.
Especially considering that they just expanded the teams too to being fourth seeds for LPL and LEC.
Yeah, that's what's
So
gonna
we
be.
don't know if they're doing plans for them or how they're like seeding the regions, like who's like in the first seed, who's second seed, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Is there gonna be like are they gonna skip play-ins and just dump and create like a fourth seed bracket, like a fourth seed bracket for all these other teams?
But
I
if
got
if
no
they
idea,
do
but
wildcard plans, rest in peace if they have to face like LGD or JDG. Can you imagine being like a Brazilian top laner or something like that, and you have to face like Zoom? Like,
here comes Zoom, or facing LPL, or you're like a you're an OPL jungler and you have to fight Peanut.
yeah, or Kanavi. Okay.
Good God. Good luck.
Oh,
Or
man.
hell, if you're a support and somehow this happens and you get your support and you have to face off against PP God,
You're not gonna win.
you just get destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Like you might as well just FF.
Mm-hmm.
You might as well just dodge play-ins.
Oh man! All right, quickly, wildcard.
Right.
Kaboom!
Yeah,
beat
I'm
VK.
I'm gonna step away just real
Yep,
quick.
no problem. Kaboom versus VK. PNG versus Kaboom beat VK. PNG Pain Gaming beat Santos. Ents beat Flamingo. I don't know how Ents is hanging around here. I do not like them. They're gonna do. I'm pretty sure you can see any team winning best 5 versus LCK third, assuming it's T1 or EU4 or NA third, because it just seems like a waste of time. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it's a waste of time. Sometimes it's not. Pain Gaming is legit. I will, for Brazilian fans out here, they got Robo and they got BRTT, man. This team is legit. I like them a lot. But that being said, they're not major region level, of course. Prodigy with the upset though beat Faria, coming back with 2 upsets today because they also beat Vivo Key to take the 7th place spot instead of the 8th place spot. Santos beat Kaboom. Furia upset Flamingo. Prodigy took down VK, and Pain Gaming took down Ents. Alrighty. I didn't talk about the standings, but I'm sorry you saw them there. So, overview. That was 2020. Rox was tied for first place at 13-1. However, in summer, this is a complete look at that team. Completely different team in summer split. They probably were showing the current roster now that I realized when I hovered it over there. It wasn't their spring roster. but yeah, we have. Where was Ryan? Ryan is on one of these teams. Nope, he's on a different team. I guess he's not in the LCL or LCL. But okay, so Crow Crowd took down Dragon Army. One Breath Gaming took down Elements. Unicorns of Love took down Gambit. Rocks took down Vegas Squadron. I lost that one. Gambit took down OBJ. Crow Crowd took down Rocks. Unicorns of Love took down Elements. And Dragon Army took down Vegas Squadron. So now Unicorns of Love are 6-0. Gambit's 5-1. Crow Crowd with the 4-game win streak after losing the first 2 games. This is my team in the LCL. They're up to 3rd. One Breath, brand new, or new name at least, 4-2 as well. Dragon Army at 3-3, still have a chance for playoffs, but Elements, Rocks, and Vegas Squadron all 1-5, 1-5, 0-6. All not very good teams at the moment. Probably some of the worst teams, and it's really funny that Vegas Squadron is taking the place of Vivicious Gaming, but they're not as bad. They're not that bad. They're still really bad, but they're not that bad. LJL summer season. Rascal Jester with the win against the Furoka, or I'm just going to say SHG because we just got to move on. Victory 3, or V3, taking down Rascal Jester and Access. Very easy week for them this week. Rascal Jester won. Yeah, they did. They won a game. They got 2 wins. One of them is against Access. Rascal Jester is always slightly better than Access. But, and then SHG took down Access, so they both, them and V3 had very easy weeks. SHG fell apart losing the Rascal Jester though. That's unfortunate. Burning Core took down Crest Gaming Act, and then they, which is very surprising because Burning Core's actually sucked quite a bit this split, so seeing them actually win a game against someone like Crest Gaming is kind of weird. Sengoku Gaming beat Burning Cord then, and then Crest and Sengoku both beat DFM. DFM's at 4-4 now. I don't know what is happening. I didn't know that. What are you guys doing? 6 teams do make playoffs. But like DFM, watch out. Their season V3 almost beat them last split. Like it was really close. Like let's look at spring playoffs here. We got DFM. There was 3-1. But Sengoku beat DFM there. But like V3 came all the way through, took down Crest Gaming, and then they almost. It was a 3-1, but it was a much closer 3-1 than that looked. Like, they were very close to making it to finals, and then they didn't. So now, it's getting a little worrisome for Detonation Focus Me here. They might not make Worlds, and that's very sad to me. Okay, now we have the LLA closing season. LLA, you want to know what's a great team on the LLA that won me a lot, and V3 made play like garbage in that DFM best of 5. You're right. Damn, I love when people know LJL stuff. And then that guy is the one carrying them. Hell yeah, Raptor. I didn't know you knew so much about the LJL. It's very rare when I meet someone else that knows about the LJL. Let's be honest. Hey. Well, that's because you hate Zero because he's a Heimerdinger Ziggs main. In the mid lane. 2-trick. But we got Furious, we got All Nights. Asian regions are in great time slot for me, and when I wake up, LJL's on. Well, that's perfect then. All Nights, they are 5-1. Furious Gaming, 4-2. Infinity Esports, 4-2. Azul's Esports, 3-3. They're starting to fall apart. I knew that 3-0 start for them was a fake start. I did not believe that for a second with how bad they played last play without many changes. Isurus is 3-3. Rainbow 7, 3-3. Pixel Esports, 1-5. X10 Esports, also 1-5. These two are the bottom feeders. I'm very glad Furious Gaming got me a lot of points today with 2 massive upsets this week. All Nights took down UCH. Isurus took down X10, which was good for Isurus to come back a little. Furious Gaming took down Pixel. Rainbow 7 took down Infinite. Furious Gaming took down Rainbow 7. All Night took down X10. Pixel took down UCH. And Infin took down Isurus, which I did not pick. Does that hurt me? I believe it does. I'm not positive on that, though. Play. Nope. Okay, they didn't hurt me. There's no game chat for that. Okay, that's good. Is Ryan gone? Yeah, Ryan's gone for a second. He said he'd be right back. It probably had to grab some water, use the restroom. It's almost been 6 hours. This is almost a full work day worth of podcast, by the way. We've literally been talking about
Ryan's here though
for 6 hours. Oh, Ryan's back. Look at that. Perfect.
Yeah, Ryan's actually been back for probably about 5 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
He's just been very quiet.
Yeah, because Ryan's really passionate about these wildcard. You better listen, Ryan. If you want to get out of Diamond and Strafe, you better listen. You need to know about these. You got to pick these wildcard games. You can't get out without picking them. You got to meet me over here in Challenger. All right. So, I sucked in these ones. Order beat Legacy. Did not see that coming. That was a big upset. Chiefs took down Gravitas. That's fine. Pentanet took down Mammoth. That was fine. I picked Avant to beat Direwolves. That was wrong. Direwolves won. Chiefs took down Avant. That was right. Legacy took down Gravitas. That's correct. Direwolves versus Mammoth. That was fine. Or I took Pentanet, but it was Order versus... You need to know about Zero's Heimerdinger and how he puts turrets into Baron Pit to help enemy team.
I mean, trust me, I already know about Saros. They play C9 at the World's Play-ins once.
Oh man, I love Saros, but apparently I'm missing some. Because I don't watch the wildcard regions anymore. I just look at the updates. But apparently I'm missing out on some LJL stuff from Raptor. I didn't know Raptor was an LJL fan until now. They're gonna go. They're gonna go. I believe. Oh, OPL. Shoot. Let me go back there real quick. I did all the things, but I didn't show the standings. Legacy still 9-1. Chiefs coming back up 7-3. What we expected. Direwolves, Order, and Pentanet.gg are all kind of clustered at 6-4 apiece. Avant at 4-6, and Gravitas and Mammoth still 1-9 apiece. Gravitas really needs to win a game if they want to be known as not the worst team in the entire world, considering they lose a tiebreaker to Mammoth over it. They really, really need to step it up. All right, TCL. I love the TCL. Istanbul Wildcats, my puzzle pieces that work. Just like Rogue Warriors, this team, they're 8-2 now with a 5-game win streak. Look at these streaking teams at top. I am stunned that Galacticos is up to 7-3, and this was a team that always sucked. So their changes that they must have made, I'm very happy that it's 7-3 now, because they were garbage. Supermassive, always there, always there. Basic, BJK team that started out 6-0, and I was like, man, I'm really surprised because they were usually just middle of the pack team. They're coming back down to reality. They're 0-4 since then, and they've really screwed me. I didn't pick 5 Ronin to beat them because 5 Ronin actually has 5 wins now. Let's go. That's so much more than before for them. Royal Youth is 1-9. Aurora's 2-8. GS is at 3-7. Fenerbahce Esports is only at 5-5, just barely tied in the playoffs with 5 Ronin, which is very, very interesting. By the way, I don't think if you would have told me that 5 Ronin and 1907 Fenerbahce Esports would be tied in the standings halfway through the season, I would call you a liar. More than halfway through the season, we're past the halfway point now, so that's quite surprising, to be honest, to me still. And then we have Dark Passage, so that's fine. And yeah, that's about it. And we just talked Supermassive took down GS, which was fine. 5 Ronin upset BJK, unacceptable. 1907 Fenerbahce upset Dark Passage, which is fine. That was close enough. Galactica taking down Galacticos. Oh my god. Galacticos took down Aurora. That was good because apparently them and Aurora are no longer the bottom feeder. It was 5 Ronin was the worst. Then it was Aurora and Galacticos fighting down here with Istanbul Wildcats, like Rogue Warriors, down at the bottom, but they had more talent. I always believed in them more so than the others. But yeah. And then they took down Royal Youth. Dark Passage took down Aurora. 5 Ronin took down GS. Supermassive took down Royal Youth. Galacticos took down BJK, and Istanbul Wildcats took down Fenerbahce Esports. It's literally on from 6 a.m. to 32 mile downside. So when I'm bored, I tune in for the second half. Gotcha. You're a big fan now. That's all I'm gonna say. No, I took out the PCS by accident. All right, we skipped them.
That's all right.
We accidentally skipped them. How could we? We could never skip them. PCS.
Will's favorite region.
This is my favorite region because this is the region I know in greater detail because I did it for a year and a half instead of just one split. How could we skip PCS? Exactly. J Team 7-1 now, actually kind of surprising me. I was not expecting them to start on this big of a hot streak this year. We got PSG at 6-1. HQ at 5-2, Machi Esports, formerly known as G-Rex, is 5-3. Hong Kong Attitude at 4-3. Nova Esports, formerly known as Mega, at 3-4. Then you got the good old Alpha boys, Alpha Esports at 2-5. Berjaya Dragons at 2-5. Liab at 1-6, and Resurgence. Cool logo, great logo. I'm gonna say it every time. Great logo on Resurgence, but they're 1-6 and they're kind of really bad. I think I actually legitimately picked them over Liab this week in Strafe because of their logo. Logo gameplay, exactly. That's why I picked them.
New FPX logo sideways.
Nova took down Liab, which makes sense. Maki beat down Alpha, made sense. Nova took down HKA, which was a little confusing, but hey, that's good for Nova. They are always a team that should have been competing with the LMS. So the fact that they're only above Alpha makes it kind of disappointing to me. But they're only 2 games out of 4th, so they still got a shot here. They're still going to make playoffs. So the top 8 teams make playoffs, like in NA. BJD took down Alpha. That it's expected because it's Alpha. In my mind, I'm so like prejudiced against Alpha. I just consider them garbage. Because they were so bad in the LMS when LMS was at its all-time low that like I'm like, oh, this team. garbage. AHQ took down Resurgence. That makes sense. PSG took down J Team. So even though they played one less game, they're probably still the favorites in my opinion. Alpha took down Resurgence. Disappointing. Then you think that the logo should have pulled them through against Alpha. Now Alpha's literally just an A and then like a D, but there's no D in Alpha Esports. You know, like it doesn't even make any sense. It's a stupid logo. See, that's why I don't pick them. Talent or PSG Talent took down BJD. JT took down Hong Kong Attitude. MCX took down Nova. JT took down Liab, and AHQ took down MCX. That's just an intern's work who wanted to go fast. Is it supposed to be a P for Alpha? I don't even know. It doesn't even make sense. It's stupid. It's a stupid logo. Dumb. Bad. All right, you can tell I'm getting a little slap happy since we're 6 hours into this podcast. Almost 6 hours. We're going to hit the 6 hour mark, and that is insane. I have to go to bed. We won't be done till 4 a.m., and that's kind of depressing because I'll have to get up. I will literally be going to work on 3 hours of sleep, probably.
Yeah. It'll probably be over quick.
At least it's work from home, so I don't have to risk lives. But come on, NA, next week, please go a little faster, so we're not doing 4 a.m. podcast on work nights.
Yeah.
All right, Cerberus in the Vietnam. What the hell is going on? Cerberus is not only 4-0, they are 8-0. They haven't lost a game yet. They are the only team in the world, I believe, that has not lost a game yet since Legacy just lost. I think so. Yeah, I don't think a single other team. Oh, C9. Duh.
I was literally just staring at my freaking phone for a second, just like, what?
I'm literally.
Dude, what the hell?
C9 and Cerberus, both equal standing, in my opinion.
Yeah, best in the world.
Best in the world. Don't worry, last game is 100 C9, but TSM can stretch it for a while. Oh, man. Actually, that's kind of funny. Who will lose the game before? Cerberus or C9? Definitely going to be Cerberus just because they play best of threes as well. And C9's way better. but hey, who knows? Maybe
Cerberus confirmed to be better than both C9 and Top Esports.
Yep.
Playing best threes and still being undefeated both ways.
Though, to be fair, Vietnam is on the border for major region, in my opinion. I've always loved Vietnam. Cerberus stepping up is just a good sign. Cerberus, why are they stepping up? Artemis? Man, I need to watch these games. I have no idea why. None of these names stand out to me. Like, unless someone did a name change that I don't know about. Like, that's just maybe
Which is possible.
Or it could be essentially like they got a bunch of rookies and they're pulling like a E-Star from last split and something like that. Because none of those names stand out. Team Secret, 4-1, 8-3, good start. That's they have Eddie, Artifact, Gam. They got Levi. That's all you need to know. 3-1. They're 6-5 in games though. They are kind of sloppy. They take a lot of games to best of 3. Percent Esports at 2-2. Unfortunately, they lost. Big Kuro. I picked them to beat Secret and they lost. So I picked them solely because Big Kuro. Team Flash is 2-2. Evos pulled off their first win against overpowered Esports, which, I mean, they were also 1-4, who's also lost 4 games in a row after winning their first game of the season. They are the newer team, so I don't know any of these players really, but they are the newer team in Vietnam, and they're currently tied for last place with Evos and Mr. Buffalo, sadly. Mr. Buffalo is just a completely different team, man. It's a shame. Just like Royal Youth and just like Mammoth, it's like those wildcard darlings, you know? None of the same players that you knew from Worlds. But in week 3, Cerberus went 2-0 against Overpowered, which, to be fair, is the bottom tier team, so that makes sense. Gam went 2-1 against Buffalo, which is a shame from Gam to lose one. Secret versus Percent was close, it looks like, at 2-1. I'm just going to assume it was close because they were close in the standings, so I'm just going to say it was a good series. I don't know that for a fact, but we're just going to say it was a good series. Flash versus Evos, 2-1 for Flash. That's not bad. Evos took down Overpowered, and then Team Secret 2-0 to Buffalo. So, with that being said, that is all of the wildcards. We're done. If an NA team gets into groups with G2, just buy Buffalo roster and slot them in. Yeah, G2's biggest weakness is the Buffalo. All right, let's get to our global power rankings to end the night. It won't be before 6 hours unless we do this in 1 minute. Which I don't think that's fair because this is actually my favorite part of the podcast. But I do think it'll be less than normal because we already did talk power rankings.
Yes.
Would you
Should be
like
too
to start
difficult.
or would I like to start for top 10?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could start.
Okay. Who's your
I think
number
I got
10
a little.
team?
I might got a little bit of spice, but it probably won't be too spicy. My number 10. I have Damwon.
Woo, Damwon making an appearance into your power rankings for the first time. And why are they coming up here?
I think they just look better. I
They-
think aside from like the loss to aside from the loss to Gen G, they have looked really good. They came out strong. They beat T1. I'll say a bit of a spoiler. They've basically taken T1's spot on my top 10
Okay.
because of that. I think Damwon is in a step in the right direction for how teams probably should be playing the game in Korea, and they have a chance to continue to push themselves forward more and more and up the standings.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with their game against DRX. But I think that just how they played this past week and how they looked overall so far in Korea, they earned the spot in the top 10.
Gotcha. Okay, so for Damwon for me, I like to call what I did with Damwon. I kind of Ryaned it a little bit, if that makes sense.
See, this is why I said it was probably spicy, but not compared to what you did. I had a feeling this is coming.
Yeah, this is coming. I put Damwon all the way up to the number 4 team in the world.
There you go. I thought so.
I really, really like Damwon.
I love how he jumps on the Damwon hype train so quickly, but then puts freaking JDG number 3 in China.
Dude,
Feels bad.
I
That's a real Monka S. That's a Pega pick right there.
Willie went for running it down. Oh no. I fully believe in Dam until you saying bolting down.
Yeah.
No.
He's on the verge of going full ruin right now.
Okay. No. Listen, hear me out here. I miss IG badly. I miss Prime IG because Prime IG, when they won Worlds, was one of the best teams I've ever seen in my life. Just off a pure talent, player to player, minus support level. like that was Ning in his prime, and in the jungle, that was the Shy outplaying every person in the entire world. No one can touch him in lane because he was just a god. Same with the Rookie. And then you had Jackie Love, my favorite player in the world. Like, that is what I had with IG. Now IG, we talked about him earlier. The Shy's running it down. A lot. 70. Would you say like 75% of the time? Limit testing. Yeah. The Shy's running it down like 75% of the time. Rookie is doing fine, still totally fine. Ning runs it down a lot. Puff and Southwind aren't the same as Jackie Love. It's a downgrade. It's a higher floor but a lower ceiling. Because you don't have Jackie Love there. So like, Damwon
I'd say
is
it's a higher floor because you don't have Bowland.
That's true.
It's a lower ceiling because you don't have Jackie Love.
That's what I meant. Okay, that's what I really meant. It's 6 hours on the podcast.
It's like Jack Troll should support.
Yeah, exactly.
You raise the floor by kicking him out, so he stops decreasing the floor by sitting on it with dead weight.
Yep, seriously. So like, I've lost that void has been empty in my heart of a team that is just essentially. They're that psychopath category, of teams that are the best teams in the world on any given day, but sometimes the worst teams in the world on any given day. Rogue Warriors. Because they're in that category at the very bottom. But they're so... Jack Troll is not dead right. All right, he's an anchor.
An anchor is dead weight, though. That's literally what it is. It's not living, and it's weight.
It's the whole purpose of the anchor. But, yeah,
if it was living weight, it'd be very concerning.
Yeah, I'm so those type of teams are like my favorite teams to watch, and I think have the highest chance to succeed or the highest ceilings, and that's what I see out of Damwon right now. If they blow it, if they beat DRX, like I mentioned earlier, they're gonna be up to number 2. Like, legit.
Here's the thing. I agree that Damwon is good, I don't think they're top 5 in the world good right now. They're playing in Korea.
That is true. That is true. You could make that argument.
Like I said, the only team they've played of any like substance, they played Gen G and lost, and they played T1 and won.
That is true.
Everyone else they played has been below half the standings in Korea.
I get that. I get that. I need the void filled in my heart. Okay.
If we're trying to hold it, or if we're trying to hold it back against freaking C9 for playing in North America and absolutely smurfing on everybody, we gotta hold something back on Damwon. Like I put them in my top 10 because they just look like the best. They look like the second best team in Korea right now.
Maybe
that's it.
See, maybe I went a little bold.
Again, second best in Korea compared to how much faith I have in like one of the other teams in Korea that's on the list. It's not that much higher because I think Damwon has a lot more to prove because they could just as easily slip back into that IG formula that they have so much so far in their career as a team.
Listen, when Damwon plays amazing against DRX and unfortunately loses at the end, and then just dominates the rest of Korea and becomes a title contender, you'll understand. I believe.
Okay, well that's fine, but they're not there yet, so no.
Okay.
Prove it. Like I say, you're top 10, but now but if you want to go up higher, you got to prove it.
Okay. So I'll do my number 10 team.
Yep.
My number 10 team was really tough to pick. It was literally
just say it. Come on, dude.
I picked T1.
Don't beat around the bush. It's T1, really.
Yes.
Okay.
They still,
because I don't have T1 on the list.
Yeah, I figured they were so close to being kicked off.
I kind of spoiled it. I literally said Damwon took T1 spot on the list.
Yep, they're so close to like getting kicked out. There was English nominally, so isn't dead weight something that can be carried? Well, the anchor will hold you in place.
I mean, well, dead weight literally means it's something that's so ground that you can't lift it, and it's just dragging you down, holding you back. So in a way, anchor and dead weight are relatively similar in terms of their usage and language.
I was gonna tell like the teams that I have on notable shoutouts, but I'll save those for right now because that would spoil like some teams that may not be in or not. All right, number 9 for you. Well, go
ahead. Was there anything else you wanted to say about T1 aside from it's T1?
They've dropped again. They were up to 3. They were up number 2 on yours at the beginning, number 3 now for me, and now they've already dropped to number 10. They keep dropping, and like we said, it's T1, it's Faker. But yeah, that's pretty much what they have. They have
more like
Teddy.
It's T1, it's Teddy.
Yeah, they have Teddy. Teddy is putting this team in the top 10 right now. And outside of that.
Oh yeah, without question. If Teddy wasn't on this team, they're not close. I don't think they're even that good.
Soon FlyQuest will take their place. Unfortunately, no.
if FlyQuest had Teddy, that FlyQuest would be smurfing.
FlyQuest would be as good as C9.
Teddy, can you imagine Teddy Ignar? That'd be amazing. Incredible. Yeah. T9 would actually have competition.
T9.
It'd be so awesome to see. T9, let's go. T9 right. V1.
New team. What was your number
G9?
9 team?
G1. All right. My number 9 team is actually IG.
IG. Ooh, they stayed in your top 10. They did not stay in
barely. I'll say barely.
So to be fair, IG was the one team I was arguing with T1 in my head, like between T1 and IG. I just felt like I can't trust this team.
Really you don't think you could trust that top side to not into Kana and Cuz?
No. Well, Cuz that doesn't. Yeah, I guess.
Does it? Does it not count?
I mean, it does. I don't think I could trust them. I can't trust the Shy to not enter like random LPL top laners.
and to answer Raptor, it's mostly Rookie.
Yes, it's Rookie. Rookie is the one holding them in 11th for me right now. Oh man, it sounds like Ryan unfortunately disconnected there. That's a shame. But unless I disconnected, then that would be really bad. But yeah. There, I think it was Ryan. Phew. It was Ryan. Good.
Once again, I freaking disconnected again. They don't let me dissing T1, I guess.
Yeah, Discord's holding you back.
Yeah. Well, basically, all I said was to answer Raptor in the chat. It is mostly rookie. Uh, that's kind of holding IG in place, just like it's mostly rookie just holding IG in place in China. But it's like I still think that this team at its highs can challenge up there, but it hasn't gotten there yet. They're basically on there just for the sake of the fact that they have the chance to move themselves up. I think that Dam One has proven grounds they could easily jump above IG and even higher than that. But I think at the same time, just like Dam One has like no competition and it's very early in the season for them, IG has a lot of competition and they're still quitting themselves relatively well.
Okay. So I guess I will go with my number 9 team then.
Mhm.
I have Victory 5 at number 9, moving up the list.
God, I hate you.
They've moved up. They moved up my list.
You literally just dropped freaking Damn One Gaming, and from not on your list to 4, and you have them above Victory 5 by 5 spots.
Hey man, if Damn One upsets Dragon X this week, oh, that's gonna look smarter. It's gonna look smarter. It looks bold now, but it will look smarter when they upset him.
You know what the interesting thing is, though? It's funny that you have them there because I have Victory 5 at my number 4 spot.
There we go. Which is the same
But
as
the
you had
problem
them
is, I
last.
at least had Victory 5 on my list last time. They just haven't moved.
Yeah, I had them on my list last time too. Thank you very much. They were number 10. Now they moved up to number 9.
Well, I mean, they were on my list in the top 5, not like your Damn One pick.
Hey, they weren't in your list, by the way. They were
Yeah.
they weren't ranked,
Yeah,
and then they went
I
up.
revamped my list because I had a low number of LPL teams and a low sample size for those teams. Sample size filled up, I put them in. I put them in accordingly.
Okay.
Damn One has a sample size of like almost half of that in the LPL against worse teams.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. I'm telling you. You're gonna see when they face DRX. I didn't even pick them to face DRX. Do you want me to change it?
I know. Are you sure? Do you want to change it? Go ahead. I mean, I was the one telling you to.
I don't want to change it. I'm scared. I like DRX a lot.
Well, apparently you like Damn One a hell of a lot.
I do. I like them both. They're my 2 favorite teams in Korea.
I hope so. They're the only 2 good teams in Korea worth following.
That is true.
Like, what the hell does that mean? That's like saying, "Oh, I'm a C9 fan." Well, good. I'm glad I'm a C9 fan because they're actually good. I mean, I've been a C9 fan for over 6 years, but that's beside the point.
Mm-hmm. All right, pick your number 8. Pick your number 8.
Anyway, my number 8 is JDG.
JDG.
Similar to my LPL power rankings, I have them 1 spot above IG. Mostly just because of the 2-0. I still see them. Yeah, go ahead. What do you have?
I moved them up to number 5. JDG. I said I pulled a Ryan this week.
What in the hell?
You put V5 and IG from nothing to 4 and 5, and I put Damn One and JDG.
No. All right, come on, dude. You have V5 at your 9th best team in the world, and yet you have JDG at number 5. But then your LPL rankings, they're only 2 spots apart.
Uh-huh.
What?
There's a few teams in between there that have to fit in.
Yeah, I really think he just put these teams in the list and hit shuffle, Raptor. I don't know what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised if Top Esports was somehow like off the list.
Yeah, Top actually dropped off my list. I hate to tell you guys.
I know. I'm surprised he didn't put freaking JDG number 1.
I'm telling you guys, you're gonna understand. You're gonna understand. You just gotta wait a few weeks for it to simmer.
Oh no, I understand. I understand that this list is garbage. It's trash.
C9 number 1. Come on, Will. Oh no.
I know.
I'm next. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Unfortunately, I didn't want to do
this.
this to them. They got stuck because they're still stuck. C9 has dropped, even though they do not deserve it.
Uh-huh.
They do not deserve it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things on this list that aren't deserved.
They're stuck behind the EU wall. Though if EU keeps it up, they're gonna pass.
I mean,
it.
they're stuck. I mean, they're still stuck on the EU wall, but it's a lot less pronounced in my case. I actually moved C9 up to 7.
Hell yeah.
isn't that a world we live in where C9 is above JDG, IG, and Damwon, T1, G2? Spoilers, G2's on the list. Yee, yikes, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, if you've been watching any time, G2 hasn't been on my list
Yeah, they weren't on the
in
list.
about 3 weeks.
Mhm. I had GT7.
Actually, no, it's been, no, it was they haven't been on it since week 2.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's crazy.
Yep.
They will be in 2 weeks. Don't
Yep.
worry.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Like I said, they're right there.
Yeah, I
They have
had
a chance.
7th on my list, but my
Like the only reason they're up here, the only reason that these teams are above them right now is because they are actively performing in a way that is comparable to the skill. That's why C9 is above IG and JDG, even though JDG and IG have both accomplished more than C9 has, especially in recent history.
my number 7 team is Mad Lions. So with that being said, they've dropped the 2 spots because of the loss to Misfits. It's kind of a and my rise of Damwon and JTG. But that being said, G2 is also dropped off my top 10 list right now. For right now,
Ooh.
they were another one of the.
So Ryan is again a week ahead of Will.
They lost to Fiddlesticks, not Misfits. Yes, you were correct. For right now,
Man.
G2 is a similar team to Damwon, where they will shoot right back up if they start performing really well.
Yep. I don't hold that loss against them. Just like for the longest time, I did hold a lot of the losses against G2, but the fact that that losses just kind of kept happening was kind of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, hey, maybe Mad Lions just need to watch some more North America to learn how to deal with Fiddlesticks. Just Jedi mind trick them into drafting no other damage.
Yeah. I was about to say this is the way you deal with Fiddlesticks to not draft any damage on the team.
Yeah, you had to trick them. Gotta mind control their coach.
And also put him in. So who's your number 6 team?
My number 6 is Mad Lions.
There we go.
Like I said, barely gatekeeping C9.
Yep.
Just because of competition.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I want to skyrocket C9 on my list so bad. And if Mad loses like 1 or 2 more games and C9 keeps performing like this, C9 is going to skyrocket past them. Up to possibly
But
top
like
4.
I said, again, it's just competition. I mean, it's what's keeping C9 below Mad. It's what's keeping Demwon below China.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, it's fair, isn't it, Will?
It is. My number 6
Yeah,
team is
it's actually fair.
My number 6 team is LGD. That loss to Misfits kind of hurt them a bit.
You mean you said lost to Misfits?
You
mean the lost to Sunning? Sunning are the Misfits of China.
They are. We compared them to it with the
have a
super
big-
teams.
I know. I mean, they do have a weird animal logo.
They do. And they both had failed super teams on the team within the last year.
Yeah, it's true.
So where's LGD on your list?
LGD is number 5.
Yes, we're very similar on that one.
I know. We actually have similarities in picks that actually make sense. And everything else, I see some very inconspicuous blue on your list.
Hey.
I know.
It's gonna make sense. Trust me.
Yeah, it's weird. Doesn't make sense right now.
It will.
Doesn't make sense right now, and that's what these power rankings are for.
It'll
right?
make sense at the end of this week.
Dude, I hope to God that DRX just smashes Damwon Gaming 2-0. I just want to see them just crush them. I want to see Nuggery run it down. I want to see him freaking AP Nunu top and just snowball it all the way to the base.
It's gonna just be like, okay, Damwon's going back down, and my heart's just gonna be broken. Like, okay, have a nice day.
Okay. Yep. All right, so I guess
number 3.
I'm up.
Yeah.
Next, number 3 is Fun Plus Phoenix.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I think FunPlus is amazing, but they're world contenders clearly. But I think all these teams are world contenders for the most part.
I think they're ramping up. I think they have the chance to really overtake this list with the matchup they specifically have this upcoming week.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely have a chance to, even if they just acquit themselves well, can actually jump up to, at the very least, number 2. It just depends on how they perform.
Yep, and I think what Raptor just said, I think stated the obvious. Our number 2 is still DRX. They didn't do anything to disprove that, and Top Esports has been number 1 all year, and until they prove us otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
a shocking turn of
shocking. Well, if they keep winning, I can't drop them.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, to be fair, we got the spice in the arguments out real early.
Yeah. See, I had to bring some spice, I had to bring some
my
spice to the
God.
table today.
This guy's an absolute fraud. Immediately he's in there, he's gonna diss freaking Korea, talk all this smack about T1, then just throw Damwon just raw directly into the top 5. Not even top 5, the top 4. Above all of his beloved Chinese teams.
C9 would win in a best of 5 versus Victory 5. Yes.
You think so?
Yes. Because I am holding back my C9 for my true heart where it has C9. There's literally only 3 teams better than C9 in my real opinion, but I can't prove it because there's no competition.
So I'm gonna say this right now. So you heard it here first. We've already confirmed that Victory 5 on previous podcasts and on this one probably as well, that Victory 5 is winning Worlds. So what you're saying is that C9 will win Worlds because they're gonna beat Victory 5.
It's a legitimate possibility for C9 to win Worlds. With the way they play macro and small decisions, I know we're not supposed to get hyped about NA teams because, to be fair, C9 hasn't faced any competition. But just in general, even if it's not playing against competition, they're beating so many teams so easily. Like, so easily. They are just destroying teams. Like, it's not even there isn't a close game for them. Like, realistically. Like, every game turns... Like, Dignitas, close game? Yeah, right. They won by 13k at the end of the game. It was close at the beginning, but they didn't...
It was close in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And then they won by 13k.
They got the lead back by 15.
Like, if NA had any sort of competition with it, C9 would be in my 4th place team. Easily. I think this is a team that's going to semifinals. Very least. Unless they blow up. Obviously, we're only 3 4.
Well, apparently they're going to finals and winning. Since you said that they're just going to beat Victory 5 in a best of 5.
As of right now, in my heart, I can't say it because we don't have any proof. And that's what sucks. In my heart, just the eye test alone, just watching all these teams and how they play, macro decisions, just small little things. Top Esports is number 1. Dragon X is number 2. Fumble is number 3. C9 is number 4. I have them better in Damwon. I have them better in JDG. But I can't do it, honestly, because maybe that they're only looking that good because they're playing against NA, and none of the other NA teams are even in my top 20.
Then why the fuck is Damwon number 4?
I don't... Listen, Damwon is so good to me. I literally think Damwon...
Dude, I'm the C9 fan. I think this is actually the first time so far this entire split that in our global power rankings that I've actually ranked C9 higher than you.
Yes, it is. And it's only because I put the other 2 teams in there. They can literally do anything and get away with it. That is very fair.
You just dropped a raw Damwon right in the middle of your power rankings.
That is very fair by Raptor, that their macro is... I just showed they're good but macro is hard to say, to be fair. That is why I technically have them 8th on this list, is because... that's what I'm saying. The eye test in my heart wants them to be top 4. Like, I think if they played against those top teams, they could be top 4 team in the world. But I just don't have the proof to do it. To say it, like, I'm saying this, like, without any proof. And that's why on my list, they're number 8. If I had some backup on them.
Yeah. I mean, I genuinely... I mean, I'm also the same guy that worries constantly about every game, even against teams like Dignitas. But at the same time, I just remember distinctly watching freaking, like, clips of highlights from Korea's duo queue of Sven and Vulcan when they first started teaming as a duo, just to try to build synergy, and actually getting matched against Deft and Keria. So, these two were actually 2v2ing versus DRX's bot lane, and they were winning. as a new duo, which is kind of insane to say the least. And if we're talking about DRX being number 2, like you're talking about just straight up 2v2 micro, that's pretty sick. And if this team, and so I feel like if this team it actually does have practice against good teams, just the way these players are, they can level up immensely at an international competition. The issue is literally just because we just haven't seen it yet, so we have nothing to compare it to. I've literally been I was cautiously optimistic about this roster in spring when they were announced and going in North America, and now that they've shown how they are in North America, not in that and continuing it into summer, I'm now kind of moved to be like, well, I have a feeling they can actually just straight up wrap up North America right now, even if everyone else improves. Maybe they have a little more of a challenge, but I think they could win. And then I've moved to being cautiously optimistic about Worlds, which is kind of insane for any North American team.
Exactly. That's Raptor's been saying. He said Niski definitely improved compared to last year, but he's up to par with Chovy and Caps. I don't think he's up to par with Chovy and Caps right now. It depends if it's a Claps or Craps. Craps, but it's really depends on which Caps you get. If Claps, no. Craps, yes.
I mean, if anything, last year Worlds kind of showed that you don't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, and I think that
Mr. Worst Mid at Worlds Doinby has shown that, and also if we're talking about last year's Worlds, Blabber was the one who was the starting jungler for the C9 team, over MVP Sven Skaren, and he played it in a group with I almost said Tian again, but it's a group with Tarzan and Yankos, straight up. And this is on a C9 team that was apparently just completely boomed mentally. Like they're on the verge of being at each other's throats behind the scenes. Yeah. And they just straight up started Blabber over Sven Skaren, and that was part of the reason why Sven Skaren wanted to be off the team by the end of the season there. And yet in those games where they were basically dead to rights and they're constantly picking into Garen Yumi lanes and stuff like that, Blabber was just straight up out jungling Yankos and Tarzan.
He was. And and to mention Raptor's question, how will Blabber fail against junglers that have hands? I actually have full faith in Blabber to play well. I think Blabber could be an LPL jungler, the level that he plays. Yep.
Blabber is by far, I think Blabber, Sven, and Vulcan are the 3 players without question that I have no issues with versus international competition. I think those three are gonna be fine. At the very least, they may not smurf as hard as they will in NA, but I think they will be perfectly fine.
That Licorice scares me against other top laners, which, I mean, Licorice is still really good. Scares me against going against really high, like, Nogri or, like 369. Like, that's going to be tough. But, like, Niski also worries me a bit because it's just, like, Chovy. There's a lot of mid laners. Chovy, Rookie, Doinby, Knight. Knight. To be fair, Knight scares me against every other mid laner. It's not Niski's fault. Like literally every other mid laner against Knight, it's like
literally everyone should be scared. But I feel like the other thing with me is
notice how we didn't say Faker
I've seen a Worlds where Licorice as a pure rookie to the scene, literally in his first year as a full-time pro starter in 2018, was basically like half carrying his team.
Yep.
Like there are times where his team could have went out in play-ins and he saved them. Like you were talking about that Saros game against the LGA team in play-ins. If he didn't have like the most perfect Lissandra flank TP, and he saved the team fight in C9's own base, C9 could have lost. And then there are times like in the Africa game, like you want to talk like in the Africa series in the quarterfinals, and you can talk about King was taking a dump on him. I'm like, yeah, okay, because King was playing freaking the Victor matchup, which is busted, and no one really had an option into it.
I hate that matchup.
But then in game
the option 3, was the patch notes.
And literally 1v1 in game 3. This is when King was considered to be one of the best top laners in the world, and possibly the best. Like, if you want to talk mess about the Africa team, but this is the Africa team that was first placed in a team with that G2 roster that still had Wonder, Yankos, and Perks.
I just want to point out real quick, Raptor said that almost any teams with world's potential, I'm not really impressed with their tops.
Yeah,
I agree,
true.
except
To an extent.
we'll talk about the Chinese ones once they're guaranteed to go. I'm like 369,
I think
Zoom,
369 is guaranteed to go, and I think he's fine. Zoom has had a couple of iffy games recently, but I think he'll be fine by the time they
Gimgoon,
get to playoffs if they make Worlds. They've been sticking with Khan, so I'm not sure
Khan.
about Gimgoon.
That's fine. Either way, I take Khan too. I think
I think it's fine.
China has the top laners. I agree with the rest of his statement. LCK outside of Nogri, uh,
Yeah.
EU,
Well,
none really.
yeah, but here's just kind of finishing off with that. It was like, oh, you're talking Game 3 quarterfinals, Africa World Championship. Keen, after dominating Licorice this whole time, plays. I know we kind of begrudged it earlier. This shows how old the matchup is. 2 years ago, it was Ornn versus Gangplank, and Licorice almost solo killed him in lane, just straight up as Ornn. And that was the same game where he ended up hitting him and Jensen had a great, basically a 2v5 in the Baron pit. Licorice and Jensen like soloed out and killed Spirit, and then Licorice stole the Baron with an auto attack.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if Licorice again, this is a guy in his rookie split, and he got dumpstered on by Bwipo, who again was probably having the best year of his career, and it was his first year as well.
Yep.
And then you're moving on to 2019, and again, this is a C9 roster that was completely boom. But there are games in that C9 had, like where Licorice was playing the split push Fiora, and he was like or even just other games where he was almost solo killing Wonder in lane against the G2 roster that made finals. He was handling Wonder in lane. He nearly had a split push Fiora that could have been a win condition, and then his freaking bot lane inted.
Yeah. And it is.
I'm secretly trying to carry this podcast. Believe it or not, I'm trying to get us to 7 hours.
We cannot get to
But
7
yeah,
hours right
but
now.
what I'm trying to say is that I feel like I feel like Licorice has been maybe a little bit sketchy in North America. But I think there was an interview with him that he did with Travis that actually kind of enlightened me a lot about things right now. Licorice has been doing like his 1v1 practice with Fudge, who again, speaking of 2019 top laners who impressed. He would you're talking about a guy who's been practicing, and he even said straight up that he'll prep matchups against specific top laners, expecting them to pick certain champions, having picks ready and playstyles ready, and then they just pick something different like Ornn, and it just throws them off.
Mm-hmm.
He's preparing for the world's meta in North America. He's thinking ahead. Like he's thinking, it's like, oh, if they pick Wukong, like he's like, I'm expecting him to just blind Wukong here, and then I'll take it because this is what these other regions are doing.
Yep, and thank God because we don't have anyone else playing Wukong apparently.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to mention.
That could be why. And I mean, if he gets out micro stuff and he's preparing this stuff, Licorice could be good. Niski is obviously a question mark, but it's like he's proven that he can not only hang with some legitimately good mid laners. Like North America is not lacking is not having just nothing but bad mids. He's still playing people like Power of Evil, like Jensen, Bjergsen, people who can actually Jizuke, who aren't terrible, and he can even outlane them now, which was like a huge thing against him before.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't even have to lane them against them. So I think this C9 has a lot of upside, and I think with practice against high level teams, they could definitely challenge. And I think they're like, if we're going to talk about teams who are better than their records in their respective regions, I think C9 is better than their region.
Yeah. It's like it's also like what Raptor said. He mentioned that he's a delusional G2 fan, and I don't think that's the case of being delusional G2 thing. Like G2 before, like they've struggled a lot lately, and I think that was partially because of Perks, the issues with mental, like his father passing away and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When G2's on point, they're one before this season, which C9 has proven it again to me. G2 is the only Western team in my eyes that had any shot to take down the LPL. I didn't think, or any other region. I didn't think any team in Korea outside of maybe Dragon X. Now Dragon X has also proven it, and possibly Damwon. I'm just saying.
And we're saying, we're talking about EU. Like you're talking about a team like Mad Lions, just in terms of play style. How they play.
There are only 5 threats to get rid of an LPL 3P. G2 if it recovers, Dragon X, Damwon, Mad Lions, and C9. Those are the only 5 teams that there is not delusional to think that you can win Worlds if you're one of those 5 teams, because you play at the level that LPL does.
Yeah, they play in the way that can beat the LPL.
Yes, you can't play like Gen G and beat the LPL. You can't.
Yeah, which is to say you can't sit there and expect to stabilize against the LPL and turtle and make them punch themselves out, or even just to play or even just to play counterpunch.
Mm-hmm.
To play counterpunch versus them, because they will not stop punching you.
Yeah. But
and eventually they'll hit you home, and maybe you'll get lucky and they'll actually punch themselves hard and they'll break their wrist, but then they'll still try to kick you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's like I feel
and
like
Rogue
these
Warriors
are the teams
is going to
that
go there
actually
with
have the way to
no
do it.
legs or arms, and they're still going to fight you.
Yeah, like they're like the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
That's Rogue Warriors.
Just a flesh wound. Just a flesh wound.
Let's wrap up though. It's 4 a.m. I really gotta go to bed. I'm literally gonna get less than 3 hours of sleep.
But yeah, I'm just gonna say this. We're gonna say right now. Last thing, getting super hyped for Worlds. I'm just waiting for a group that is C9, G2, T1, V5.
Who
Just
makes
a
it
bunch
out of that group?
just letter numbers.
Oh, that's really funny.
That's really nice.
That's
a spicy ass group.
That's a spicy group. This is weird to say. The only team out of there, that I won't.
I will say, just responding to Raptor real quick, he says that's not possible because G2 would be first seed. I mean, that's fair, but remember, they've goofed over North America first seeds before and made them second pool. Made them pool 2 seeds, so it's possible. It could be G2, C9, T1, V5. And V5 comes in as a 4th seed.
T1's the team I have in last place in that for sure. The only one that I know probably won't make it.
That'd be insane. Oh my God, could you imagine?
I don't.
Could you imagine the salt? Could you imagine the salt
between the other 3? I don't know. I have no idea.
Could you imagine the salt of V5, Mr. Buffalo's G2 out of the group?
Oh no.
It'd be Mr. Buffalo combined with LPL. It's their ultimate weakness.
I will sacrifice if NA is not in first pool. I'll sacrifice the other 2 NA teams to get C9 into the first pool. Can we do that?
Not to mention that's the best lineup for the ultimate final. If C9 and V5 get out of group together, they're guaranteed not to face each other until finals.
It's not the ultimate final. It's the ultimate final for you, Ryan.
The ultimate final, because then we test Will's prediction of C9 beating V5 in a best of 5.
That's fair. You'd be heartbroken.
Oh my God,
you'd be stressed because you wouldn't want PP God to lose either, Mister. But you would.
I just want them to go ARAM. Just everyone just go meet in the middle and dance, and then they just decide to both be champions.
Mm-hmm. When Damwon beats.
How would C9 face V5 when Damwon beats them?
I'm telling you guys.
Easy question. They don't, Raptor, because Will is wrong. Will thinks he's trying to be big brain because he's wearing a T1 because he's wearing a Team Liquid hat, but then he doesn't realize he's wearing a Team Liquid hat in 2020.
Oh man.
TL can't possibly miss playoffs.
Don't bring up my bad takes from 2020 spring.
Anything could happen, but it won't happen.
I'm telling you. Can't be.
I know it's not what he's gonna say, but it's funny.
TSM
can't be 3rd seed from North America. I agree. I don't want them to be, and I really hope
I can't put up with TSM.
Well, here's the thing: you say you can't put up with TSM chance. They're gonna happen no matter what.
Yeah.
Even if people are trolling, they do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the unfortunate thing. Imagine being a C9 fan and hearing them all the time.
All right. We gotta wrap up. I'm sorry. If TSM actually goes,
but seriously, last thing. If TSM actually goes, the only way I tolerate it is if they put in a group with Rogue. If Rogue makes it, TSM has to make it, and vice versa. That's the only way I tolerate it, and they have to play each other immediately.
Rogue's probably gonna make it too. Well, 2-0 curb stomp. I agree. Well, it depends. It depends if Rogue has a higher record
It
of
depends.
time
It
that they.
depends. It depends. They had to consult everyone's top 20
Yeah.
players at Worlds.
No,
If
no.
TSM has more, then Rogue can't beat them.
Also, they just have to be higher in the ranking somewhere. They just have to be.
Yes.
It's their
They
secret
have to
weapon.
have more. Oh man, is Larson better than Bjergsen? Oh shit, no. They had to expand the list to top 50.
All right. Oh, we gotta go now. It's 4:15. I'm literally gonna wake
Yes.
up in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh man, the work's
Here we
gonna be
go.
miserable tomorrow. It's a 2-hour nap. Is all I gotta do.
I've been there. And I've actually had to drive to work. Could you
Yeah,
imagine?
yeah. Well, I'm going to have to this week probably.
Yeah.
So
No, I was saying my old job was worse than that because I actually had to drive 45 minutes to work over the bridge through freaking shipyard traffic,
oof, oof.
and then be there for 12 to 13 hours.
Fun,
Oh god! And
all
then
right.
wake up the next day and do it again.
fun. Alrighty, let's
Yeah.
end the podcast. 6-hour, 40-minute podcast. That's good
Anyway,
enough.
yep.
That's gonna take. It's
Yep.
not gonna be uploaded until.
6 hour 40 minutes of Will being wrong.
No, wait, we'll see. We'll see by this week. You're only one game ahead of me, sir. And that could change this
Yeah.
week. There's two
But
different picks.
I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead of you in the regions. I'm ahead of you in the regions that matter. Apparently.
Raptor, there will not be any Friday or Saturday night stream. I will not be here until Sunday night. So if I'm really tired next stream and I cut it early, like because I'm going up north for I'm going up north.
He's gonna
to,
be on podcast. It's just gonna be a wild card only podcast.
Hell yeah, that's what it's gonna be. That's my dream. I wish people watched it so bad. I love the wild card so much, but only 2 people watch on average. It made me so sad. but Friday and Saturday, I will not even have internet, so I won't even be watching the games until Sunday. So to put that in perspective, like I'm gonna be cramming on Sunday through all the games.
That's right. I have to do highlights, and I'm just gonna spam your freaking Discord
Hey,
with live highlights of all the games.
don't spam them until I say the spam. Have them set in like a Google Doc.
No, I'm gonna spam them. Then you're gonna come back to the Discord and be like, I have no idea where to even start with this.
So stream after LCS done. Yeah, it'll pretty much be. I'll get home probably around like 5-6 p.m. Eat dinner and then like catch up and then stream. Like just take a breather for an hour, then do a 6-hour stream.
It's gonna be an interesting time because that's also the day that I have to work. So unfortunately, I won't be around for the stream.
Yeah,
It's unfortunately a bi-weekly thing with me with my schedule.
That's gonna be a literal 2-hour stream.
I know. It's real. It's real freaking feels bad, man.
Okay, all right, guys. Good night.
But that's how it
it's
is,
6 hours,
unfortunately.
41 minutes into.
Now let's just keep talking about it.
No, we're not doing another 19
Let's talk about
minutes. Too
let's talk
bad.
about TSM's win conditions versus C9.
No, we're not talking about them. Good night, guys. See you. Maybe tomorrow, depending on me and Ryan's schedule. There might be a VOD at some point, some VOD review at any point, or some League played as well. Like I might do some more League and Ryan casting over it because I had a lot of fun when we did that. But yeah, so tune in. I don't know any times or anything. I don't have a good schedule. I apologize. But if it happens, it happens. All right. Good night, guys. TSM Pizza.
Depends on how they lose, Raptor.
Yeah, it depends.